all of us besides just that. They take care of our sewer system and our wastewater system. They collect and clean our rainwater. They plant trees.
It used to be that the Department of Sanitation was about throwing things away, right? But today, it is about reusing all those things.
Workshops and exhibits focused on the earth-friendly, from learning how...
And welcome to the Budget and Finance Committee's further consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2018-2019. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the Committee. I'm joined by all of my colleagues, Mr. Bonin, Mr. Kratz, Mr. Englander, and Mr. Blumenfield, and we are ready to begin today's meeting. Just as an initial matter, over the course of this hearing, the members of this committee have requested 165 budget impact memos, an increase over last year, but I really think it's worth noting that this is kind of a historic occasion, because for the first time probably in history, certainly in my tenure as budget chair, we have all 165 budget memos completed and before us as we begin today's session. So I just want to profoundly thank all of the departments and the CAO staff and our budget memo team and everybody who participated in getting this done, because that has never happened. And I'm always nagging you every other year to try to get them done, and they are done, and it was a tremendous amount of work to get us all of that material before us. So thank you one and all for having done that. So members, that puts it to us then to wade through all of those memos. And as you'll recall, last year we started a new process which I think was helpful to the CLA, that as we go through these, if there are recommendations for changes to the budget that require funding, that we set those as either A or B priorities, A being higher, and that will give the CLA some guidance as to the consensus of this committee in where we should go first if funding becomes available upon further review and analysis of the revenues and all the other work that the CLA does along with her staff during creation of the rack-up. So as in every other year, it should bear noting that there may or may not be a single penny available to spend that's not already budgeted in the proposed budget. So as we go through this process, let's keep in mind that even the A priorities are not guaranteed to be funded. Nothing is guaranteed to be funded until we get our rack-up back and really have a chance to see all of the priorities put in one place, where we stand with the revenues and so forth. But that will be our process. Our process will be to go through by department and review the memos, discuss them, and then to make recommendations where appropriate. And as I have in past years, what I will do is start the discussion off with my recommendations as to each item, and then we'll open it up for discussion and we'll reach a conclusion. Then when we get through with the 165 budget memos, we'll open the floor for any other instructions that the committee would like to provide to the CLA that they can incorporate as they wrap up our work and begin working on their rack-up to bring back to us. So with that, any questions, members, or thoughts about process before we move forward? Mr. Blumenfield's asking whether we have a C priority. You can certainly offer that. I think that would send a strong message to the CLA if something dropped to a C. I have at least one B+, so I'm already going to tip the apple cart and mess it up a little bit. But, so right now we have 2 public comment cards. If there are any other members of the public who would like to speak, please fill out a white card and bring it forward with dispatch, because as soon as we finish the cards that are in front of me, we're going to move right in, and that's going to be it for public comment. So 1 minute per speaker. We're going to start with Eric Previn, followed by Stephanie Ramirez.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from CD2, and I must say staff did an amazing job of compiling all of this information. And, it raises a question of how could we, process it in 60 seconds. I'm not sure we can, but I would say that the idea of mobile showers being provided came up in budget member number 52, and apparently we can't use the providers don't want to accept public funds. I was wondering if we could tease that out. Why is that? Because it made it seem like, we're not going to go in that direction. Private money would be fine if that was being brought forward. I'm not sure it is. There are some more cynical ones. I don't think we should give $16,000 to Englander's Pet, YouTube movie project, personally. I think that we have some cultural affairs needs. 105 for the data science, a little team for ITA. Maybe they could do the data science on the size of public speakers versus staff. It's just enough already on that, sir. I think it's time to move forward. And item number, the LAPD overtime of $24 million. We should do some carping.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Stephanie Ramirez, followed by Mickey Jackson. And as of right now, that's the last card I have. So if there's anybody else who wishes to speak, wave your hand furiously so that we can see. Otherwise, we'll close after Ms. Jackson. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Ramirez, Associate State Director for AARP California. Thank you, Chairman Krikorian, for the opportunity to address you and your fellow committee members on behalf of our nearly 700,000 members who reside in Los Angeles. Across the nation, we are experiencing a steady increase in the older adult population, and our city is no exception. The number of persons 60 plus residing in the city and county of Los Angeles is now approximately 1.7 million and rising. Maintaining mobility is important to many AARP members who can no longer drive or who want to explore transportation choices that best fit their needs. Safe pedestrian pathways are a key component to public transit, since it's the most common mode of traveling to bus and rail systems. These pathways are critical in linking older adults and their families to social activities, economic and opportunities, and community services. We are not urging the committee to allocate the requested budget by LADOT staff. This is in Budget Memo 504 to support a Safe Routes for Seniors program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our final speaker will be Mickey Jackson
with Healthy Housing Foundation. Good morning.
Good morning.
Couple of things. It's one thing to budget line items. It's another thing to spend the money and get the product. And I'm talking about housing, and especially housing for homeless people and people right on the edge of being housing. You haven't got a single unit coming online till 2019. You need to take a page from the book we're using. We've put hundreds of people in housing already. We've bought 2 SROs. We're putting people in them. We want to build more. We want Parker Center. If Parker Center should be homeless housing, that's the emergency, not luxury office space. There's no emergency. The council blames lack of building for homeless on not in my backyard. Well, Parker Center's your backyard, and you need to say yes to it. You need not to be the biggest NIMBYs in the city and tear down a building that can be rehabbed.
Thank you. All right. So that concludes our public comment for the day, and our first department that I'd like to invite to the table will be aging, and we're just going to proceed through in more or less alphabetical order. And Mr. Lewis doesn't need to worry this year because we have no memos for the zoo, so usually he's the last man standing, but we're going to go through in order, starting with aging. And after aging will be animal services, followed by MICLA, followed by the CAO. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, members. So the memos for aging should be number 75, 76, and 79. And Item 75 relates. Item 75 relates to the Older Workers Employment Program, with an impact of general fund impact of $621,000, and I would propose that we include that amount in the budget for the Department of Aging in support of that program as a Tier B priority. And then,
which one was that number?
This is number 75, the Older Workers Employment Program. Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Wood. Questions are fine.
Just a quick
questions are how we learn.
Question on a point of clarification on your memo in the third paragraph, and it says here that the department requests $621,000 to fund the continuation, and with that it says to date though that the program has secured 11 individuals for unsubsidized employment positions. Is that correct?
That's correct. And there's 4 others in the process.
Okay. So, I don't know, according to my math, and maybe I'm calculating this a different way than I should, and that's what I want you to explain to me. At $621,000, that means that's, while they're securing their own employment at an average of $13.25 an hour, it's costing us $56,532 per individual to secure that employment. And it just seems that it's a high number.
I agree that on the surface it looks that way, but actually the majority of the money is actually paying for stipends to all the other homeless seniors that are in the program. So the 11 seniors who have found unsubsidized employment, they're only getting a part of that subsidy. The rest is actually serving all those other seniors within the program. We talk about the fact that we've served 128 participants. So all those participants are getting paid while they're training. So I know on the surface it looks like it's a very expensive program, but if you factor in the fact that 128 seniors are being helped and getting paid, just to give an example.
No, I got it.
Oh,
I got
okay.
it. Okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate the explanation, and I realize there's another group of folks. I would just ask to see maybe there's some leverage with some other nonprofits to work with to spread those dollars even further. But I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe over the course of the year, regardless of what happens in this budget, maybe we can identify, as you point out, philanthropic support or other means of supporting that program. Mr. Bonnet.
Just a quick question, because I was struck by your answer to Mr. Englander. If we're unable to find the $621,000, are you saying that there's over 100 seniors who will lose a stipend and become more economically vulnerable?
No, we just served 128. What we're asking for, basically we work by slots. So the way we work out our budget is that we'll have 30 training slots that's fully funded throughout the year. And because of turnover, hopefully they're finding employment.
Okay.
That's why.
Okay. I'd support your recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anything else? Members, Mr. Blumenfield?
I'd just add, the CAO had a recommendation about folding this into LA Rise to some extent. Does that seem feasible? This kind of work could be handled by LA Rise?
I know that our department had met with representatives of LA Rise. Unfortunately, we couldn't secure funding from the program. I would have to check back to see if there are any specific challenges. If we were to do some sort of transition, we would definitely assist as best we can to make sure that all of their needs are met.
Okay. Thank you.
And I think that's a suggestion that we also should keep in reserve, because in the event that we aren't able to reach funding for this, that may be another option to be able to fold the programs together so that those same constituents would be served through the proven program that we have, proven cost-effective program. Mr. Kretz? No? Okay. All right. Is there any objection then to proceeding with a Tier B recommendation as I've stated?
For number 75.
For number 75. All right. That will be the action of the committee. Let's move to item 76. This relates to mini multipurpose senior centers. And for this, I would recommend including an additional $70,000 in the budget for the Department of Aging to support the programming at the mini multipurpose centers as an A priority.
I agree.
Mr. Englander, any other comments? Okay, without objection, that will be the action of the committee. That brings us to item 79, the Department of Aging's Congregate and Home Delivered Meals Program. So the general fund impact, if this were adopted in its entirety, would be $793,000. What I would like to suggest, members, is that we include an additional $396,586 in the budget for the Department of Aging in support of the Congregate Home Delivered Meals Program, and an additional $400,000 in the UB for congregate and home delivered meals via social enterprises. And the reason for that is we briefly discussed it during the presentation by Aging. There's an opportunity here to provide local economic opportunities for people through our social enterprises while fulfilling the mission of the Senior and Congregate Meals Program. I'd like to explore that. I don't want to take any money, not one penny short of where we would be with these meals programs, but I'd like to set that aside until we can determine whether there's a way to spend it more cost effectively and create a local economic impact and help other people by while preparing those meals at the same time. So that was the thinking on that. And if we can't, we can't. Then the $400,000 is still there to fulfill the program.
I think that's a phenomenal suggestion. I was trying to come up with something very similar, and by splitting it, putting it half in the UB, it gives us that time and the opportunity for half the year at a minimum to figure that out. So I think that's a great suggestion. I would support that.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, I would agree, and I'm concerned the department may be misunderstanding the good food purchasing policy because other agencies, in fact, all other agencies haven't associated an increased cost with it. And I think the concern to, quote, secure staff resources with expertise in pest management, labor contracts, animal safety and welfare by type of animal, farming, fisheries, poultry and cattle practices, processing of food by type, accounting and fiscal expertise by industry type, commodity valuing, supply chain expertise, to name a few of the areas required for proper documentation and verification of compliance. I don't think any other department is spending $1 on this, and I think it seems like a misunderstanding of how to implement it. So I would propose that we have the LA Food Policy Council work with Aging to find out a more feasible way of accomplishing this goal and not address any budgeting needs relating to it until that's happened. And probably by putting in the UB, that successfully addresses that portion of it.
Okay, great. So, by the way, I was told that people are having trouble hearing me. Is this okay? Can you hear me? Everybody can hear me? Okay. So, yeah, Mr. Ritz, I think that's consistent with the goal that I was trying to seek without delaying funding, starting from July 1st for those who need it. So if that works for you to split it like that? Yes?
That works fine.
Okay. The only thing is
the second piece would be a C level priority for me, because I think that's where the money is targeted, and I don't think it's necessary to expend it. But if I'm wrong, then it's in the UB.
Okay. Mr. Englander? Did you? Okay. I think my math might have been a little off there, but let's just say 400,000 in the UB, the remainder to be added to the budget, because I think I might have been off by a couple of dollars there. All right. Well, without objection, then, it will be the action of the committee to proceed along the lines that I've suggested. All right. Thank you very much. That brings us next to Animal Services. And as they're making their way up, members, Animal Services has memos number 124, 125, and 135.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I inferred that last request was a Tier A, but I didn't hear you actually say that.
Oh, yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Do we have somebody from Animal Services here? Okay. We'll come back to animal services then.
Zero.
Well, we can go through them if there's no questions for them. We can just go through their memos and if there are questions.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you're right. Let's see how we do. Okay, so we'll start with memo number 124, and this relates to funding for animal control officers and positions. There's a wide range of options available to us here, with a general fund impact of between $212,000 and $1.2 million. My recommendation would be, as an A priority, to add funding in the amount of $717,143 to hire 10 ACOs for a full year. A full year, not 9 months. So if it takes a while to get some of those hired, then there may be an opportunity to squeeze more in with the savings that are realized. But this is a important priority, I think, for all of us, and we would certainly urge hiring from day one if possible. So $717,000 for 10 ACOs as an A priority. Any discussion about that?
I'm just reviewing it. That was a big chunk.
And I'm assuming with the speed at which some of these things proceed that it might wind up being funding enough for 11 or 12 of them, which is probably closer to what's appropriate.
Right, and that's true. And the reason that I suggested doing it this way is I don't want to suggest that there should be delay.
Right.
The delay should be, or the goal should be to hire on July 1. I mean, there should be lists. They should be ready to go. This is something that's been asked for every budget year that we've been around, so they should be ready to go.
I'd support that.
Any other discussion? All right, very good. Without objection, then, that will be the action of the committee. That'll take us to item 125, and this relates to the Animal Sterilization Trust Fund. And the memo, again, ranges in general fund impact between $425,000 and $850,000. And my recommendation would be to add the funding in the amount of $850,000 as a B priority.
I would second that.
I think what I think would be a better priority would be to split it and add half of that as an A and half of it as a B. I think if there's no funding for the Animal Sterilization Trust Fund, that could start to back us up in terms of our no-kill success and having too many animals out there not spayed and neutered.
Yeah, I would support. I actually have it down on my list as an A in terms of this is the money we don't spend. It's penny wise, pound foolish. It ends up costing us much more down the road. So while I had it as an A, I'd be willing to second Mr. Kretz's.
And I agree with you.
Solomonic.
I would have it as an A for the whole thing, but I think a reasonable compromise would be half A, half B.
I think that makes good sense, actually. Part of the thinking here was we wanted to incentivize what I think Animal Services had indicated to us before, that there would be an opportunity to go out and try and do philanthropic fundraising for this, and that effort has fallen a bit short. But I think that makes good sense. We'll support half of it as an A priority, encourage them to go out and try to get private funding for the rest, and in the meantime, the second half will be a B priority. Very good. Any objection to that? All right, that will be the action of the committee. All right, that brings us to item number 135. This is squad room support, 11 administrative clerk positions with a general fund impact of $555,935. And this is where I go a little bit off the rails of my organizational system. I would like to recommend including that full amount in the animal services budget to support the call center operations. I give it a B plus. I want to give it an A, but
how about maybe an A minus?
A minus, A minus, B plus. This might be another one where perhaps we split the difference on that and say that was a good idea last time, Mr. Kretz.
Hey, I'm okay to get something into it. I think they definitely need some support. So,
They do, and it's clear that not having it is having an impact beyond animal services as well. As they testified when you have, as labor testified, when you have people calling 911 because they can't get through to this call center, that's a problem for everybody. So
if they were here, I would ask them whether this is enough to make a difference if we funded half of that. So maybe we could hold it and see if we can get an answer to that question before we move forward with it.
All right. Before we do that, any other thoughts, members? I want to hear from everybody if you have other suggestions on this one. I really, this is one where I was kind of torn. It's not a huge amount of money, but it's impactful for them for sure. Okay, well,
can we hold that till?
Yeah, let's go ahead and hold that one on the
till
desk
somebody
then.
shows up for it.
Okay. Okay, then that will bring us to MICLA, and then general CAO stuff, and then followed, we're going to skip the city attorney. Following that will be the city clerk. So on MICLA, item 63, related to the amortization of the cost of the asphalt plant. That was informational, and no action is necessary. Item 89 has to do with the police vehicle replacements and referring those to the Public Safety Committee. Again, the report was provided as informational and no action should be necessary.
Let me ask for a point of clarification, because the action is actually changing it and sending it over prior to financing to the Public Safety Committee, which was not the action of the actual budget.
Yeah,
so it's an actionable item to approve the CAO recommendation.
Okay, so the CAO recommendation is to affirmatively not authorize the $1 million in MICLA financing for police vehicle replacement until the item has been referred to public safety for consideration.
That's correct, right? And I would support that recommendation.
Okay. Is there a way we can do that in Exhibit H or as a budget instruction? Okay. All right. Then that, if there's no objection to that, then that will be the action of the committee. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Englander. And that brings us to item 118, electric vehicle charging stations and infrastructure.
That would be the same action as the previous item.
So that would require council approval of MICLA financing for electric vehicle infrastructure projects before they're entered into. And if there's no objection to that,
just have a question.
Sure.
So my reading of this is for electric vehicle charging and solar in regards to MICLA financing for LAPD and not citywide MICLA, but for LAPD.
That's correct.
So I'd like that to be reflected, that both of those are directly related only to LAPD.
All right. Any other discussion on that one? All right. Nope. That will be the action of the committee.
So that was for both 118 and 119.
Yes.
So that was referring to
yes.
Both LAPD.
Yes, thank
only.
you. So, did everybody catch that? Because I let that slip past. I didn't announce 119, but we're dealing with both of them the same. Okay. That brings us to the CAO. Item 122, the street damage restoration fee. And this, again, was informational. No action is required unless members feel differently.
I do.
Okay, Mr. Englander.
Well, it's my concern of the uncertain revenues. That if we're putting a lot on this policy and not quite certain then how to make it an actionable item, because it is for informational purposes, but it's it's a policy that has not yet been implemented or approved, and or could have possible challenges as well. And so maybe we can come back to that one and hold it on the desk for further discussion.
Okay, we can do so. So that will bring up, we're going to skip the city attorney for the moment, and I'd like to invite up the city clerk next. And the city clerk has items number 60, 62, and 87. So for, good morning, Ms. Walcott.
Good morning.
So for item number 60, this is the impact of reappropriating unspent neighborhood council funds for outreach activities. And it includes a senior project coordinator, 2 project coordinators, 2 project assistants as RAs. I would recommend that we add $662,197 to the UB for Department of Neighborhood Empowerment election outreach activities, contingent on a report from Dunn on how they plan to spend the funds in order to achieve their election outreach goals, and add RAs for 1 senior project coordinator, 2 project coordinators, and 2 project assistants as a B priority.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any objections or questions? All right. That will be the action of the committee. Item 62 is a graphic designer position and potential funding for neighborhood council, vote by mail for neighborhood council elections. My recommendation would be to add the graphic designer position authority to the city clerk's office. Yeah, and with regard to the vote by mail for neighborhood council elections, I just wanted to observe that we haven't yet finalized, the council hasn't yet finalized policy on the vote by mail option for neighborhood councils. We've wrestled with electronic voting. We don't have a clear policy yet on VBMs, so I think that discussion of that should await further development of the policy on that. But for the graphic designer position, I think the city clerk needs that regardless, and so I would recommend that position be approved as an A priority and funded. Okay. Any objection? That will be the action of the committee. Item 87 is fiscal impact of allowing neighborhood councils to accumulate funding from the funding program. This has been a subject of great discussion by the council over the course of at least the 8 years that I've been on the council. And in the past, the council has rejected rollover policy because of the administrative burden that it places on Dunn and the city clerk's office, the banking challenges that it creates, and the equity imbalances that it creates, among other things. So if we are going to revisit that policy, I think that should be revisited as a policy matter by the full council and not as a budget action item. So I would recommend no action on that.
I agree.
My second.
Is there any direction to explore the policy, though? 'Cause I actually would like to take a look at that.
Yeah, we can certainly request that as a special study member, or simply, just introduce the motion and have it heard by the appropriate committee. It's too big and complicated of a policy to really address just as a budgetary matter without vetting through Mr. Rue's committee and otherwise.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, even though I think we should take a look at it.
Yeah, I mean, if you'd like, we can request that as a special
study
study
back. For a special study.
Okay. It shall be done. Thank you, Ms. Walcott. That brings us next to the City Controller, which has only one report, number 42. It's a technical correction report requested by Mr. Blumenfield with a $98,000 impact, and I would recommend restoring that $98,637 to the Controller's Salaries General Account to correct that inadvertent shortfall error, and that should be an A priority. Unless there's objection, that will be the action of the committee. Next is Cultural Affairs, memo number 54, relating to the City Hall lighting project. Now, the memo was provided for informational purposes. Members, that funding was already provided in the mayor's proposed budget. I recommend no action on that item unless members have questions or concerns about it. Seeing none, we'll move on to disability. And we have one report for disability, that's report number 30, and then disability will be followed by economic and workforce development, which has quite a few, followed by the Pueblo, followed by emergency management, just so you can be queued up and ready to go. So disability is report number 30, and this is a comprehensive report back on the 7 requests that were contained in the department's letter. And cumulatively, they have an impact of $280,434. So my recommendations would be as follows: to add a position authority for 1 senior accountant 1 and $198,445 to the Department on Disability's budget, divided as follows: $41,053 for 12-month funding for a management analyst, $28,000 for the case management system, $18,000 for printing costs, $91,392 in salaries general, and $20,000 for staff development, training, and travel, and $30,000 for the AIDS coordinator's office. In addition to meeting those requests, I would recommend that we provide $81,989 in the UB for the CASP position, contingent on further discussion between the Disability Department and DBS for the appropriate placement of that position as between the two departments. Mr. Englander?
Point of clarification.
Yeah.
I had the similar notes. You went over the CASP position last. Is that?
That's right.
Okay, that's why.
So
that was the first item.
And the CASP position,
Sure.
So the point of that would be fund it in the UB, but the question is really, is it more appropriate for that position to be in DBS or in disability?
Okay. I may have the same reaction to that on the senior accountant one, where we were actually, over the years, moving those positions. I think more to, was it the Department of Finance or the CAO's office? But you can ask Mr. Llewellyn to weigh in on that. I know we were moving over a lot of SA1s over the years, but we're good with that. Okay. And then, so the last one that I had was, thanks for that in-depth analysis answer. And
See,
save your words.
That's why we were able to get 165 budget memos back in time,
so quickly
because of that kind of brevity.
That's right. Yes. And then on the AIDS coordinator office, I would ask that go in the UB, because I understand. I'd read recently that the county is actually offering that. So I think the partnership with them, they have funding to do that, unless that's incorrect.
I think. Honestly, on that one, I'd say regardless of what the county's doing, I'm not prepared to give up that position. I would certainly encourage that collaboration wherever we can find collaboration with the county, but I think it's critically important that this city make the city's statement that we're going to maintain the AIDS coordinator. So.
I agree, 100%.
I agree as well.
Okay.
Assuming this is A versus B?
Yes, A for all of those. Okay. Very good. Thank you, members. That will be the action of the committee. Okay, economic and workforce development. We have quite a few here. We have reports numbers 3, 4, 9, and 24. 3, 4, 9, and 24. So for number 3, this is the department's request for restoration and funding realignment of a management analyst regular authority. And it's only partial funding, I guess, because some of it is special funded. So it's $27,944, which I would recommend be restored for grant oversight. That's kind of a B plus for me too, because it leverages impact. You know what? I'm going to change that. I'm going to go ahead and say we can make that an A. It's only $27,000. So, any objections to that, member? Okay, that will be the action of the committee. On number 4, this relates to a request for an additional $750,000 for day laborer program for staffing increase in metrics, that full amount would restore this funding, the day labor program, to the highest level that it had had, its historic funding of $1.5 million. I think this is going to be one of those where I would like to also split that and restore $464,100 for the day laborer program as an A priority, and the balance for staffing and oversight, and the balance as a B priority. I'd like to go all the way and get that done, but this has been, just maintaining it, has been a struggle over the years. We have an opportunity to increase it here. Let's go ahead and increase it, but we're going to be pressed, is all I'm saying. We're going to be pressed to meet all of our needs, so can't do everything.
I'm a B on all of it.
Okay, Mr. England, there's a B on all
B.
of it, so I'm...
Yeah.
You want to come in Solomonically again, Mr. Kratz?
I'd probably go a hair less, maybe cover half of it as an A and half of it as a B.
Just to confuse matters, I'd go A for all of it. So maybe the reasonable way to proceed is your recommendation. I think you're.
I think that's fair enough.
Unless Mr. Blumenfield weighs us.
No, I'll go with the half and half approach, the Solomon approach that you put forward.
That I put forward. It's close enough. It's close enough to Solomonic.
It's
a little bit more than half, but okay. All right, Mr. Kratz, any objection to that?
No.
Okay, Mr. Ender, objection to that?
No.
Okay, that will be the action of the committee. That brings us to item number 9, which is the department's request for $1 million for the Los Angeles Regional Initiative for Social Enterprise. And that calls for $1 million in funding for LA Rise. I strongly recommend all of it as an A priority. This is a proven, terrific program that is actually supported by data, and I think it's a big step forward for us to take. So
A plus.
A plus. I'll take an A plus.
We'll take it.
Members, any objections?
I'll only give it an A.
Okay. So, what are we getting your GPA up to now, Ms. Perry?
Like 4.2 something or other.
Okay. So item number, if there's no objection, that will be the action of the committee. That brings us to item 24. This is a report relating to the expected workload of the vacant accountant position. So this would be fully funded by special funds. So I would request that we restore the accountant position and realign $67,743 in funding for the position to the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act Fund. And that's an existing vacant position, which has been vacant since 2014. Mm-hmm. So I hope that we can get that filled.
We will.
And I would suggest that as an A priority. Any objection to that, members?
That's special fund,
Nope.
right?
No objection? And that is completely special funded with this recommendation. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Then that will be the action of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
That brings us to El Pueblo, followed by emergency management, followed by ethics. And El Pueblo members is number 57 and number 61. Report number 57 was informational. That relates to the revenue impacts of parking lot number 5. That requires no action unless members feel differently. Item 61 relates to bathroom attendants. And so my thinking on this is $124,000. It's an important priority, of course, but the department also is expected to generate $5.5 million in revenue this year, and I think it's important. I think it's something that the department can absorb.
Yes, please.
So I think the department should hear that we think it's important and that they should pay for it. So, all right. If there's
so is that a C priority?
It's no.
I think it's a recommendation of no action. Actually, it's no action on that, other than our stern recommendation, I guess, which doesn't really need to be integrated into the budget. Sharon, I'm not. All right. So that brings us to emergency management, followed by ethics, followed by finance. Emergency management is item number 6, and those are department requested resources. On that item, members, I would ask that we add $388,351 to the EMD budget to be allocated, with $251,583 for 6 months funding for 3 emergency management coordinator 1 positions, and $104,768 to support the internship program, and an additional $32,000 for the department's overtime expense. And I would recommend that as an A priority.
What's the total?
Yeah, that'd be an A+ for me. I think it's critically needed in an underfunded department. What? Do we do A+? No.
All right. Any objection to that, members? All right. That will be the action of the committee. Memo number 36 is the department's internship program, and that really related to what we just funded with number 6. So no further action is necessary on that. So that will bring up ethics next, and this is a simple request for, or the report related to the workload of the Auditor 1 position and as-needed salaries for a shortfall in the as-needed salaries account. I'd ask that we add $25,000 to the as-needed account and regularize the authority for the Auditor 1 position. I'd ask that that be an A priority. Unless there's objection. Seeing none, that will be the action of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that brings us to finance, followed by fire. Finance has one memo, number 2, and this was a request relating to customer service specialist positions. I would recommend restoration of the 2 CSS positions without funding, in that the CAO indicates that the department has some flexibility to hire with in lieu and substitute authorities without changes. So, but I would like to restore those 2 positions. Any other thoughts or objections on that?
So is there a fiscal impact to that?
No, because the positions would be restored without funding. Okay. Objections? Seeing none, that will be the action of the committee. Okay, that brings us to the fire department, which has memos numbers 12, 158, 159, 160, and 162. Good morning. All right, so first, the big dog. Here's my thinking on this, on the helicopter members. We were presented essentially with two options by the department. I suppose the third is to do nothing, but that's probably not a suitable recommendation for any of us. But the two options were finance, using MICLA, finance the purchase of a helicopter which will be used a lot, or if we can't do that, to pay a lot of money to essentially have a helicopter available to us in the event that during a particular 30-day period we are impacted by a disaster. I think the second option makes very little sense and provides us with no real long-term benefit. It's a gamble of a lot of money, contingent on whether there happens to be a disaster during that particular time period. So, but at the same time, there is a lot of strain right now on MICLA. And so my recommendation would be to instruct the CLA to make recommendations back to this committee for adjustments that can appropriately be made in the existing MICLA program for 2018-19, so that the council would be able to include the purchase of the helicopter in the next fiscal year using MICLA. And that might include a review of some of the other vehicle purchases by some other departments, including fire, and other cost savings that can be realized to be able to realize that objective. And Mr. Englander, I know, is going to want to weigh in on this. Mr. Englander.
I do, yes, thank you. I have a slightly different suggestion, actually, if I could. And that is that we actually move this to the Public Safety Committee and then back to budget as a discussion. I think if we start looking at the breakdown in the number of months and when the first payments are due, and the fact that it's a 10-month turnaround from the acquisition and when we order it, we're within about a 2 to 3 month window in being able to secure this the same cost, but not having the first payment due till the actual following fiscal year. So I think we just got to play with it and tweak it a little bit, maybe even meet with some of the vendors and look at some of that flexibility. And so I think it merits a much deeper discussion than one that can be had here. And I've already talked to the fire chief a little bit about it, and he supports the idea of having those discussions directly with the vendor. So I'm happy to do that, but move it over to Public Safety Committee and they have them report back to budget with the outcome.
I don't know that the two recommendations are mutually exclusive.
I think that they may not be necessary. Is my point.
But it may be. What I'm saying is that you can still have the discussion and have the decision made through the discussion at Public Safety Committee, but best to have the resources lined up in case we need them, and this keeps that possibility alive.
We can always readjust that. I would suggest that we don't need it.
That we don't need what?
We don't need the first part of reassessing MICLA yet at this point. I think it would be premature. I don't think it's necessary.
So I think that having...
And we'll get through some of the other MICLA items, and I think it'll pan itself out, but we can always revisit that before we finalize the budget, but I don't think it'll be necessary.
So having more information is always better than having less information, but I think your suggestion about having the final go-ahead be approved by the council after review by public safety makes good sense, so that you do have an opportunity, so public safety has an opportunity to fully vet the various options and so forth. I don't know if anybody objects to that idea.
Can we request a 30-day report back?
Sure. The thing is, we have to have a MICLA schedule in the budget. So the MICLA schedule will either include this or it will not. And I suppose during the course of the year, we could always modify that, and that wouldn't be a problem, especially if we've already agreed that we're not going to make the expenditure until after further council action anyway. But I would certainly still like to have that review of the MICLA schedule by the CLA.
Yeah,
I think that's important for the CLA to go through each of the items on the MICLA schedule and to report back to us. And I suppose it could be in 30 days.
I'm fine with that. And that was my point, and I didn't spell that out, so thanks for the articulation. But the idea that we could always update our MICLA schedule in financing during the calendar year through our FSRs. We always have that opportunity, and that's why I said it wasn't needed today.
I'd much prefer, frankly, to see it done up front and have that option alive. I mean, it's a critical safety need, and if we don't have to reconsider in the middle of the year, I mean, I'd rather reconsider in the middle of the year to not have to spend the money than have to reconsider in the middle of the year to try to find a way to spend the money. And I think it's just more prudent to have the converstion.
Well, that was my point. We can always adjust MICLA. We don't have to find the money. We can always adjust MICLA, and we're not throughout the year. So we're still, from my understanding.
Let me ask the CLA to
council members, we always, as part of the budget action, there's always a MICLA proposal, but that always comes back to the council for approval. Right. That is the recommendation we always make to you, that any MICLA issuance come back to the council for full approval. As it relates to this particular item, there are a couple of ways of handling it. You could include the item, but at the end of the day, say that you're going to limit the amount to $193 million issuance. And then that would give us guidance in terms of coming back to you after the budget is done to actually determine which projects you want to do. So if you establish that you only want to do $193 million, which is what the CAO has identified as being the limit, you could include this project as the tentative list, but at the end of the day, that the final list will have to come back to you for approval. So that would be one way of handling it, and CAO can correct me if I'm wrong.
And so if we were to take that action and include that limit, even the decision about doing that and capping it at 193 could be subject to further change by this committee and the council if we decided to do it. CAO would object. But we would have the opportunity to be able to do that. There would be nothing that would prevent us from revisiting it if the need should arise at some point during the budget year.
I'm looking to the CAO, but I think that is correct. And in fact, we always do update it as it comes in when it does come to you, because there are inevitably other projects that either aren't ready or get added. So.
Right. So our capacity might change, the project list might change, or we may just make a decision to go a different way because of a pressing current need, regardless of, not that we typically do that, but regardless of what the cap might be. That is a decision that ultimately gets made by the council.
Yes, sir, but we very much appreciate your historic conservatism on overspending on MICLA. So you will have a chance, and we will work with the CLA in your offices to make sure the final list is the right one, and projects do change over time. This one's not ready, this one's ready to go, but we very much appreciate your long-term conservative approach to MICLA.
Which I strongly believe we should stick to. I just want to make the point, though, that that isn't necessarily carved in stone if an urgent need should arise. So, Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that's being said. Just before we move anything on MICLA, I want to understand what the trade-offs are in terms of, it's one thing if we just look at the schedule and we find out that there's more room, but it's another thing if we have to buy down some of that debt, so to speak, or if we have to remove projects in order to add projects. I don't want us to be taking an action to ask us to do that without our sort of eyes wide open. We know what the trade-offs are going to be in addition to what the capacity might change to be. But I think we're going down that road.
I think so, and I think that would be the benefit of having a comprehensive line-by-line analysis of the MICLA projects that are already scheduled, and also there might be variations even in the fire department's proposal with regard to this helicopter, and that's the sort of thing that we would rely on public safety to vet out. So I think it seems like the desire, unless I'm mistaken, is to proceed in the direction of the helicopter purchase, to have that subject to review by public safety, and in the meantime, to have the analysis of the propriety of each of the items, and not just the propriety, but the cost effectiveness of each of the items included in the MICLA schedule to determine whether or not there's additional financing capacity that will be able to meet that goal. Is that a fair summary, members? And that by approving this recommendation, we instruct that the purchase of the helicopter be reviewed by public safety before it's entered into, as it would be in the ordinary course.
Just make sure the language isn't just reviewed, but reviewed and approved.
And approved, yeah, sure.
By
the council has
the
to
committee
approve.
and council.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah, the council has to approve any of these.
Well, just note that oftentimes in the budget, if it says reviewed, departments will go ahead and negotiate a contract or purchase agreement, and that's just not the instruction here.
Okay. Fair statement. But again, just let's make sure that we're all clear on this. Every item that's approved for MICLA financing, before that transaction is entered into, still must be approved by the council. Correct? I'm looking to the CLA just to verify that, and she is verifying that. Very good. So everybody clear on that direction then? The direction is to request the analysis, to have the purchase of the helicopter be reviewed by the Public Safety Committee, and then come back to this committee with the Public Safety Committee's recommendations. Okay? Okay, very good. Thank you all on that one. All right, so that brings us then to report number 158. And this is the request for professional cleaning of the turnout gear. And I have some questions about this just because of the purchase that we've recently made about the extractors and so on, but I'd like to go ahead and recommend that we add $250,000 to contractual services account of the fire department for the professional cleaning of the turnout gear as a B priority, in that, you know, we have invested in those extractors. This would be better, certainly, if we can supplement that with this. It would help us to meet NFPA standards, but I see this as a B unless members object to that. Mr. Englander, what do you think?
Yeah. Partial objection, since I think the 250 would include 2 annual cleanouts. What about a half and half, an A priority for 1 cleanout a year of the equipment?
I don't second that.
Yeah.
I had
does that make sense to the fire department to be able to do it that way? If in other words, the way we do this with A and B priorities, if you were only to get half of that, would there be utility in that of only being able to do 1 cleaning rather than 2 cleanings a year?
Yes, sir. As you mentioned, the extractors provide for our normal cleaning of the turnouts to remove the carcinogenic materials from that gear, and then this supplemental cleaning, professional cleaning, would be for extraordinary, anomalous types of events where they're exposed to hazardous chemicals or events.
I see. Okay. All right. I can go along with that. Mr. Englander, are you good with that? Splitting it? Okay.
I had it as an A, so I'm good with the.
Okay, so half of that as A, half as B. Very good. That brings us to number 159. The benefits of fully staffing additional ambulances as compared to augmenting staffing on variable overtime. So the original request was for $1 million. That was brought down to $400,000. Reduce response times. I would recommend adding $400,000 in variable staffing overtime to augment the ambulance services at the 3 stations identified in the letter. I'd recommend that as an A priority, unless there's objection.
Great.
Okay. That brings us to number 160. This was largely informational and related to the same topic, so there's no further action necessary on 160. 162 was a whole list of various requests from the department. So you should probably turn to that one, members, since there are a number of things. 162. And my recommendations on these are to include resolution authorities for 1 pharmacist, 1 senior communications electrician, and 2 communications electricians. To include funding in the amount of $750,000 for the emergency incident technicians and fast response vehicles, and that would be a Tier A priority. And then to include funding in the amount of $1,067,013 for the Operation Valley Bureau and software licenses as a Tier B priority.
Run through them one more time?
Sure. So the pharmacist, 1 pharmacist, 1 senior communications electrician, 2 communication electricians, add those as resolution authorities. And then the funding part of this would be $750 for emergency incident technicians and fast response vehicles as a Tier A. And then $1,067,000 for OVB and software licenses as a Tier B. Go ahead, Mr. England.
I would say the software licenses, they can't expire. An OVB, that's already half of what was originally suggested for the EIR, and we don't have a headquarters. So I would make those both a Tier A.
Okay, members? Mr. Kretz?
I'd agree with the software licenses. I'm probably not up enough on the Valley Bureau headquarters to know what would make it an A versus B.
So the difference is we don't have a location now. We've been working on this now for 3 years. We've probably spent the equivalent of that already in staff time and working with Army Corps and the federal government on this. And we're nearly, this is it. We have to get this done. And they're requiring us to do this kind of completion on environmental work. We don't have an option.
Mr. Englander, I'm going to modify the recommendation because you're right about the headquarters. So I'm going to move that $600,000 as to my recommendation to an A priority. The software licenses, the memo indicates that savings may be found throughout the other year in other accounts to fund these costs, but ongoing funding should ultimately be identified. Yeah, it should, maybe. But in the meantime, I can't say that that's the most pressing priority. So let's leave the $467,013 as a B priority.
Okay.
Move OVB headquarters to an A priority. So we have, as an A priority, the $750 that I mentioned, plus the $600,000 for OVB as A, and then the $467,013 for software licenses as B. Is that fair?
Yeah, that sounds great. And did we capture everything else in that memo already then? The cannabis inspection program, some of the other? I want to just make sure. Was there anything we missed out?
I would just like to ask for clarification.
Your mic is not on.
You might need to press the button.
Is there a button?
Yeah.
There's no button. No.
I'd like to ask for clarification on the $750,000. You said this is for the fast response vehicles and the emergency incident technicians. Is that correct?
Let me go back to my notes here.
They were listed at $375 a pop.
Yeah, the FRVs are $375, $417.
Right. If you look at the information within the CAO memo, it tells you the full cost of those positions. of funding those, and those are much higher than what was originally indicated.
Oh, it's 746,000. Is that what you're suggesting?
Right. So for the fast response vehicles, the total cost for 2 FRVs would be $746,605, and for the emergency incident technicians for the 3 months is 1.26 million.
Is there a reason it's broken out above that at only 375?
That's what the department requested, and that's probably representing a direct cost. And so the CAO calculation includes a full cost with related costs in there.
So what are the full costs for the 2 items?
For fast response vehicles, the full cost is $746,605. And for the emergency incident technicians, it's $1,265,054.
Mr. Gretz, did you have a comment?
Well, I haven't had any time to process it, but obviously what would be a clear priority at 375 might give you a little more pause at 1.2 million.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Well, I just said the emergency incident technicians that we were budgeting an A priority for 375,000 should be budgeted at 1.2 million.
You're right.
And the fast vehicle,
You're
fast
correct.
response vehicles are twice.
So what? I'm not following that discrepancy.
Yeah, he's correct. And so I think what happened here in this case of this memo is a little different than all the other memos because it bolded out the fire department's request, but then the CAO underneath each one of these indicated all full costs. The fire department didn't take that into right, and so but it didn't come back in the form of. I think it was because there were so many different items in one memo. And then so if you just look at what's bolded, that's only the departmental request. It's not the full cost. So I think if I could make a suggestion that we table this one and come back to it so we can have a discussion and evaluation of
I think that's an
actual
excellent
cost
idea.
rather than try to push it through and talk about it on the fly.
That's an excellent idea.
That'd be great.
And maybe we could ask the fire department just step aside for a moment because that's the last one, and maybe our staff or CAO staff can try and clarify some of that discrepancy. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That brings up next the GCP. And on the GCP members, we have items 38, 44, 50, 67, 78, 102, 134, 139, 153, and 156. So quite a few items to get through. Starting with number 38, my recommendation would be to include funding for that one in the amount of $150,000 as an A priority and $150,000 as a B priority.
Yeah, I would suggest it's got to be 300 as an A priority. We have done some significant modifications and major changes. It's the only one of its kind in the state of California that actually has a facility like that, and one of the largest active participant groups in the entire city.
Do we know what the money is actually spent on? Because I'm not that familiar
Yes,
with
we do. It's all programmatic for one of the highest populations in the entire concentrated areas of at-risk youth, intervention, prevention, after school. We also have, it's got tutoring, mentoring, and it includes not only youth, but the families and parents as well. Job training, tremendous amount of after school and weekend activities, but with a major push to include now also summer programs, expanded hours, and where we've in the partnerships with the local Title I schools.
It's good stuff, which is why, I think the original request should certainly at least be an A priority, and then, as we can, if there's additional funding available, we want to add to that to be sure and
I would
double
tell you, I would strongly suggest that it needs to be an A for the entire funding. One of the biggest issues, too, is the delay in processing. In fact, this organization, which is really the only one in the grid zone as well, so it doesn't receive any direct grid funding either. And grid funding alone is, I think, upwards of $36 million this year. So there's no direct grid funding, and it's the only one of its kind in this grid zone, and that doesn't receive any.
Okay, I'm going to hold that one on the desk. Let's move to item number 44. That's the Jewish Heritage Month funding for, and the recommendation here would be to instruct the CLA to include $14,000 in funding for each of the council's annual Heritage Month programs. This one got left out inadvertently. So the mayor had asked for $98,000 in funding to support the 7 Heritage Month presentations at $14,000 each. We should ensure that they all are as an A priority. And there are, by the way, unspent balances in this account from prior years. So those should be utilized to offset this as well. And that should be an A priority unless there's objection. All right. That's number 44, the Jewish Heritage Month funding, to ensure that they and all of the other Heritage Months are funded. Number 50 is the Independent Cities Association, $2,250. I'd ask that be added to the GCP as an A priority without objection. Number 67, the Office of the City Clerk, City County Native American Indian Commission. So the share for the city and the county for this is even, so it should be. I don't know, as I sit here, whether the county has increased its funding. What I'd ask is that we include $53,000, the requested $53,000 in the UB for a proposed increase, contingent on a matching action from the county, unless there's objection to that. And that would be a B priority. Now,
point of clarification, because it says it's funding in the amount of 47. You just mentioned 53.
What, did I get that wrong?
I just don't see the 53 in the...
Councilmember, I believe it was 47 has been the historic. There was a report that they're going to increase it considerably, and the question is if they do increase it and the county matches, you may want the city to
make it 53 then.
Okay. And that the 53 was never mentioned in either one of the memos. But okay, so that's the number that we have. Okay.
Okay.
And as you saw in the memo, we have not yet confirmed if in fact it is increasing.
Okay.
Okay. Item 78 is the Youth Mentor Connection Program. I'd recommend, there's... Does that... Okay, well, I'm sorry. Let me move to that. Mr. Kretz, did you want to speak to that? While I'm flipping to it.
Yeah, my office has directly looked into this nonprofit program, which partners with corporations and businesses to get mentors for students. We've seen it in action, and $25,000 is a small price to pay to help high school students be better prepared for meaningful careers. And it's already functioning well at Jefferson High School and CD10, and we should be supporting it citywide. And Hamilton High School, I think, is the next school that's being looked at.
Okay. Well, I'd recommend approval of that then as a B priority.
Well, I'd certainly like to ask for it to be an A. It's a small amount of money as well to do a lot of good with at-risk youth.
Okay, members?
I'm fine with it as an A.
I'll go A.
What's that?
I'll go A.
A? Okay, A it shall be. Congratulations, Mr.
Don't I get to vote?
Thank you.
What's that?
Don't I get to vote?
It won't change it. The opposite.
I'll make it an A plus.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank
A plus. Okay, that counteracts my B. So that brings us to 102. The Midnight Stroll Transgender Cafe. I think this was informational only. So the CAO simply recommended that the $100,000 remain in the GCP account. So no action is required. Unless I'm... Okay. So 134, Census Operations and Outreach. So this is a matter of leveraging a lot of philanthropic money that will be necessary to ensure that the city fully participates in the census, and there's so much that depends upon that in terms of future funding. So I would recommend that we include an additional $800,000 for census outreach in the GCP as an A priority. Unless there's objection.
Which one is it?
So the mayor's budget included $200,000. They've requested another $800,000 to match the philanthropic efforts that are being coordinated. Am I right about that?
I'm just looking at the memo, and it says number 134. It says 700,000. So I just want to.
There's currently $700,000 in the proposed budget.
The mic's not on.
There's 700. 700.
I need the mic to be on, though.
Right. There's $700,000 in the proposed budget. There in 17-18 there was $420,000. So it was an increase of $280,000.
But, Mr. Chair, you're asking for an additional 800. Is that correct?
Maybe I got my numbers wrong. Okay, let's hold that one on the desk, too. Yeah, it's okay. We'll hold it on the desk. Okay, 139 involves recruitment funding. That was for informational purposes only, right?
Maybe. I had a question on that.
Go ahead, Mr. Engledew.
On the what I'd like to do is make the $100,000 for fire recruitment for women in targeted hire a priority, an A priority, and the other balance, $301,000 for LAPD. I'd like to send that to the Public Safety Committee for discussion. And we can get into that further when we get into hiring, and maybe it'll further explain itself out. But the $100,000, so there's $401,000 currently. $100,000 again is for fire, and I'd like to move that to an A, and the balance sent to the UB and to public safety.
I don't know if I understand that.
Oh, it's already funded, right.
Rather than, I'm sorry, just send it to public safety and hold it for approval.
So the 223 plus the 178, you want to hold out in the UB then?
Well, it's already funded, so we could move it. We don't have to find funding, but I'd like to, hold the funding for the PD outreach and recruitment, and send that to public safety. For the 100,000 recruitment for fire, I'd like to move that as an A priority.
So the 100,000 is already budgeted. I agree it should stay, right? Am I right about this? The $100,000 for female firefighters would continue.
Council members, I believe that this item is already funded in the GCP.
Yes.
There's a total of $400,000 that's allocated.
Right.
There's $300,000 that is set aside for LAPD and $100,000 set aside for LAFD. I believe
Right.
what Councilman Englander is saying is that on the $100,000, he's okay with moving forward with that, but the remaining $300,000, he would prefer to have that in the UB and then have that come back to public safety.
Yeah, that's what I had understood as well, and that makes sense to me.
Now, is that funding for personnel?
It's for, no, it's, well, yeah, it's going to the personnel department, but it's for outreach and it's for recruitment.
And council members, I believe that the personnel department had actually requested that that money be transferred to their department.
Right, out of
Correct.
the GCP and into personnel.
Yeah.
And that should
And I'm
be
sure that will be the direction. That's certainly the direction for the 100,000 for fire. And ultimately, once it goes through public safety, that's whatever funds or funds would be recommended would go to personnel, not back to the department.
Will that do anything to slow the hiring process?
No.
Good morning, council members. As we had requested, we were hoping that the funds could be transferred into the personnel budget because for our summer recruitment efforts, we would need access to the funds immediately at the start of the fiscal year. One of the first things we have slated in July is the annual LAPD hiring expo that we have revitalized, as well as a number of summer programs in the fire department youth programs. So this is why we were hoping that we would have access to the money as we have done historically, because of the number of transactions that we process in terms of ad buys and outreach, as well as the immediacy with which we need the funding.
Let me make a suggestion that the 100 be moved out of fire, that half of it go to for PD, so that'd be 150,000 to personnel on top of the 100,000 from fire, and then the balance, which would be $150,000, I guess 151,000 would be the balance that would be then sent to committee, and that'll allow you more than enough to get through summer recruitment and ad buys.
Okay. Any objection to that, members? That will be the action of the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to number 153, Clean and Green Jobs. That was an informational report. No action is required. Item 156, relating to solid waste Lifeline recertification. Sanitation has not recertified since, well, in almost 7, 8 years, since 2012, 2013. And I think it's important that we move forward with recertification. It's probably important that we also look at additional funding for this in future years. But I'd like to request that we add funding in the amount of $500,000 to the UB for the implementation of policy changes to the Lifeline program as a B priority. And then ask that the sanitation report back on a more cost-effective recertification process than having to go through this rigmarole that we have to go through, which has probably contributed to the 7-year delay in recertification or 6-year delay in recertification. This is something that really we should be able to do annually without this much cost. And I'm hoping that they'll have some suggestions for how to do that electronically or otherwise, or putting the onus on the beneficiaries of Lifeline certification as well to validate their continuing entitlement to it. Mr. Anderson?
I was going to make a similar recommendation and ask that they also include the idea of a staggered recertification. and so they don't have to go out to the same in the entire group, but they can stagger it and do a little bit, perhaps a third every year. But I did have a question, though, under the Muni Code that was outlined by the Department of Finance, and that says that it shall be recertified and verified every 2 years for eligibility. And the question, I think, is one that needs to come back from the city attorney as to, if we haven't done that, then it shall be funded and we shall do it. Then I think we need a report back from the city attorney suggesting what we either need to change in the Muni Code and or go back to recertification and hear back from the department.
And what ramifications there may be if the recertification isn't done. I think that's a good suggestion.
Didn't we do this? I mean, this one came up last year too, and it was one of these things where the costs were way out of proportion with the program benefits, where we could, for the cost of the recertification, we could just be providing services to more people. So it seems like this is an annual problem.
And it's a problem that I would hope sanitation can come back to us with some solutions for, particularly if the Muni Code requires a recertification process. It's just we have to find a less expensive way to do it so that we can make sure that we're not spending more than we could conceivably be saving by the certification process itself. All right.
So the recommendation is what exactly?
The recommendation is to put $500,000 in the UB for the implementation of policy changes in the Lifeline program, and to get a report back from sanitation on more cost-effective recertification processes, and to have sanitation and the city attorney report back on potential ramifications that there may be from failure to comply with the municipal code requirements that Mr. Englander had mentioned.
So is the $500,000 actually recertify folks, or it's just creating the policy?
We're going to put it in the UB for now until we can get some answers back on some of those questions.
Okay.
Okay. If there's no objection to that, that will be the action of the committee. So before we go to general services members, I'd like to go back now to the city attorney's office, and then aging. We had animal services. We had a question for animal services, but let's go ahead and complete the city attorney first. So, thank you for the warning, Matt. What we'll do is we'll finish the city attorney, we'll complete our missing question for animal services, and then, members, would this be a good time to take our lunch break before we get into general services? We'll do that. All right, so for the city attorney, we have memos numbers 10, 113, and 145. Number 10 relates to cannabis support position and funding through fees versus general fund funding. And on this one, my recommendation would be to restore 1 deputy city attorney 2 and add $189,986 in funding to the city attorney's office for direct and related cost. There is, and recommend that as a B priority. There's still a lot of information that we don't yet have with regard to the necessary funding that will come through the Cannabis Regulation Trust Fund, and any additional appropriation beyond what we have available to us right now, will impact our potentially create a deficit in the general fund. So I'd like to go ahead and restore that position for now and fund it, and then let's keep an eye on how we do with cannabis revenues before we move forward with other general fund obligations for this. So just that one position as a B priority. Yeah, Mr. Kretz.
So question for the city attorney, is there a cost in terms of potential lost revenue with not creating this position?
Council member, the revenue that I think that it goes into the fund is actually the revenue that's generated from the fees associated with the administrative portion, the licensing portion. The revenue that would come from the enforcement is actually a criminal penalty, so it wouldn't go into the general fund necessarily.
But in terms of the impact of enforcement, which indirectly is if you're enforcing against illegal dispensaries, as an example, and then you force out 100 illegal dispensaries with this position, and then those funds presumably go to legal dispensaries and wind up translating to revenue for the city. Have you looked at the indirect revenue implications of that?
We have not looked at the indirect revenue because I'm not sure that we would be able to at this time, but your analysis is correct, or at least it could be correct, that if we are able to shut down more illegal, unpermitted, or unlicensed dispensaries, then the revenue and therefore the taxes that we have received on that revenue should increase on the legitimate side.
So one assumes the illegal places are not paying taxes when they're violating multiple other regulations.
Yeah, and I do not know. You'd have to ask the Department of Finance whether they are even collecting taxes off of somebody that does not have an active BTRC.
I'm assuming not. So I don't know exactly how we calculate if no analysis has been done on that part, but I'm wondering if we're only looking at one side of the ledger and not the other.
Councilmember, I agree with you that more enforcement may increase revenue in general, because we may direct more people to the legitimate side, and we may see enforcement sort of legitimate revenue regardless of fines and penalties, et cetera. The position requested in front of you is on the advice side, not the enforcement side. So it is not a position that would be doing enforcement. It would.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any questions or objections? Seeing none, that will be the action of the committee. On report number 113, the risk management positions, I'd like to suggest that we include an additional $459,325 in the city attorney's budget in support of enhanced risk management advice. This would be a little less than the city attorney is requesting. It would fund 4 positions instead of 6. I would recommend that as an A priority. And then, as long as we're at it, let's go ahead and recommend the other 2 positions as a B priority so that if funding becomes available, we're able to meet that need as well. So, any objection to that? Seeing none, that will be the action of the committee. Report number 145, the ACE program. This involves 1 deputy city attorney 4 and 1 paralegal 2. So I'd recommend on this one that we include the 2 positions with 119. Oh, wait, hold on 1 second. So let me ask Mr. Llewellyn on this one. The memo indicates that the general fund impact to fund the 2 positions for 9 months is $119,546.
That is correct.
That's right. So the projected revenue. Walk me through the projected revenue on that.
The projected revenue is, at this time for next year, it's $1,571,150. And so based on the amount of the direct cost and the indirect cost for the 2 positions at 9 months funding, that amount is $390,717. So based on what is currently in the proposed budget of $2,040,831, that in order to fund both these positions at 9 months funding, that the general fund impact would be $119,546.
Okay, that's what I wanted to do. Just wanted to make sure I had that math right. So that would be my recommendation, members, to go ahead and approve that $119,546 for those positions as a B priority. Any objections? All right, seeing none.
Personally, I think it's an A priority, but I don't have strong feelings one way or the other. It certainly brings in a substantial amount of revenue at the same time.
It does. It's a good program. I think that will, for now, that will be the action of the committee. All right. And then that brings us, thank you. I think that covered all of the city attorney reports, right? So that brings us then to our question on animal services. This was number 135. So was that your question, Mr. Englander? Or it was squad room. No, it was Mr. Kretz's question about squad room support, and the proposal was.
It was to fund half of that.
I've kind of forgotten what it was now. We were going to split this. The proposal was to fund half of it, and the question was whether that would make a meaningful difference in the squad room. Is that?
Yes,
is that right?
That was the question.
Good morning. Tammy Watson. I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the proposal was, or the request was, to fill 11 administrative clerk positions at a cost of $555,000. And the way we approve our recommendations is to assign either an A priority or a B priority. And we were a little indecisive about what tier to put that recommendation in, and so the proposal was to take half of the money and treat it as an A priority, so that half of those positions would get filled first, and then half of those positions would be a B priority, which would be filled in a secondary wave if enough funds were available to meet that after meeting the city's other priorities. Was that a fair summary?
Mm-hmm.
So,
perfect summary.
And then
go ahead, Mr.
And then just to also add to that, possibly on the A priority, right now it's asking for 9 months of funding. Traditionally, historically, what we do is 6 months of funding in most of these positions, so something else to look at.
We started doing that last year against my better judgment, because what I don't want to do is incentivize departments to think that the new normal is we can fund them for a position and then they get around to hiring somebody 6 months after July 1. That's not okay. Departments need to hear from us that they need to hire what we tell them to hire, and they need to fix those problems. That's why I'm a little apprehensive about going to those 6 months funding models, because they're a little phony, and they give departments too much leave to take, and personnel and everyone else involved, granted. It slows down the hiring process too much. So I don't want that to be our new normal. I want our new normal to be to fund positions and then to hire to fill those positions as the council tells you all to do. So, Mr. Llewellyn, you're eager to grab the mic. Go right ahead.
Councilmember, we're supportive of transparency in budgeting. If you do only provide 6 months funding, departments, you're telling them not to hire them on day one. You're telling them to hire them 6 months later.
That's what I'm saying.
So I encourage you just to mirror sort of your goals with the sort of the hiring order.
I would rather them hire fewer people with 9 months funding than more people with 6 months funding, and then not do that.
To answer the first part of your question,
sorry, we took a little detour there, but
I'm sorry.
Go right ahead.
The 11 positions would be for 24-hour service, and that's the minimum number we feel that it would be appropriate to answer around the clock. So if we were to hire half or get funding for half of them, we would not be able to provide the 24-hour service.
Okay, so you'd have to consider different deployment models that might have skeleton crews at some hours and or minimal crews, or maybe not at all between certain low traffic hours.
As a matter of fact, the 11 is a skeleton crew. So from 7 to 7, when we have the majority of the calls, that's when we will have more staffing. But during the late night and overnight, that's when we'll have a skeleton crew. And it will take 11 employees to manage that plan.
Okay. All right. You know what? In light of that, I think, a lot of us were leaning above B anyway, I think. Go ahead, Mr. Islander.
I'm fine with that. I do have a question. I mean, look, I'm always about more and better service and improved, and anything we can do 24 hours a day, especially as it relates to what I consider first responder type situations, which most of these calls very well could be. My question becomes simply one of productivity and workload.
Yeah.
And for example, we made a bold move this last year to take the vast majority of our police divisions and close them at night. And we did so because nobody was walking in the door. And we said that's that many more officers that we can get out on the street. And so my question would be how many times is the phone or is there activity at 2 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the morning to justify? Always best to have more and try to run every department 24 hours. But when it comes time to prioritizing dollars, we're going to spend the whole dollar. Depends on where. We're going to spend it out in the field. We're also hearing at the same time with the department that the response times out in the field often will take sometimes 24 hours depending on the call. So the question becomes, what are those priorities? And I don't have the answer to that, but the 24-hour support, in my mind, may not be the best use of those dollars rather than skeleton crews. That's my 2 cents.
If I might add, currently,
Please.
Because we do not have 24-hour call service, we have to leave an officer in the office to answer those emergency calls, and that also delays our response time to answer the emergency calls.
Can you provide us with any sense of volume of those late-night emergency calls?
In writing.
I don't have the numbers before me today. The one thing that I do know is that when we receive them and we're not able to answer them, then we do hear from the community as well as the media regarding that.
So I think it's a point well taken, Mr. Englander. What I would suggest is we still go with the half and half, half A, half B, with a report back about other ways that the low workload time frame can be dealt with. For example, people might be on call and take those calls, by cell phone when there's a particularly low volume. There might be other ways that we can do this rather than having an officer sitting by a phone that doesn't ring. I totally get the need when it arises, but because it arises on a sporadic basis, I'd like to kind of hear some more thought about how we can achieve that result in a more cost-effective way. I think that makes sense. But let's go with the funding for at least half right now.
Well, based on what I've heard, I'd probably rather go with the A for all of them, especially if we're sort of mimicking the worst of our LAPD deployment, and we're in essence having the equivalent of a sworn officer sitting behind a desk answering those phone calls. We'd obviously be better off allowing our animal control officers to be out in the field during those hours and have someone trained to answer the calls.
Yeah, except the point with the police is that those desks are closed. Right. We closed those desks in order to do that.
Yeah, it's just
but
the
we
opposite.
answer phone calls.
Let me make a suggestion, because I hear you, Mr. Koretz, and you are the chair of this committee. I would strongly suggest that we actually get these numbers back and make the informed decision. I think you're spot on. That we're answering those calls. The question becomes, how many are we answering, and how often are they? And are there more efficient ways utilizing technology, I think, as Mr. Krikorian alluded to, that we could take on, so we're not just saying, no, don't do the service, right? And so I like the idea of the A and B, but I would strongly suggest that you ask for a report back so we can start looking at the data and maybe come up with some other tools to make sure we're responding to customer service and those calls rapidly 24 hours a day, and there's other ways to do that. So we don't just fund it and forget it. So we do the half A and B and come back, and I would suggest you ask for a report back to come to your committee, which I'm also on, and because I'm interested in looking at those numbers and working with you to figure out how we can best utilize folks to make sure that we have some kind of a priority.
Well, I'd certainly join you in that ask. So.
Okay.
Sounds fair enough.
All right. Mr. Blumenfield.
I'm okay with that. While we have animal services here, I wanted to ask a question about 125 report as well.
Shoot.
Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry. Before you do, I think we had resolution on 135, so that will be the action of the committee to split it A and B with the report back that was described by Mr. Kretz and Mr. Englander and myself. Okay, Mr. Blumenfield.
Great. On 125, we sort of landed on also the half option, half A, but since you're here, I wanted to get a sense. You know, my worry on the sterilization fund is that we're being penny wise and pound foolish if we don't fund it as you described. We end up with more animals in the pipeline, a bigger cost for sterilization, and it's just not smart spending. The idea was put forward that perhaps we should be making up that difference with private donations, which is a good policy objective and one I support. But then the question is, will that be able to work? Are we, does the model of half and half get us onto a sort of a smart funding objective, or are we in some ways being penny wise and pound foolish? And sort of backing it up with the actual, since you're here, or the actual facts about the numbers and the predictions.
Thank you, Councilmember. John Portland with the Department of Animal Services. And the Animal Sterilization Fund has been with us for a long time, and it's built up to provide a considerable amount of support. And it really hasn't been cut back, I don't think, in decades. It's actually started in the focus on spay neuter started in 1971. And the last time we made any attempt to slow down or look at that fund, we got a pretty strong reaction from the community. And we learned there was a lot more support for this fund than we had realized. What we're asking here is a continuation of the service at the level that it's been. We had a considerable reserve built up in the fund that's been used to support other things in the city, and we're now back to the point where there's going to be a red number at the end of the next fiscal year, and I'm not quite sure how the $450,000 would work. That would leave the fund short. That would mean several thousand, maybe 3,800 surgeries that we can't perform that we are already scheduled to perform. In addition to having the vouchers that we issue, we also have 8 contracts. We have spay neuter clinics in 5 of our shelters, and we have 3 contracts with 3 mobile spay neuter clinics that we send to the target areas, to the areas where they're needed the most. And we'd have to relook everything if we're going to start. Are we going to cut back some of these contracts? It's a question that I think has a lot of different moving parts associated with it. So the request is just to keep the program going, and the estimate is $850,000. When we actually get there, the number may be different. But our best efforts, many, many hours, have gone into projecting forward into fiscal year 18-19. So it's recommended for your consideration at the amount of $850,000, and whatever else might be a good contingency to allow the program to continue.
So without that, you're saying the program actually gets existing contracts have to be they can't be renewed or they get cut?
Some are going to get cut or eliminated, yes.
So, Mr. Chair, with that information, I guess I would argue for an A funding for this.
And I think I would agree. I mean, I think part of the way we've looked at this in the past is there's been more of a balance that we were able to draw from. But the fact that right now we've wiped out that balance and this funding is actually necessary year to year, I think could be very problematic. And if we have, almost 4,000 surgeries that aren't done, and we have those as cats wandering around the city reproducing, and especially without ability to address feral cats and those combined, we could make a lot of additional work for our shelters and increase euthanizations dramatically. So while I didn't want to have us have to spend this kind of dollars, I think it's a pretty compelling argument.
Well, so what is the reason for the negative trend line here? We used to have a large balance that has been dissipated, and now we're having to rely on general fund infusions. Talk about the history of that a little bit.
I will. Thank you. John Forland again. The fund was established. This animal sterilization fund is actually a consolidation of 3 different funds. And there had been a general fund appropriation going back into the 90s. It was established since 2002 or 3 at about $1 million a year. And from the general fund, they came into the animal sterilization fund to support these surgeries. We also have surcharges on dog licenses, either $7 on a $20 license or $2 on a $100 license, that also go into that fund to support spay neuter surgeries.
I'm sorry, $2 on a $100 license?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what it is.
So a 50% increase in that would be $3 on a $100 license, and would have a significant infusion of. Well, how big of a portion of that budget is that?
2,000 or 3,000 licenses.
Oh, okay. So
went,
that's a tiny part of the entire balance. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
In addition to that, we get only about $100,000 in donations into the animal sterilization fund every year. The surcharge brings in about $950,000. So the bulk of the support has come from the general fund. When we had that balance built up to several $1 million, I think it was over $5 million. Especially during the recession, it became visible. And that money was made available initially on a one-time only basis to use to cover our administrative costs that were used to administer the fund, and then eventually the general fund transfer was reduced to $700,000 and down to zero. That drew that balance down. So now we're going back. We're not asking for that initial $1,100,000. But in this year, when we get down to the zero, we're asking for the $850,000 to get us through fiscal 18-19.
Okay. Okay, I'm convinced. So we'll move that up then, unless there's
put the second half in the UV. That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll change that. The original recommendation was 50-50. I think it's the consensus that we can identify it all as a tier A. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, so we've completed everything now through GCP. We're ready to take up general services next, but it's 12:30, so this is probably a convenient time to take our break for lunch. I have to apologize to you all. I'm moving too slowly. So as we come back from lunch, I'm going to kind of read them off in more rapid-fire manner, and I'll count on you guys to stop me and object unless you're okay with it. So we can move, because we got a lot to cover still. So with that, let's go ahead and be in recess for lunch until 1:30. Finance Committee's consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for 2018-2019. Members, we had a couple of items that were left on the desk earlier, so let's go ahead and finish those, and then we'll move on to general services. So first, there was a recommendation on the fire department, memo number 162. And I think I mangled that a little bit in my recommendation, so I just want to make sure that we're clear on that recommendation and make sure that we're all on board. So, recommendation on memo number 162 for the fire department. So, Tier A, my Tier A proposal would be to include funding in the amount of $654,683 for 3 months funding for 9 firefighter 3s to serve as EITs, to include funding in the amount of $578,368 for expansion of the fast response vehicles, to include funding in the amount of $600,000 for OVB headquarters environmental review, and then in Tier B, to include funding in the amount of $467,013 for software license maintenance and support as a Tier B proposal. Are those numbers now more consistent with what the expectation was of the CAO? And, okay. So if there's no objection to proceeding with that, that was just really clearing up the numbers. I think we had a consensus on our general approach. So if there's no objection, that will be the action of the committee. Then on the GCP, regarding the census, we had held item 134. And the recommendation on that, there's already $700,000 in the budget for census support and operations and outreach. So the proposal would be to include $300,000 additional to that to bring that number up to $1 million as a Tier B priority. So unless there's objection to that, that's how we will proceed. And then and then the other thing on the GCP is Mr. Englander had clarified for me some things on item number 38. So I had split that as an A and B priority. We'll keep the entire recommendation as an A priority.
And I think we had one more on number 122, street damage restoration fee. We had a hold on that one as well. Did we complete it? That was, I'm sorry, that was under CAO. Did we end up moving that? No?
No,
so we held that one on the desk?
I don't know, remind me, because my recommendation was no action. So what was?
Mr. Chair, I believe Mr. Englander raised the issue about you're putting money in the budget without the policy decision having been made yet, but
which is true. Yes, that is true. But was there a proposed action, or did you want to?
There wasn't a proposed action, but I think maybe it would merit a conversation, and not proposing. Maybe an action will come out of the conversation. Suggestion might be to set that money aside until we have an approved policy. To set it aside until we have approved policy. To not program the dollars until we have an approved policy.
You know, some of the money, sir, as the report said, was set for projects later in the year, so you could move, but some is programmed.
Yeah, but I don't know how we program money that we don't have a policy for, and there's no means of collecting that revenue until we have a policy.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Blumenfield?
I'm concerned about the suggestion because it would also apply not just to this, but to the billboard money, to a lot of other monies that are in this budget.
And last year's budget and in the...
and I would suggest that we do that for every single revenue stream that we don't have a proposed policy for. I think it would be a grave mistake to start programming and earmarking staff and resources for money that is uncertain. As, again, it was just pointed out, we did last year and the previous year where we had revenue streams without policies and the money never materialized. I always think should be set aside rather than programmed.
Councilmember, we have pointed that out in our letters to you in our testimony, and that is ultimately a policy call whether you expect the money to come in or not. Including, we pointed out some things like short-term rentals. You're talking about reducing the funding if you devise more restrictive policies. So it's not always the upside. Sometimes it's the downside.
And with that, again, it would be, from my perspective, from a fiscal policy perspective, it would be in our fiduciary responsibility to not program dollars that we don't have an approved policy for a revenue stream or a guaranteed revenue stream coming in. While we know not everything is always guaranteed, we don't have an approved policy. We have only heard back that it's moving through a process. We've also heard on the flip side there could be significant challenges to that. And until we hear that, we have a lot of staff that scrambles to get things ready, particularly with BOE and others that have to program timelines in their schedules. And this, we get a lot of complaints throughout the year from a lot of these staff members and departments that it's very complicated when we don't approve a policy and then we program the funding in the budget and they don't know what to prioritize. And there's a lot of starts and stops. And it's very difficult for them for consistency and continuity rather than to focus on what we have budgeted and stick to those as a priority until we have set forth a policy for that revenue stream.
On this funding, I would note that $30 million of it was transitioned from gas tax to our pavement preservation program for $20 million, and then to the first 6 of our Vision Zero street reconstruction projects, $10 million. So $30 million of the money that was programmed in this was to essentially ongoing programs and projects from another funding source. And so if you take all of this money out, you will have, particularly on the street reconstruction, projects that won't be able to move forward.
And that's where
they're the ones that we are in the process of doing now. They're ready to go to construction starting in July.
Right. I appreciate that. That's where it makes sense to look at where the different revenue streams are from and to program what we do know is coming in. Are part of those gas tax dollars any of the ones that are at risk on the referendum?
No, this would be our regular gas tax dollars, the SB1 revenues. This would be from the amount that we felt we would be getting between now and January 1st. The referendum money was programmed in such a way that it was for projects included in SB1 that would not start until January. So if the referendum was successful, we would be able to delay those projects.
So let me ask you
this $10 million that's here is for the projects that we have been designing now and are getting ready to go to construction starting in the beginning of the fiscal year.
Okay, and so of the total dollars in this in the street damage restoration fee, the total dollar amount for the entire year is proposed to be how much?
$70 million is the proposed revenue.
About 60 of which is new, sir.
Correct.
About what? I'm sorry?
60 is new. The
60
increase.
So and 10 is what you're talking about is already programmed.
No, sir. 10 is ongoing, so you're certain to receive that. The proposed policy will increase the revenue to what we estimate to be 70, so there'll be a $60 million delta. Of that 60, 30 for sure is programmed to things that I believe your council will want to continue. If somehow the revenue didn't come through, you will have to, I believe you will want to try to figure out a way to replace it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you're suggesting that $30 million is more along the lines of what we would call uncertainty, if we had to call it anything.
Sir, you haven't adopted the entire 60. 30 is being proposed for spending on things like street preservation that are very high priorities for your council.
No, I get that. You said there's another 10, so that would be 40.
Correct.
The total balance was 70, so the difference between 70 and 40 is 30.
That's
the other 30,
That's
not
correct.
the first 30. So I'm saying 30 is still questionable in terms of waiting for a policy, is the most questionable.
No, sir. The whole 60 is one lump.
Okay.
I'm saying the budget, as our memo notes, programs some of that into very high ongoing priorities that if somehow your council did not pass it, my guess is you would try to find additional revenue or move projects around to move gas tax into them so that there are some of the money is going in the proposed budget to high council priorities, traditional high council priorities.
So in your best guess then, on your estimate as the CAO, what would you recommend if we were to set aside a portion of these funds in the UB until we have such a policy, a solid policy in place, what would that amount be?
We would recommend you program the 30 and potentially put 30 million in the UB.
That's what I was. That's where I came up with the 30, right? So okay, so we go back to that same 30. So that would be my suggestion.
So as another option, rather than putting the 30 in the UB, could we provide budget footnotes instructing each department to whom the money is appropriated not to expend the money until a policy is in place? Is that, and that's probably a question more for the CLA. Have we done that sort of thing before where the departments are instructed to withhold expenditure of the money pending resolution of the policy questions?
Yes, that is possible. You could do that. But if I recall, part of that money is actually a special purpose appropriation. So it's not even in a departmental budget. So you could, in theory, move it to the UB. It's not a problem with moving it to the UB, but this $30 million that you're referring to is actually a special appropriation. So it's not actually located within a departmental budget for expenditure. And we could certainly footnote that it cannot be spent until
if it's put into the UB, it couldn't be regardless.
Yes,
so
you could do that too.
Moving the money to the UB would preserve the ability of the council to have further discussion and weigh in on the policy and then appropriate the money accordingly. But it wouldn't be lost because it would be specified what its intention, the intention that we have to spend it on particular budgeted priorities will still be preserved, but the money will be in the UB pending our approval of the policy.
Yes, you could do that.
Does that alleviate some of your concern, Mr. Blumenfield, if we're not...
I mean, on this particular one, I mean, this policy is going to come before us before the end of the fiscal year, so I think that'll settle itself. But as a budgeting concept, it's a very different way of looking at our budgeting. And if we do it for this, then, as I said, there's a lot of it. We can ask the CAO, what are all the revenue sources that are in a similar boat? And I mean, I always mention billboards because that comes to mind, and that's the perfect example of the reason maybe not to go this route, because that money was programmed last year, and the policy never came to fruition. But there's probably a dozen or so other policies. It would really punch a big hole in this budget, and I'm not sure if we should be doing it, because the budget is all about probabilities, and it's just as if there are these monies that were coming in. There are monies that we're not mentioning here that may very well be realized, and the hope is that you do enough of a conservative estimate that you end up somewhere around even as the year proceeds. But to take these things out of the budget, I think would be problematic for our budgeting process. But how many other sources are in that boat?
Council members, we highlighted in our letter the challenge to SB1, which as of now appears to have made the ballot. So there's a very real challenge to that. Your council is considering short-term rental policies that will actually reduce that pot. This is a new fee increase that we highlighted that your budget has not yet, your council has not completed that it's work with. The billboard revenue, again. And we also have told you in the course of our discussion of cannabis, we think that revenue source as a new one, without lots of data, is a very hard one to predict. We don't have the history like we do with things like our property evaluations to come up with a really strong number on that.
Yeah, but just to be clear, those are different categories of uncertainty. There's one kind of uncertainty that relates to not knowing how much revenue will come in because of a particular policy that we've chosen to take. You could say the same thing about our gross receipts tax or, property tax or sales tax or anything else. We don't know with certainty what those will be. We have a pretty good idea, but there is a degree of uncertainty surrounding those. But with this policy, this is a policy that hasn't been decided upon yet. It's a proposal that's out there, but the council hasn't decided the policy. So I draw a distinction between that kind of uncertainty and the kind of uncertainty that comes from, say, cannabis, which is just lack of a track record. And I do think that there's, as a matter of good budgeting policy, the council makes policy. And until we make policy, it's premature to budget assuming that that policy is going to be made. That being said, sometimes we're kind of forced into the position of having to do that, and as Mr. Blumenfield says, it's a probability issue. I mean, are we going to act on this? Yeah, probably. Hopefully it'll be before the end of the fiscal year, but I mean, you know, sometimes it takes us longer than we expect.
Passed out of committee, but that doesn't guarantee anything.
Right. So that's why I think if we stick with this plan, but move it to the UB, it's still in the budget. We're not losing that, you know, as a potential revenue source. We're just keeping it there until we can make a further decision on the policy. So I think, unless someone can tell me a strong reason why we shouldn't do that, that makes sense to me too.
Well, I'd be inclined just to take no action and leave it as recommended in the proposed budget. I agree that there's a difference certainly from gross receipts, and there's an arguable difference from marijuana, but I don't know that there's a difference between billboard or the impacts of short-term rentals.
I agree.
And unless we're going to start from a whole different basis of revenue assumptions sort of across the board on a lot of stuff, I'd say we leave this in as it is, as one of our underlying assumptions, take action as quickly as we can on it, and adjust in the FSR if necessary.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Those are the three items that fit into that category. Now, on the one of them, the policy change would result. Any policy change would result in less revenue. The other two, the increase in revenue is dependent on making a policy.
Actually, I don't know if I agree with that assumption on the short-term rentals. But we may not want to spend a lot of time on it, but I actually believe that when we do a short-term rental policy, we will restrict the RSOs and all the rest, but we're going to actually start seeing more legalized short-term rental through that process. And I suspect that we're going to see more revenue by reducing that world and making it legal and having the accountability that's never been there, which is the main driver for supporting it. But this is kind of an academic discussion in that sense, but I don't know that it'll be a reduction.
Point taken. I guess my point with that is that there is a status quo that is producing revenues.
Correct.
In the other cases, there is no status quo to rely upon to produce any revenues because there is no policy. Right. Mr. England.
Just in my point in this and bringing this discussion up is in the interest of true budgeting and transparency, and looking at what we have on the books today, what policies are in place and what aren't. We've run into the issue, and it's been an issue, and I voiced it last year, and I'm going to voice it again this year. And I'll voice it every year because I think we have a responsibility to do that. I certainly feel I do. Is that if we don't have a policy in place to collect revenue, how on earth should we be truly budgeting, no matter how close we are to doing it or not? If we don't have a policy in place to create a new revenue stream and we're already spending it, it's a fait accompli. And it actually usurps the entire process and the integrity of the process to suggest that policy should be set by budgetary process instead of going through the structural process for setting those policies, because we haven't done so yet. And I said it was a grave mistake when we did so on billboards and we didn't realize the money, and we programmed it, then we ate it because of it. And that's the whole reason also for having adjustments throughout the year. It's also the very reason that we can bring an adjustment if need be, even when it isn't a financial status report. And it's the same reason that this committee meets every single Monday, so we can make those adjustments. I'm just airing my position on fiscal responsibility from where I come from on spending money that we, not only that, forget that hasn't come in, or that there's not a guarantee. There's no guarantee on any of our revenue streams. I realize anything can happen at any time. But to actually program dollars where we don't even have a policy in place yet, yeah, there are a couple of those in the budget, and we've called out previous budgets in previous years for doing the same thing. And I will continue to say that I believe that fiscally it's not what we should be doing.
Mr. Chair, I actually think if there was flex in the budget and you could put all uncertain revenues against UB items that could be started later in the year, that would be an ideal situation. I think your the city traditionally has made case-by-case determinations on the likelihood of the revenue coming in and been willing to take the risk of programming it and then having to sort of, as the year goes on, make adjustments if necessary.
Yeah, and just to be clear, though, there is a real distinction between revenues that are uncertain and revenues that are based on a non-existent policy.
Yes, sir. I'm talking about your policy revenues now, the three you've identified as subject to current sort of council discussions on what the policy will look like. And again, to Mr. Engler's point, I think it would be prudent if any of those kind of uncertainties could be only placed against sort of UB items that could be started later when the revenue actually is certain one way or the other. Some of the things, as Mr. Englander pointed out, they're never even certain because there could be legal challenges or other challenges after they're adopted that make them uncertain for even a longer period of time. But in the current budget, those three are programmed, and to some extent they're programmed against ongoing items. So your CLA would have to come up with many things to move to the UB that actually could be started later as well, not just move it there, but that they could be started later if all three were moved aside.
It seemed like the CLA wanted to weigh in on this. So.
Just one other distinction, too. We were noticing in the budget books, actually, that the mayor's office had already included a footnote for the Street Damage Restoration Fund, that item only be appropriated contingent upon the policy being approved. So it's actually already there. It creates other slight little problems that we'll work through during the year, but it's actually already footnoted that the appropriation will only happen if there is a policy and an adjustment in the fee that is actually adopted by the council.
Great. So putting that in the UB would have no meaningful difference from compliance with that footnote, then?
Because the footnote is already there, right?
Okay. Well, then it's inconsequential to go ahead and put it in the UB in terms of it presents no greater challenge to anyone to just go ahead and put it in the UB then.
No.
Okay.
It could be in either place.
Then why don't we just go ahead and do that? Is that? I mean, I do agree that we can't spend money that we don't have and that we don't know that we ever will have unless we act. This way, the money is still budgeted. It's just set aside for further action by the council in pulling it out of the UB. Mm-hmm. So I think that's
fine for that. And then what do you do about the billboard money? Same thing? And then, or do that as ask the CLA to move around things and have a certain number of dollars in the UB, which will be there anyway.
Yes.
So the difficulty with the billboard money is it proposes a different challenge because the billboard money is a general fund receipt, and it's coming in as a general fund. So to the extent that you are asking us to identify $13 million that you want to reduce from the budget, we'll be happy to do that. But that's the difficulty with the billboard monies. The Street Damage Restoration Fund actually has very specific programs and expenditures that are being charged against that fund. So to the extent that you want to move money out to the UB or other, that's more of an easy call. But the fact that the billboard money is a general fund receipt, you'd have to find, of the $6 billion general fund budget, $13 million that you would be willing to pull out to put into the UB.
We'd probably have to move everything that was an A and a B to a D or a
and then
L.
some.
And Councilmember, I never disagree with my CLA, but it is true while it's a special fund, the road funds are among your most precious funds that your residents want to see and that you actually want to fund. So currently it's programmed against just pavement preservation, something that you, I believe, if somehow it goes away, we'll try to find different resources for, which ultimately will reduce in something less done about things you and your residents care very much about.
No, I think we all fully appreciate that. It's really a matter of form, and that is new policy gets made by the city council, and I think that's really the bottom line. Assuming that is going to happen, somewhat suggests that our role as policymakers is diminished, and so I think that I'm all for going ahead and moving forward with this with the UB suggestion. The billboard thing, I think, is, I mean, that maybe it's appropriate for that too, but it is a little different because it's general fund money. It's going to result in a reduction in our reserve, is what.
And Mr. Chair, if I can actually mention too that our office has actually hired a consultant to do that study on the billboard revenue, and that study is actually going to be coming to council in the next month or two. So there will be a policy in place for you to consider. That study is coming forward, and so that actually has less uncertainty than it did last year. So.
Well, we still have to pass it. I mean, there's been a darn good proposal on the table for a long time that hasn't seemed to find its way through yet. But
you've asked us to look at it, so we're looking at it now.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, if it's in the UB. Remind me, what is the protection that it doesn't get spent on something other than what's outlined in the mayor's budget?
Because the money has not been appropriated. So unappropriated money cannot be spent. It has to come back to this committee and then back to the council for an appropriation out of the UB into something else.
Right,
so
but
it's
anybody at any point could submit a motion, let's tap into the money in the UB for a different purpose.
Well, but the council, anybody could do that with anything in the budget. We could do that with police overtime right now if we wanted to. We could do it with anything in the budget. The budget is always a work in progress. And so it's no less vulnerable as part of the UB than it would be in a line item in the budget, except for the protection.
And it remains a line item saying that it's specified for this purpose, by the way. It's not just
except for the protection that you get from having to come back to this committee and back to the council in order to expend it.
Right. I do have one other thing of note that I just on this, and just so we're all eyes wide open, the pavement index at 68, even with these new funds, and this is really important to note. And this is, I think, where Mr. Llewellyn was suggesting that even if we didn't pass a policy, we would step up in some form or fashion to pave streets. I have no doubt that that is absolutely the case, particularly since this is a supplantation, and that's really important to note. We're supplanting funds we were using for street services with this new revenue stream, and we're still lowering the pavement index below 68 for the first time in many years. We've never dropped below a 68. We're doing that in this year's budget, which means paving less streets or fixing less infrastructure, even with these new funds. That happens, which tells me also that and we're going to need these new revenue streams, and there's no doubt, but it is a supplantation. And so with that, I have no doubt that with or without a policy, we're going to step up in some form or fashion to do more. And there are new revenue streams to do that as well with local return. So anyway, that's my piece.
Okay, so with that, the suggestion is to go ahead and keep this funding instruction as it is, but move it to the UB pending further policy development. So it really does, and in light of the existing footnote that's already in there, to me that doesn't create a dramatically different effect than the footnote does, but it does make clear that we expect that to come before the council before there's any expenditure out of it.
And Mr. Chair, if I can just address what Mr. Bonin said, the concern that you had about moving the money to the UB for this purpose, the funds would have to be used for street repairs or that type anyways, because it is a special fee. So you couldn't decide later on that if you set this $30 million that's funded from the Street Damage Restoration Fund and use it for overtime somewhere else, you can't do that. It would have to be consistent with the purpose of the fund. So that provides some protection that you were concerned about.
Right. No, my concern wasn't that it would be spent on police overtime. My concern was that it's another opportunity to not do road safety measures and do more pothole filling.
Okay. Interesting discussion. Are we good with that suggestion? Seems so. Okay. All right, so I think that completed all of our outstanding items, and then we'll go back to the departments, beginning with General Services. So General Services, come on up, and that will be followed by LASA. And for General Services members, we have reports 100, 108, 117, and 143. So item number 100, West Valley Municipal Building roof. The department is scheduled to assess the condition of the roof. If the estimate exceeds the $800,000 available in the citywide roof repairs capital improvement expenditure, then the department will request additional funding. So I'd recommend no action at this time on that item, pending further review, if there's no objection. Item number 108 deals with the department's funding requests. I would propose that we include the positions requested by the department and add an additional $275,729 in support of related costs. But along with that, I would like, given the fact that a number of these requested positions are suitable for it, I would request an instruction to the General Services Department to maximize its use of the targeted local hire program in filling those positions. And that I would propose as a B funding priority. Unless there's objection, that will be the action of the committee. Item 117, fossil fuel vehicles, was an informational report. No action is necessary. And item 143 relates to memo. I'm sorry, Mr. Kretz, did you want to go back to that one?
117?
Yeah.
Even though this is informational, I think we should consider a motion to go full electric with replacements instead of only 50%.
I think that would have to be a special study kind of request that would come back after an analysis, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because we have to see what infrastructure we have in place, where the cars are going,
how they're deployed.
It would take a lot. Some of these are specialty vehicles. They have to do a special study.
Yeah, so let's ask for a special study request on 117.
Okay. All right, so CLA catch that? Okay. 143, bridge home and affordable housing opportunity sites. That relates to memo number 53, which we're going to take up later when we deal with LASA. So if we'll just, no action is required separately on this motion. We'll take it up when we get to section number 53. So that's it for General Services. That brings up LASA. Thank you. So LASA has a long list. Numbers 16, 17, 20, 21, 51, 52, 53, and 103.
You skipped a few letters of the alphabet.
What's that?
You skipped 2 letters of the alphabet, which is okay.
It kind of depends on just we're dropping the la.
Okay.
We're going straight to the HISA part.
I have different alphabets.
Okay, so number 16. Number 16, there's no source of funding indicated, so I recommend no action on that one. Item 17, the recommendation would be to instruct the CLA to make a technical amendment in their report on the proposed budget to reflect Crisis and Bridge Housing Fund line item in GCP as a non-departmental appropriation. Item 20, So item 20 has a $225,000 impact, and
It was supposed to be 250 for Mr. Harris Dawson, not 225.
250. Okay, my recommendation on that one, members, is there is a C3 team funded through Measure H for SPA 6, which includes CD8. So I would recommend no action on this item at this time. Item 21 is informational only. Item 51, informational only. 52. 52, Mr. Bonner, maybe you could even speak to this one, but the report is informational only and indicates that...
I'm okay with no action.
I have a question
Okay.
on 51.
Yeah, go ahead. Back. So, sorry, 52 is informational only, no action is necessary on that. Go back to 51.
Just a observation on the report on 51. If we first time I'm seeing a geographic breakdown, and if we just make note of the geographic breakdown on SPA 2, those resources are shared by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different council members, and it's also geographically, I believe, one of the it's the largest SPA. On SPA 4, the teams are 1, 2, 3, 4, and a portion of 1 council offices, and then or areas, and then SPA 5, and again council offices. It's important to note that while it's not based on council offices, in looking at it geographically, population-wise, council offices are population-wise all equal for the most part in population, and so it's important, since it is broken down that way. I'm assuming it's done so for population reflection. And then if you go on, SPA 5 has 2 teams and 2 council offices, and SPA 8, they have an entire team dedicated 1 council office. So I'm just a breakdown of the geographic boundaries and how staff are disseminated, which through the HET teams. I just wanted to make a note and highlight that in the report from the department.
So I believe that those teams are also assigned according to the homeless count.
Right.
That's the distribution. Or how
No,
they
yeah,
distribute it.
and I get that. I think the biggest highlight in this is we clearly need many more, not necessarily redistribution, but because of the limitation on how few we have citywide, period, that the ones that are, particularly the ones in the valley with the biggest geographic reach and the most difficult to get to, and the fact that those populations are really spread out, not as concentrated so much, they're different challenges. That's something we should focus on just from that perspective, and so not looking for a new redistribution of those resources. I just want to point out that each one of them have just different unique challenges, and it's really important to talk about that. And as we move forward in funding more of these critical teams, particularly the HET teams that work with HOPE, which are the most important, that we look at those challenges, and when we identify additional revenue and make those decisions, those policy decisions need to be kept in mind, that it's not just concentration, but there are also unique challenges in many different geographic locations, and I think that's really important to note. That's all.
Mr. Bonin, I'm sorry, you were...
I just wanted to note those geographic challenges are also in areas where there's dense populations. Santa Monica Mountains, Bayona Wetlands, there's geographic challenges everywhere. It's not just in the areas that have fewer. I mean, they have them everywhere.
And every area is unique in that respect.
Exactly.
And needs unique responses, to be sure. Okay, so thank you for that. That brings us to item number 53. And for report number 53, it's a brief report, but I think we don't need a lot of reporting to know that the need is great and more needs to be done. So using that report as a touchstone, I would like to recommend that we add an additional $10 million in the UB to support new homeless services and programs, including GSD and BOE costs, and administering the Crisis and Bridge Housing Fund as a Tier A priority.
Could you just? I was actually thinking the same thing, and 10 million was what I was going to recommend as well. I just want to hear again what your specifications were for how that could be used.
It's not being specified at this point, which is why it would go into the UB,
right,
subject to further discussion within the council. But I'm throwing out there to support new homeless services and programs, including, not limited to, GSD and BOE costs in administering the Crisis and Bridge Housing Fund. So my personal emphasis would be to focus a lot on crisis and bridge housing and shelter, but this would be a UB account, which would be subject to further policy development by the council.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think the Homelessness and Poverty Committee should sort of take a look at stuff. I would just want to be responsive to some of the other report backs we have. I would like to just keep the universe of possibility open for Mr. Weezar's concern about areas of high concentration like Skid Row that may need to stand up more bridge housing than other areas, or if the C3 money needs to be augmented in CD8 and stuff like that.
Right. Agreed. Those are all issues that could very well be discussed within the context of that $10 million fund.
Then I'd second that recommendation.
Thank you.
And rapid rehousing remains a consideration for that as well.
Now, obviously, we would want to focus on the things that we are not able to get Measure H funding for, and we want to maximize the return on our county dollars, but I think it's important to set that aside so that we have that as a placeholder for our further homelessness policy development.
Good idea.
Any objection to that? All right, that will be a tier A. Okay. That brings us to Memo 103, which deals with crisis and bridge housing and related cleanups. That was informational purpose only. No action is necessary on that. And that brings us to the end of LASA. Well, maybe that's poorly stated. We have no more reports for LASA. So that brings us then to HCID. And for HCID, we have reports number 32, 39, 88, 96, 101, 104, 116, and 127. All right, so on item 32, dealing with funding sources for a management analyst in NOAA, I would recommend approving a resolution authority for one management analyst.
I would suggest that be funded out of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
Yes, thank you. I was just looking for that in my notes. Thank you very much. I think you were reading over my shoulder. No, yes, it's fully. It should be fully funded by the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, but go ahead and approve the RA for that, unless there's objection. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, did you mean that an A or a B?
An A, yeah. Item number 39. My recommendation would be to add funding in the amount of 108. Oh, I'm sorry. This is to request a management analyst to support expanded domestic violence and human trafficking shelter operations. So I would propose adding funding in the amount of $108,304 in support of that position, with an instruction to hire into a pre-existing vacancy. There are a number of vacancies. We don't need to add a position, but as a Tier A priority, I would recommend that funding.
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
Just a quick question on this. We absolutely, I support this as an A as well. But we also, I don't know if it's noted that we, throughout the year, do get a tremendous amount of grants for these positions as well, and I don't know if that's taken into account. Just a question. They constantly come through Public Safety Committee and approving these grants for these specific purposes. And is this over and above what we expect?
Investment Department. Laura Guglielmo with the Housing and Community Investment Department. The grants you're referring to actually go to the police department under the DART program, so this would be not eligible for those grants that you're referring to.
Oh, okay. There's no administrative support for those.
Not for HSID. They may be for the police department.
Okay. Thank you. And then I'd also ask, then as a footnote on this, that when the police department is applying for these grants, to pay special attention, because other departments are actually pretty good at capturing those dollars for administrative support, and they have to write it into their proposal or their request to make sure that they do, and maybe we can even expand it further.
That would be welcome.
Great. Thank you.
Good suggestion. Thank you. Mr. Bloomfield, yeah.
I agree with the recommendation. I'm just getting lost on the number here. I have 82,000, and you're saying 100 and something thousand. Am I looking at the wrong numbers here, or do I have an old memo?
Third, direct and indirect costs. So it's 81 plus 27. I think that's where the chair got 108.
Okay, so that's what I'm missing. Thank you. So it's the 81 plus the 27. Got it. Okay.
Excuse me. Emily Zen Cervantes from the Office of the CAO. The 81,000 actually includes indirect costs because the salaries, direct costs would be 44,000 for salaries and 10,000 for expenses.
Oh.
So it should be 81,259 for both direct and indirect.
Oh, right, you are.
But it's an indirect cost.
So it is 81,000.
It's 81.
Yes. Not 100. Not one.
Right. So 81,259 includes the indirect.
Correct.
Okay. Very good. Good catch, Mr. Bloomfield. You just saved us 27 grand. So, okay. So the recommendation then will be for $81,259. All right. Thank you. Good teamwork. All right. Now that brings us to item number 88, which is funding for a neighborhood stabilization study to be conducted by outside contractors. That was an informational report back. HSID has no current funding to hire an outside consultant. I recommend no action on that item. '96. 96 relates to resources necessary for proper LA Homeless Services Authority program oversight. So the recommendation would be to instruct HSID to use one of their existing vacant management analyst authorities for this purpose without funding at this time. Okay, and there's no objection. That would be the action of the committee. Item 101, phasing the proposition HHH staff support requested by the Housing and Community Investment Department. So this has a $5.6 million general fund impact. What I would recommend on this is placing $2.8 million in the UB to support HSID's staffing needs to monitor its affordable housing development oversight programming for Measure HHH as a Tier A priority.
Where'd you get the number? You just cut it in half?
It's not on there.
It's 50% of what's been requested.
Okay, it's just to split the baby. I didn't know if there was a...
Yeah.
If that did something different than...
Yeah, and... yeah. Okay, so report number 104.
Mr. Chair, can I ask for clarification on 101? That did not include any position authorities. The budget includes 7 positions, for HSID in the current year. This additional funding is welcome and very much appreciated, but we need position authority so that we can do this work. Although the CIO's office indicates that we have vacancies, those vacancies are designated for other purposes, and that work continues to be needed. As indicated, HHH cannot be, the staff cannot charge HHH. The existing staff cannot charge HHH. We have to plan this appropriately and monitor it carefully for the expenditures. So we respectfully request the position authorities we requested, and we'll live within this funding amount.
Well, why can't you utilize the existing 29 vacancies?
They're not necessarily in the correct classifications, and that work, those positions are necessary to do the work of the regular affordable housing program that the department is already responsible for performing.
Okay. So what I'd like you to do then is this. If we'll consider that further when we see a hiring plan come back.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
If you go ahead and prepare a hiring plan for these positions and bring that back to this committee, then we can consider whether new positions would be necessary compared to the vacancies that you have. The point being that we need to not hold these vacancies on paper, not just in your department, but throughout. And so I'd like to be able to see your hiring plan, and then we'll proceed with new positions if they're necessary, and maybe elimination of the vacant positions if that's necessary.
All right.
Okay. All right. So that brings us to item number 104, which was informational only. Item 116 deals with staff support for Prop HHH, the CON plan, accessible housing program, and affordable housing projects. And that report was informational only. 116. Yeah, go ahead.
Just, there was a note from the department saying that on May 1st, however, HSID received the notice that the federal funding allocation that included an increase in the CON plan when compared to the Mayor and Council's approved budget reports that if the Council approves an amendment to the CON plan budget, then the $1.4 million general fund backfill would not be needed. So it's important to note that if the Council approves the general fund backfill for additional positions, the future federal CON plan funding would not be eligible to fund those positions because the federal funds would be supplanting general fund support. So if you can maybe walk us through that for a second. That sounds like it was just brand new information that came in. And what do we need to do and what would be the net effect of the general fund by making a change?
In the proposed budget, the general fund is supporting the structural deficit that has existed, particularly in the home program, for some time. The additional appropriation, there's additional administrative funds available in the home program of a little over $1 million, and an additional appropriation in the community development block grant funding of a little bit more than that, for a total of just over $2 million. The department is requesting that those funds be appropriated to fund the 19 positions that are vacant, that we have not had funding for, that are over and above the structural deficit, that are required for the efficient and appropriate administration of these federal funds. At risk of not doing that is that these funds and more could be in jeopardy with the federal government, and we may need to repay those funds with non-federal sources. So we believe it's our responsibility as a department, as the administrator of the consolidated plan on behalf of the city, to do our best to administer those programs. So those we would propose using a portion of those funds.
Is there a match on that? Is it all federal funding? Is there a city portion?
Well, there's an increase in the appropriation, so it's $1,055,200 for home admin and $1,176,300 in additional CDBG admin that was not known until May 1st. That We're proposing that the full home admin, which can only be used for the department, be used to address those vacant positions you already talked about in the Housing Development Bureau, which would allow us to do the work of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and the support of that work, and that just under $400,000, $394,800 of the CDBG admin additional funds be used to support vacant positions that support the consolidated plan. And that would allow us to do the work that we're proposing as part of the comp plan that's been vacant. And then that would leave $700,000 in comp plan administration, CDBG administration funds that could be offset, that could offset the general fund appropriation that was included for the structural deficit.
Right.
And could be used for other purposes.
Sounds like good news to me. But
so our understanding was that with the increase in the admin support due to the increase to the grants, that you may not need the 1.4 to backfill the 19 positions.
The 19 positions were not funded in the budget, so they would be needed to do that.
So that's what I mean. So that your additional budget request for 1.4 would not be needed.
If I can make a suggestion, if I can make a suggestion on this, I would suggest that we pull this memo out and hold it on the desk for a CLA report back, and then during the rack-up we can look at it separately. Does that make sense? But I'll defer to the chair.
I'm not sure. We'll talk about it.
I guess in light of the fact that we're sort of learning this on the fly in the last week, it's probably that's probably well taken. So we'll go ahead and hold that one. The recommendation was no action anyway, but it's no action without prejudice to consideration of future action. Okay, so item number 127 deals with alternative funding sources for the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Community Program. That, again, was informational only. It did provide some recommendations, but my recommendation would be no action. And that's it for HSID. All right, that brings up next, thank you. That brings up next ITA, which will be followed by the library and then done. And that's neighborhood empowerment, Mr. Blumenfield, just in case you were wondering why it's there in the alphabetical order. So ITA is number 46, number 49, number 56, 64, 105, 126, and 140. So item 46 deals with citywide human resource and payroll system replacement. My recommendation as a Tier A priority would be to add $4 million in additional funding in the UB for the citywide human resources and payroll system replacement project. Without objection. Item 49.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think if we're going to bring our payroll system into the 21st century, we have to commit the necessary funding to it. So I'd like to ask that we include an instruction that ITA work with the CAO to identify special funds that could be added to this budget number.
That's an excellent suggestion, and I consider that friendly. If there's no objection, we'll certainly include that instruction. I mean, it's kind of gone on long enough. We got to bring this to a close. So item number 49 then deals with the Chief Information Security Officer position. And my recommendation would be to add one regular position for Chief Information Security Officer and delete one Information Systems Manager 2 position. Okay, item 56 is dealing with citywide procurement system phase 3. And my recommendation there would be to move $1 million in funding in the GCP for citywide procurement system phase 3 into ITA's budget and add $1.28 million in funding to complete the full scope of the project phase as a Tier A priority. If there's no objection. Okay, so that brings us then to number 64, which is a budget instruction regarding technology review process. That was informational only. No action is necessary. Item 105 deals with establishing a data science division, and for that, members, I would recommend including one information systems manager 2 and one systems analyst and an additional $462,963 in the data science division line item of ITA's budget in support of the city's ability to better manage its data. Yes, but if there's no objection on 105, that will be the action of the committee. We'll go back to item number 64. Go ahead,
Mr. Chair. Was
yes.
that A or B on 105?
Oh, I'm sorry. I would recommend that as a Tier A priority. Number 64, Mr. Englander.
64. What was the disposition of 64?
No action is informational only.
Okay, then I would actually rather suggest that we ask for that language that's being proposed from ITA to actually develop that language as a, I don't know if it's a footnote or budget instruction, and that language should be approved by and sent to the ITGS committee.
What language?
So it says that they propose to work with the office to develop a more comprehensive technology procurement review process. I didn't want that to get lost, and so I'd like to make sure that that instruction be picked up in that last paragraph and actually be forwarded to, once that's completed, to the appropriate policy committee, which is IT.
So to instruct ITA and the CAO to work together to develop a more comprehensive technology procurement review process and to report back to the council regarding the proposed
Correct.
process. Perfect. So that will be the instruction of the committee.
What's the change? Isn't that that's what it was doing?
I think Mr. Englander is just specifying that the proposal in the CAO's memo become an instruction of this committee. And my instruction was no action, so it didn't really capture that.
Okay. So it's taking an action to lift the language and include it in the budget.
Makes sense.
All right. Number 126 deals with a public safety radio system infrastructure. And on that one, I would propose, that's item number 126. I would propose to include funding in the amount of $1,136,000 in the communication services account for ITA to support public safety radio tower maintenance and upgrades as an A priority. Any objections?
No.
That'll be the action of the committee. Item 140, GPS transponders on LAPD and LAFD helicopters. So on this one, the general fund impact is $2.4 million. And my proposal, members, would be to include $1.2 million, half of it, in the UB for the purpose of installing GPS transponders on the city helicopter fleet in 2018-2019, with an Exhibit H instruction for ITA to report in concert with LAPD and LAFD on rolling out the transponders throughout the fleet.
So a question, maybe the department could answer. If we do the 1.2, I guess is the idea to do 1.2 and then 1.2 again a year later?
Presumably.
My understanding is that if this stuff isn't installed by 2020, under federal rules, the copters have to be grounded. So would that give us the time to get everything installed before we meet the federal deadline?
Yes, Laura Ato with Information Technology Agency. It would depend on which of the three options we went with. Option one
would require a $1.56 million in fiscal year 18-19 in order for us to meet that deadline. Option 2 would be $510,000. So it varies depending on how extensive we wanted to do the replacement in the helicopters.
Okay, so that sort of satisfies. I'd just like to make sure we get a report to committee, Public Safety, Public Budget, and Finance as well, about whether or not the funding is ample to be meeting the pretty strict timeline we have.
And to get a report back on what that timeline actually is and what the requirements of it are, and that was kind of the intention behind this.
I appreciate that, because this was only brought to our attention, and actually I believe it was only brought to ITA's attention on May 1st, like literally a week or so ago.
Yes, very recently.
This is very new, and historically, even FAA, as complicated as that can be, doesn't put timelines out there that fast. So I think the idea of reporting back and showing us all the requirements and compliance issues and timelines according to FAA, so we can have that discussion, makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
Okay, I think that's it for ITA. Thank you very much. That brings us next to Library, report number 26, followed by Neighborhood Empowerment, followed by Personnel. On Library, there was one report which indicates that the library is in a proposal process right now for a facilities master planning consultant whose duties would include an assessment of the need and locations for new branch libraries. Each new branch library would cost between $21 and $31 million. So pending the outcome of that review, my recommendation would be no action on this item at this time.
As long as we can be sure that's assessed as part of the library as they look at for expansion in the plan.
So let's include a specific instruction then in a special report back to this committee. A special.
That would be great.
Well, no. Let's do a special instruction to the library department to include within its analysis with its consultant consideration of an Encino branch library.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes perfect sense.
Okay.
We'll
Thank you.
make sure to make that happen.
Thank you. That brings up Neighborhood Empowerment next, followed by Personnel. For Neighborhood Empowerment, we have reports number 51 and 81. 51, again, deals with unspent funds, and as we discussed before, I would propose no action on that, pending further policy development.
Mr. Chair, I think
what did
you
I
mean
say?
55.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did I say? 51. Oh, wow. Okay. 55, thank you, is what I meant. So that's informational only. No action is necessary. Number 81.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
On
Mr.
55, while you look up the one on 81, I concur with your recommendation. I just want to note, I found the department's report on this to not be particularly responsive to my question. I wanted to know which neighborhood councils specifically had been outreached about this, and the response was sort of generic. So if we could get a further detailed report back on which neighborhood councils support and which don't. My understanding was that neighborhood councils didn't want done to do this because they didn't want to do it, but that they wanted to get a sort of economy of scale in doing media purchases and stuff like that that could advertise NCs universally. So I just want to know what they think about this in particular so we can have that for the policy discussion that comes. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So that brings us to report number 81, which deals with the department's requests and costs for the project coordinator positions and other things. So we already, I think, dealt with all of those requests when we dealt with personnel number 60. Am I right about that? Or did that encompass all of the... Let's see. Go back to number 60.
2 additional ones.
1 senior project coordinator, 2 project coordinators.
Council?
Yeah, so the recommendation was to add $662,000 to the UB for done election outreach. I guess the question is where they would be, those positions would be housed.
Gracie Liu, General
Yes.
Manager for the Department of Empowerment. Just to clarify, I believe this was in response to Councilmember Koretz's request for 2 additional project coordinators in addition to the original ask from the department.
I'd say this department has been decimated by cuts in recent years, and hopefully a modest increase in strategically chosen staff could be very helpful.
Yeah, Mr. Neuter.
I would suggest that we actually consider the cost for the 2 additional project coordinators and put it as a tier B item, so we don't lose it and actually consider it.
Okay, yeah, I would concur with that. All right, any objection to that? Okay. So for the funding for the 2 positions as a tier B priority. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to personnel and members. Personnel has memos numbers 7, 43, 77, 86, 106, and 133. So starting with number 7, this deals with a Metro pilot program. Mr. Bonner, you could speak to this, but my recommendation would be no action on this item. But if you want to speak
I'd
to it,
actually like to see if I'd like to have the funding available if the meet and confer stuff works out to do this, and not have to wait another year. And I'm just wondering if CLA could look to the City Employees Ride Sharing Fund, which I understand has a surplus and can't be used for many other things, and the Mobile Source Air Pollution Reduction Trust Fund as potential sources.
I think that makes good sense.
I don't think funding was the issue. If I read the CAO's memo correctly, it's not a funding issue. It's an employee relations issue.
Yeah,
So-
and that might be resolved mid-year, and I wanted to make sure we had some funds to launch this if it comes out of
Mr. Bonin, I don't think that there's a problem with the funding is there. It's within the ride share account. There is, as you indicated, a balance already, but I think it requires negotiation on the CAO's part with the bargaining units as an employee relations matter. So once they've done that, if the instruction is for them to go negotiate that, the funding would be available within the ride share account or any other account that could be designated for this purpose. So I don't think it's a funding issue. It's their issue that they need to meet and confer on the item.
Mr. Bonin, I don't think you need to. We believe we'll be able to find the funding if and when the program is agreed to.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. So no action is required on that one at this time. Item 43. No action. My recommendation is no action. Let me make sure that's right. Oh, yes, that is informational. Okay. Number 77, contracted workplace violence prevention
Mr. Chair,
funding.
just back on the last one?
Yeah.
I know it's informational. The one information I didn't get, I still understand I'd like to know how much it costs to scale the program. Because I guess the cost driver, it doesn't really say here, but the cost driver is the license fee, right? Because we already have the online prevention training.
You know, you're absolutely right. That was actually the import of the request.
Right.
Now that I think back at it, it was to request whether we could scale this up and what would be the cost to do so, and that's not really captured in the report.
Right. And so the idea is that maybe we could scale this. If it's just a licensing fee, there should be a 0.5 cents per new person added, and then we could figure out if we wanted to add in a class of people, how much that would cost us.
Jody Oxheimer with the Personnel Department.
I can't hear. Could you put her mic on? Go ahead.
Hello? Is that better?
Yeah.
Jody Oxheimer with the Personnel Department. The budget does provide funding for an additional online course. Right now, we manage licenses on a citywide basis. The cost to add licenses for all of the neighborhood councils would be about $18,000, but we think that we can manage that with the funds we have budgeted currently. And then there's an additional $52,000 in the proposed budget to provide in-person training, and the scope and delivery is in the process of being reviewed by the Harassment and Discrimination Working Group to make recommendations to the Risk Reduction Cabinet. So there are a lot of conversations taking place about how that will work, but we think this funding is sufficient.
So you could add it for the neighborhood councils for $18,000, of which you have the. So do you need instruction from us to do so?
Not yet.
Well, let's.
I believe we're moving in that direction.
And it sounds like
I moved to instruct them to go in that direction, or to do.
Well, I think it sounds like the issue was consideration of some of the issues in the risk management task force, but was that the problem? Or is that
right. So
the hesitation?
The new executive directive has asked for the Risk Reduction Cabinet to present recommendations by July 31st. And one broad area of recommendations will be training for sexual harassment. So who gets trained, how they get trained, under what circumstances. And this funding is intended to address what we think those recommendations are going to be. But we'll know more. We believe the funding is sufficient, but we'll know more shortly.
Okay. Yes.
And just to add, Councilmember Krikorian and Councilmember Blumenfield, that the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment has indicated that they did receive funding this current fiscal year for additional licenses to be able to do training online on Cornerstone.
Okay. So they received funding this current year?
Yes.
And so have they made, is that a requirement? Have the neighborhood council members
so they have been. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So they have mentioned that they've received, they have sufficient funding because they've trained their staff to be able to create certain the modules to do the trainings, and so that they were able to basically extend those funds by being able to train their staff to create more training modules with the funding that they've received now.
I thought the modules are already created. It was just a matter of licensing them out, because every staff member here and council member does the module.
So they want to make more specific training that are specific to neighborhood council members.
Which might be one of the reasons that it's important to wait for the recommendations of the Risk Reduction Cabinet, because those sorts of particularization issues, we haven't fully thought through as it applies to commissioners, to neighborhood council board members, neighborhood council committees, maybe. I mean, the number of permutations starts to become significant. No question that I think we want to push that training out as far and wide as possible, but how exactly to do that and what exactly to give to whom is being considered by people in some detail right now, it sounds like.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Jones?
And Mr. Chair, just to be clear, for budgetary purposes, we believe the budget includes sufficient funds to expand the training this year.
I'm sorry, say that
again.
For
budgetary
being distracted by
purposes,
Mr. England.
We do not believe you need to add funds to be able to pay for the expanded training once it's worked out.
Right.
For budgetary purposes, you're okay.
I'm sorry, I just got to go on the record and say that the chair claims that I was distracting him. But in reality, he used the word particularization, and I'm not sure in Scrabble how many points that would actually be.
Well, no, you were challenging me on whether it was an actual
I'm not
word,
even
so
sure.
you would have lost the
I'm
Scrabble
not even
game.
Sure.
So,
wow. Okay. With that,
to mention or indicate specifically, or to specify, to state or treat in detail.
And this is where we've become. Okay.
Okay.
I'll give you that one.
So, all right. So are we good on this? I mean, we know that there's funding available. Yep. We all know we want to do this. we are entrusting smart people to put together specific policies to roll it out. So thank you very much. Number 77, contracted workplace violence prevention funding. Couldn't be more timely, couldn't be more important. So I would recommend including $72,500 in the Personnel Department contractual services account to support that program as an A priority, unless there's objection. That will be the action of the committee. Item 86, transgender sensitivity training. I'd recommend including an additional $120,000 in personnel's budget for that training as a B priority.
I'd recommend it be an A.
I would join with that.
This is number 86.
I would go along with the chair on this one, the B.
Mr. Blumenfield? B plus?
Can it be
A minus?
Yeah, B plus. Can it be folded into the general sexual harassment training? It seems like it could be added in. I mean, if I'm B plus, A minus.
Okay. Round it up, make it an A.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I wanted to ask if I could ask one more question about item 7, the Metro Pilot Project. If I could ask them while they're here one more
yes.
question.
Yes, of course.
I'm curious, now that I'm thinking through it a little bit more, why does offering somebody an additional benefit require us to meet and confer? We're not asking anything of the employees. We're just offering them something.
What a great
question. Mr. Bond, you've certainly gotten the chair going on his particularization of employee relations. Normally, our employees do not object when we just give them something like a new holiday. But if it's actually you're taking anything away, if there's any cost match, if you're giving them a benefit and they prefer a different one, if, for example, you're giving them only a train pass and they would rather have a parking pass, our employees get to talk to you about that. The chair has talked about adding more parenting benefits, which, again, I think our employees are delighted to have, and yet many of our employees don't currently have children and might want a family benefit or a different kind of benefit if we're going to add more funding. So even ads become ultimately subject to meet and confer.
Even if we're offering them access to something that Metro is offering, so we don't have that menu to offer them?
Sir, even ads. And our employees often say thank you.
You know that's insane, right? Just want to underscore that.
Ask the chair.
You know, maybe in addition to Exhibit H, we should add a whole new part of the budget, a list of the insane things that we have to do.
But oh, yeah, Tricia, I got it in my drawer. Pull it out.
That's Exhibit I.
Yeah, Exhibit I. Okay.
We'll call that particularization.
All right. So that, I think we left off on 106, the Industrial Hygiene Program. And I'd like to propose that we include $163,111 to fund the industrial hygienist and workplace hazard identification in the Personnel Department as an A priority. An important risk management step. If there's no objection, that will be the action of the committee. On number 133, the Integrated Disability Management Program. I would propose that we include $224,084 in the UB for the Integrated Disability Management Program, and include an Exhibit H instruction to clarify how this position and the requested CASP for DOD will coordinate their efforts to serve employees facing disabilities. And I would recommend that funding as an A priority. There's no objection.
Nope.
And that's it for personnel.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that brings up planning, which will be followed by LAPD.
Really?
Or, Mr. Blumenfield, the police department. Just, So planning has number 13, 19, 25, 27, and 29. So number 13 deals with contractual services funding and community plan outreach efforts. My recommendation would be to so the general fund impact there is $125,000. My recommendation would be to instruct planning department to use salary savings to offset the unbudgeted contractual services. Let me make sure. Unless there's objection on Mr. Kretz?
I want to ask the department how well that would work for them, since we obviously don't want to get behind in doing our community plans on the pace that we have publicly committed to doing.
Good. I think that we could work with that recommendation. If you wanted additional detail, Mr. Keller can provide that.
Just to add, Kevin Keller, there is no impact on the community plan portion per our report.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, what number was that? 13. Okay, so we're now on 19, the Ventura Warner Center and other specific plan maintenance updates and resource sufficiency. I'd recommend that we add position authorities for one city planner and one city planning associate, and add $170,000 in contractual services as a Tier B priority.
It's Tier what?
B.
Yeah, I think it needs to be a Tier A. I mean, we are just having a lot of trouble in the Warner Center getting the stuff done, and we need the staff.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Give it an A. Item 25, case processing metrics. So there's no action required on this, but sometime after today, I think I'll be making some suggestions for additional metrics that are more appropriate, I think, for the business and development community to judge us by, and but that does need to be dealt with right now. So that's no action. Item 27 is the Deputy Director of Community Planning, which is fully funded from the Planning Long Range Planning Fund, so I would recommend approval of the authority for the Deputy Director with 9 months funding to come from the Long Range Planning Fund as a Tier A priority.
Agree.
If there's no objection. Okay. Item 29 was informational with regard to the EIR processing time. No action is necessary. Item, and actually, so what I was getting at with that was what funding requests would be necessary to make a significant reduction in the EIR turnaround time. So wasn't really addressed in that, but we can deal with that subsequently.
And I believe that we have cost recovery mechanisms available for that, so we can have that kind of conversation. It's not
right.
That
was my thinking.
Right.
Since it's cost recoverable anyway, what do we need to do to front fund more quicker action on EIR turnaround, which is the complaint that a lot of us hear a lot is about EIR turnaround. And so if we can do that and get it recaptured, then we would want to make those investments, I would think. So no action required on that one at this time. Anything else, members? That's it for planning. Thank you very much. That brings us to LAPD, which will be followed by the Board of Public Works. So for your lists, members, police has number 14, 23, 33, 34, 35, 41, 45, 95, 136, 154, and 161. So, item 14 was informational, and I recommend no action on that one. Go ahead, Mr. Englander.
I would actually suggest that we consider, I believe our authorization with the Metro puts us at 10,076, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then I would like to recommend that we go to 10,000, that the 76 be converted at this point to civilian positions, and then during the rack-up report back on what that would net out on civilian positions. Also include that we do not stop any academy classes. It's just a reduction rather than an elimination of a class, so we can continue momentum. I believe that was part of the discussion and one of the ideas that Councilmember Bonin brought in as well earlier in this.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I would ask for.
I understood the second half. Explain the first half again.
So the first half would be we're authorized to go beyond our 10,000 to 10,076,
right?
Because of the Metro, and that is a longer-term contract, so we're good there. So to keep it at 10,000 and not go beyond that, and convert those 76 sworn to whatever the equivalent is on the civilian side, which would be far more than the sworn side, and not eliminate an academy class at all, but instead reduce the numbers to get to the 10,000 rather than the 10,076.
Got it. Okay.
So we continue momentum in hiring. Yes. We don't stop a class.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
Okay.
Yes. I didn't fully understand it the first time you explained it.
That would be my suggestion. And continue the momentum of what this body's been doing over the last several years to fill those positions.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the thinking is we'll get more officers on the street by doing this.
Correct. Exactly.
That needs to be emphasized, which is our all stated goal here.
Well, needless to say, I've been arguing for this for many years, and I appreciate your support for that.
Yeah.
The only question, I guess, I think I'd be supportive of that. The only question I would have is the specific instruction with regard to academy classes. We've had fluctuation in the numbers of participants in our academy classes over the year, and one of the things that I always have tried to get to is what the optimal most cost-effective number in a class would be. And if you maintain the same number of classes but reduce the number of recruits because you're shooting at a lower number, that may, I wouldn't want to presuppose that we're still maintaining efficiency by retaining the same number of classes.
So one of the things that the department did spell out is that if they had to do anything, it would be to reduce the number of participants rather than an elimination of a class, because you have a break in instruction in how they hire. You have a lot of tests that come online that expire, so it keeps that ball and the momentum rolling rather than start and a stop is much more complicated. So maybe with what you're suggesting, because I don't know what that optimal number is also report back based on this new information from the department on what the optimal class would be to get to the 10,000 rather than the 1076, and let them tell us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
And if that in that report back they can answer whether or not that will get us, I think it does, to having a net gain as opposed to a net loss of civilians this year.
Well, we absolutely. Yeah, and if I wasn't clear,
Yeah.
we need to absolutely know what that 76 would yield in civilians and which positions those would be.
Exactly.
I figured that would be assumed, but
Yeah.
you're right. Got to spell it
Yeah.
out.
And we certainly can provide that report back to identify those 76 civilian positions. But I don't believe that by reducing that 76 sworn personnel that you're going to see an augmentation of of police officers in the field, I believe you're going to see 76.
I appreciate that. You put that in your memo.
Less
We got it in the memo.
I know, but I just want to make it clear so that
it was clear.
Council understands.
It was clear. Thank you.
All right. Without objection, then, that will be the action of the committee. On item 23, the BMW electric vehicle lease. We've got the report with the mileage. No action is recommended, but Mr. Englander, go ahead.
Yeah, the action actually is I'd like a report back to the Public Safety Committee. One of the items that's missing in the report, what I'd like added, is you have 5 columns, and its column is the unit number, the year of the vehicle, the make, the model, and the miles. What it does not include is the year that particular vehicle, or the day that particular vehicle was received by the city. And so a column added, and I know we have that information, of what day that vehicle was placed into service. Because that will tell us, for example, if we have some of these vehicles that were placed into service at the beginning of 16 rather than the end of 2016, that's a year difference. And it's sitting there with 800 miles versus... So to add back, so I want to report back, coming back to the Public Safety Committee with the day in which the vehicle was placed in the service, or received by the city, not placed in the service, but received. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't need to come back here. That can be a public safety report. Yeah. So no action there other than, the special study report, modifying this report and directing it to public safety. 33, technology requests funding. So I'm going to make a suggestion, and I'm sure Mr. Englander is going to have his own. But there's $2.8 million increase in the base budget now, which I would ask be moved to the UB, with an additional $6.38 million contingent on a detailed report from the police department with a technology spending plan as a tier B priority.
That was actually not far from where I was at. I was going to come in with, but instead, I would do the same thing except for the Microsoft Enterprise Agreement. I think we need to approve that right away. It's about to expire, and I believe that was about $1 million. Was that correct?
It's $1 million.
I don't think we're going to have any issue with that, and we don't need to wait. By the way, so you know, too, is that PD is not on Google for email. They're on Microsoft Office 365, and this has to do with all of those operations. They're a little different than we are. So I think we need to move that and everything else into the UB, as you suggested. I did propose, and I'd like to make sure that we capture that somehow, somewhere, that there's a commitment. We do it as soon as possible, as soon as ITA and LAPD is ready, to actually have the joint meeting of the Budget and Finance and Public Safety Committee on just technology with LAPD to prioritize some of these things, because that's critically important. So I think that needs to go into and bake it into the UB note that we're going to do that. And then the last thing I also had a question on was the Palantir licensing, which is critically important, but it was always, or historically, I don't know if it was always, it was historically, including last year, I believe, UASI funded, and for whatever reason this year not. Do we know why?
I know the main focus for the UASI funding has been the LA RICS. I'm not sure where to turn it on. Try that one. Is that one working?
There.
Anne Marie Sauer, LAPD. We did previously receive some UASI funding. I don't know why that funding was not continued. I know the main focus for UASI has been the LA RICS, the Regional Interoperability Project. We could report back to you on that, but that funding has continued to be reduced.
Yeah, well, the UASI is, okay, so if we can report back on that too, because we've got to make sure Palantir is a priority, that that it's not lost, and we're not going to pick it up in the general fund. So we can include that in their report back on other possible sources of funds, including UASI. That's all I have on 33.
Okay. So for the $1 million for the Microsoft, was it your suggestion that that be authorized forward and then the remainder of it go to the UB? And with a spending report that would come then to the joint committee meeting, it will come to both committees, and it will be both committees' commitment to have a joint meeting. Because I don't want to slow up the report pending our scheduling. So, yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I could just amend that, if you would leave your CLA, the recommendation come back to you to move some of it back into operations instead of the UB. If there are other licensing or other things, it should be spent now.
Yeah, I mean, if there's something immediate, yes, I'm sure that'll come back in the recommendations. Okay.
Just a general comment.
Yes,
I mean,
Mr. Bloomfield.
I want to see this stuff funded because it's like the civilian hiring. It gets more cops on the street. As we do the technology, we get the reports more electronic, all of this. It's frustrating that it's always, we're never quite getting there in the funding of some of this. I know we're putting it in the UB and at a B level, but it's not?
So this is.
I heard a different.
Let me spell
That's
this.
what I had proposed.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And let me just, in response to that, maybe it will, maybe it won't. We haven't seen what the costs and benefits of these technology investments are. That's why we're going to have a report in a joint meeting.
I mean, that's where I'm going with this, is that we need to start looking at this like civilian hiring to some extent, and framing this in terms of how much officer time do we actually save and get on the street. That's what's lacking in the report. We have it conceptually, but we don't have it spelled out.
Well, this is exactly what we have been talking about in my committee, and this is the reason for moving it out, because quite frankly, when I look at these dollars, I'll tell you right now, I don't think it's enough. I want to do just the opposite. The fact that we're slated to replace on the PC replacement, for example, only a fraction of what's really needed. The question becomes, and we've had several meetings, and I've been meeting not only with the CIO from LAPD, but also general manager from ITA, in ways that how can we use those same dollars that we're funding this year, this next fiscal year, to replace all the PCs? What can we do, whether it's on a lease purchase agreement? What can we do more creatively to get all of them done now? Because we can't wait. And so that's exactly what the priority is.
And we can leapfrog some of this technology, and we're already at the phase where we should be doing most of this through handhelds and everything. And whatnot.
Well, anyway, those are the discussions we're going to take place immediately.
Okay. Anything else, members?
I would propose it, though, while it's going into the UB and as an A. And again, it's going to the UB, so it's sort of moot. But I think it sends the message that this is a priority. We have to do it.
Yeah, well, I would say that some parts of it are clearly A. Some parts of it are a lot less A to me. I remain to be convinced whether Palantir is an A, but I think certainly the individual PCs are very much an A. They're A for antique, actually, at this point. So yes, definitely. So we'll since it's going to the UB pending a comprehensive report, we'll make it an A for now, and then we'll parse it out as we consider that report. Okay, so that brings us to number 34, body-worn video cameras for reserves. I recommend no action on this. Mr. Englander.
Yeah, I recommend that out of all the reports that we've gotten back so far during this process, this is probably the one that's most poorly inaccurate. So I want a new report that's made accurate. The fact that it's calling out 475 reserve officers and a cost of $1 million, $1.4 million, is completely inaccurate. We don't have that many reserve officers that actually work patrol that would be required to have one. Virtually none of our level 3s would need one, particularly the unarmed. A lot of officers that are in special details, a lot of officers that simply don't work patrol. So we're talking about patrol-ready CDL 1s and 2s, and the ones that actually work. So it's a fraction of this number. But what we're also not getting back, and this is an insult, to the volunteers that actually put on a uniform and a badge and a gun and go through the exact same training and put their lives on the line as a full-time officers, to say that you can suit up, show up, clock into a station, grab all your gear in your shop, and then you're grounded because you don't have a camera. While that's also free to the department. And it frees up not only that, but officers that are calling in sick, unscheduled vacations, family leave. So I'd rather have an accurate report back that reflects what we really need. And the fact that they were left off in the first place by the department is an insult. And it's wrong, and it's the wrong message. So I'd like to see an accurate report back during this process to reflect how many do we need, and we have to purchase them, even if they have to come out of the departmental budget. It's wrong. And so that's where I'm at on this memo.
Okay, so a special study report back to budget and to public safety on the issues that you raised. Okay. Number 35, the Davis Training Facility.
Yeah, and this one,
yeah, go ahead,
colleagues, yeah, on this one, the uniforms was a little inaccurate again on that. Their uniform allowance is actually covering their Class A's and C's and maintaining them and making sure that they're patrol ready at all times. These are additional TAC uniforms and training uniforms that they don't receive back. I'll fund that and raise the money myself to cover that. They've been complaining for quite some time out there since the department doesn't have the resources to do that. The shade structures, however, for $120,000 can't be up for discussion. It gets to be 110, 115 degrees out there, and they're standing out there oftentimes for those periods of time all day. It's also a risk management issue, and that's something for years and years they've been asking for. Perhaps there's money in the police facilities account or was it Prop F, if there's any funds for that left. But I think we have to identify funds to get that done.
Okay, if it can be special funded from one of those sources, I would say that's an A priority then. Yeah. If it's general fund, I would give it a B priority.
If we can
the
ask,
department could cover it.
Yeah, if we can ask one of the two things: one, for either the CLA to identify, see if there are any special funds, and if not, ask the department to see what they can do to cover that.
Okay. Number 41, security services at city libraries. So this, again, I don't think I stated what I was after clearly on this. The idea here was whether or not it would be possible to use security services within LAPD as opposed to our regular patrol officers, which are often now in many of the libraries. This can be a report back. No action is required other than the report, but just so you know where I was coming from. In response to some of the reporting that was out there, understandably, LAPD responded to provide additional presence in a lot of our libraries, and I appreciated that. I'm sure other members did as well. I think that we're going to come to a critical point with our libraries where we have to have much greater presence, and we won't be able to afford to have sworn LAPD officers doing that. So we need to have a more cost-effective solution. I was thinking security services would be one way to do that, but again, that's just a report back. No action is necessary on that at this time. Number 45, relating to Vision Zero, that there's money in the budget for this. This was an informational-only report, so I don't think any further action is necessary at this time. Unless, Mr. Bonnet?
No, I don't think I was clear enough on what I was seeking from the report back, but I'll just do it as a motion.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Number 95, Hope Officers for MTA. This was an informational report, and I recommend no action.
Yeah, one of the things that I asked for this, it wasn't clear on specifically where the officers, were they assigned to now? That's what the question was. And so I'd like to go ahead and put the 11 officers into the UB until that report. I actually asked for that before we started the budget committee process, and then I asked again formally during the budget committee. I'm asking again. who are they specifically? I don't need names, but where, not just their background and training, I understand that, but a report back specifically on where they're going to be transferred from. And so if we can, again, that'll be the final time I think I'll ask, but if we could put it in the UB until we get that memo back, that's critically important.
Just real quick clarification, there are no HOPE officers that are funded by the contract yet. That's part of a future contract amendment. Right. So we don't have those positions yet. So in terms of putting it in the UB, this is something we would be coming forward to you with at a later date when the MTA has agreed to that.
Okay, why don't we do this instead? Just, there's nothing to vote on now except for making a footnote then on this in the budget that if in fact it is approved under the new amended contract, that it shall be approved first or also through Public Safety and Council, and then we can deal with it then.
And budget, since it'll require a budget appropriation.
It shouldn't need a budget appropriation because it's full cost recovery, but we can add budget to it as well if there is a budget appropriation. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So no. Other than that notation, no action is required there. Number 136, records management system financing options. We discussed that, I think, with number 33. So no action is required there. Number 154, funding to avoid banking overtime. So this covers a lot of police overtime issues that we have. So my recommendation on this would be to add an additional $10 million, and this we can hold this in the UB, but hear where I'm going, and then we can decide how to exactly do that. Add an additional $10 million to LAPD's sworn overtime budget and instruct LAPD to report back to the council with a detailed breakdown of the items listed in the proposed budget book, page 186 to 187. Those are some of the so-called carve-outs and so forth. I'd like to understand, with specificity, how those overtime investments are being utilized and whether or not they are still appropriate. And one, for example, is, and this is probably one that I requested a few years ago, deals with bandit cabs. My guess is, now that Uber and Lyft have taken over the world, that bandit cabs have gone mainstream and have gone, I know, Mr. Bonnet, just be patient with me, have become Wall Street Fortune 500 companies, and so there probably are no bandit cabs left in Los Angeles. I don't know, but I'd like to see whether or not those sorts of things, have an analysis from the department as to each of those carve-out items. And then I think, as we spoke a little bit offline, that pending further reporting back on how that's going to be implemented, and I'll hear from Mr. Englander in a moment, that $10 million would be held in the UB.
So I think that's a great suggestion, and I welcome the particularization study.
And that's a Tier A priority because avoiding banking overtime, I think, should be the A of all A priorities for us, so that we don't continue to go down the road of spending on our credit card. Any objection to that, members, or further comments? Okay. Okay. 161 is the civilian hiring plan. So this one might be subject to a little bit of revision in light of Mr. Englander's earlier proposal, but my proposal on this was going to be, and Mr. Englander, you can help me walk through whether this changes in light of what you've said, but my proposal was to add an additional 97 civilian positions and $2.8 million to LAPD's budget to pay for them. I would still stick with that and perhaps supplement it with the additional funding that would be realized from saving the money from the sworn positions that you've described.
I'd support that for sure.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping.
Okay. So that would be, for me, that would be a Tier A priority.
Just to be clear, what that would do is, because the 76 positions is more than going to cover the civilians, so we're really putting the civilian program on steroids. by double dipping, no? I mean, which is great, and I'm all for that.
No, we'll still have a deficit on the civilian hiring.
Even
huge.
with the 76?
Still a huge, yeah.
Because what's the rate, when I can ask PD, what is the ratio of how many officers on the street do you get for every civilian hire? Is there an average number on that?
Well, it depends on the actual position. If you had an officer assigned, for example, that's working the jails, then that's a 1-for-1 swap. So one officer that's working the jails, and then you hire one security or detention officer, then that one detention officer would take that position, and then the one officer would come out into the field.
Yeah, I guess maybe it's a dollar for dollar question, because if you have an officer that you're not hiring, and then they are much more expensive than a civilian, you obviously get 2 or 3 civilians for that one officer, potentially.
I don't think you get 2 or 3. I'd have to do the math for you, but I don't believe so.
I think on average
less,
civilians are about 2/3 the cost of sworn, something like that, depending on the position. Jailers, for a while, it was pretty close because our incoming trainee police officers were actually less expensive for a while there than civilians, but we bumped up their starting salary. I misstated the number. The 97 civilian positions is correct, but it should be 3.4 million. And as part of that, I think there should be, this should be the year that we finally hire enough civilian jailers to once and for all get all of the sworn out of the jail. And it's a goal that we've been moving towards for a long time. And the other thing that I would like to see as part of that hiring plan would be to fill the necessary property rooms with civilian employees. I can't say that all of them are the highest priority. I would appreciate hearing from the department about where the highest priorities are. But I know in the East Valley we need one because our officers are going outside of the area to go to staffed property rooms. So that's the one thing that I would specifically like to ask for as part of that. But perhaps you can bring us a report back about what the highest priority civilian hirings would be.
And we can do that. And in hiring some of those, that's not going to put an officer back out into the field because we don't have an officer working that field. But
what it does is it keeps an officer from driving from North Hollywood to Van Nuys a couple of times a day. And, it takes hours and hours of time off of their out of their day, which could otherwise be spent driving around in my neighborhoods.
That's right. And when you have a fixed post civilian position, that even if it were dollar to dollar, you're creating an efficiency that you otherwise wouldn't have, whether it's that officer writing that report, whether it's that officer in a property room, whether that's officer driving back and forth. Yeah, exactly.
But we get it. It's not one for one, to be sure, but there are efficiencies that would be realized, and eventually these efficiencies add up.
They should also look at the 911 operators as well, the PSRs.
Look at them in what respect?
As civilian positions to fill.
I think we deal with that separately someplace, haven't
Okay.
we?
Okay. Just a quick comment
Yes.
or point of clarification. On the property rooms, was that the additional positions for the new authorities for the property officers in order to open the additional rooms? Because right now where we're at, I think we have just 4 vacancies after we fill the positions we plan to fill this year. So in order to open additional rooms, we noted in our report we would need about 15 additional authorities because those positions have been deleted through the years as part of the add-delete exercises and ERIP and whatnot.
Let's see, and that's listed in the memo, right? In Memo
That
161?
is,
Yeah.
correct.
I'm sorry. Yes. It's to include those 97 positions listed in the memo and an additional 15 property officers.
Thank you.
And that's why the change in number from 2.8 to 3.4. Okay. Anything else on this, members? Okay. I think that's it for PD. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That brings us to the Board of Public Works, which will then be followed by the Bureau of Engineering. Public Works has reports numbers 90, 94, 123, 130, and 157. So on number 90, the street tree superintendent was an informational report. The board must first submit a job description of an urban forestry supervisor before the CAO and personnel can determine the pay grade and classification, which I think, if it's all right with the committee, I would like to instruct the board to do, to get that as an instruction to the board to begin working on that, and then to report back to us with the pay grade and classification for such a position and job description. Number 94 deals with the cost on use of digital kiosks. So my recommendation on this would be to have the Board of Public Works and the City Clerk work together and report back as a special study to the Information Technology and General Services Committee on this, because it's probably requires more specialized discussion that could be had in that committee than can be had in this committee, if that's all right with Mr. Blumenfield. All right. So no other action other than that report, that instruction. Number 123.
And it seems like they could just figure it out and get it done.
That's kind of what it means, yeah. Just go figure it out. Number 123 was my request, and again, that was provided for informational purposes only, and similar to number 90. I'd like to direct the board and CAO to work together and come back with a report on pay grade, classification, and job description for such a position.
That's 123.
123 and 90, pretty much the same treatment. Yeah.
I'm wondering if we should put a dollar amount into the UB for it to make sure that it's funded.
We don't know what the dollar amount would be, but so that's my hesitation with that until we can find out with a little bit more clarity what that would be. Let's see, 123. Oh, no, sorry, I'm getting my reports mixed up here. I guess we could.
It could be 96,000.
Yeah. So we could put 9 months funding.
Yeah, I would agree
for the
with that.
citywide tree coordinator.
Yeah.
So we.
If you just fund it, a priority.
Okay, so the recommendation would be, or the department's, the board's recommendation was to fund it at $96,332. Am I right on that? For 9 months funding for a street tree superintendent 2. Why is that number different than?
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
What's in
Fernando
the
Campos,
CAO
Executive Officer. That is our report back to this committee. However, the CAO's report adds in related costs to the position. So for 9 months funding at a superintendent 1 would be at $121,000.
You had recommended street tree superintendent 2 at $96,000. And the CAO has, I mean, I don't want to split hairs here too much, but the CAO has street tree superintendent 2 direct costs at $102,000. So why is it's a small thing, but why the discrepancy?
From Office of the CAO, our recommendation is the step 8. Maybe there is a step difference.
I see. Okay.
Step 7 versus
All right.
step 8.
Why don't we just say $100,000 in the UB for that position, pending further report back on this?
Why are we doing UB and not just funding?
Sorry?
Why are we not just funding this position?
Well, because we don't have a job description, or I guess we have a classification.
We do have the classification, and we can work with the CAO's office to provide the job description, and then ultimately to the Civil Service Commission to establish the allocation of the actual position. In addition to that, we'll work with the CAO's office to determine the pay grade if it is determined to be a 1 or a 2. But I think $100,000 is a good dollar amount just to get this going.
Okay. All right, you convinced me. Let's do it. 100,000. Let's make that an A priority.
Great.
Okay. This next number 130, the oil drilling inspection program. Okay, so the notes I have indicate that the fee study should not take place until the motion has been heard and voted on in EECEJ and full council, which could be done, and then this could be taken up during an FSR. So I would recommend completion of the policy process first, and then we can deal with this position, with this program during the FSR.
Is this something the petroleum administrator could do?
That is correct, yes.
But the 50,000 is for the fee study.
That's
Yeah.
Right?
I must have misunderstood the question. Were you asking whether the petroleum administrator can actually conduct the fee study versus using an outside consultant?
Yeah.
Matt?
I've not done one before, but
Can't hear them.
I think we need to. This is who walk patrol administrator. I think it needs to go outside. I think we've not done it in house before.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, the recommendation was to fund the fee study or not?
Yes, Mr. Bonnet.
The
sorry.
recommendation was it to fund the fee study or not? I missed it.
The recommendation was to complete the policy process first, and then to do the fee study appropriation during an FSR after the policy process is completed.
Mr. Chair, I wonder
Yes.
if we could fund it but put it in the UB pending approval of the policy. I know we have so many potential revenue streams that we're missing out on, and I think the city should be able to fully recover its inspection costs at least, and possibly fund more. So perhaps we could ask the CLA to report back on finding the 50,000 for a fee study and put it in the UB.
I'd be okay with that.
Pending completion of the policy. Yeah, okay. We'll do that. And since it's a fee study, which presumably will recover more than it cost, we should make that into an A priority.
Yep.
Okay.
So was the ultimate recommendation is to fund that, correct?
Yes.
Put it in the UB?
In the UB, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. That was 130, right? Okay, so 157. So for item 157, we should add, the recommendation would be to add an accountant with $98,000 in funding, since we already did the street tree superintendent position. So that would have been taken up in this recommendation. So $98,000 in one accountant position, and then $98,000 for office and administration to support the technology needs of the board. That's 157, which was the comprehensive board letter of requests. So if there's no objection,
There's also, Mr. Chair, Fernando Campos again,
Yes.
Executive Officer. There's also a request for a position authority for the Public Works Trust Fund. Just thought it would be helpful for you to provide additional information regarding that position. We don't agree with the recommendation of using consulting services simply because the consultant that we currently hired to do the Nexus study recommended that the administrative and management of the fund should be done through an administrative services, and consulting services does not qualify or would not be allowed. Our recommendation is to move forward to hire an internal person that would assist us not only to do examining of the accounts, but also to provide more active fund management. So we don't believe that this is a temporary type of work. We don't also believe that it's more feasible for us to hire someone internally than to hire somebody externally, just to delineate between what the current consultant did versus what this proposed consultant would want to do, which we don't agree with the approach. The consultant that assisted us with the Nexus study provided us case review law. They also provided a benchmark study, and they also allowed us to look at what other municipalities were doing so that we could establish a policy. That policy has been proposed by the Board of Public, or has been proposed by me to the Board of Public Works, and that policy has been adopted as amended by the board last week as of as of May 4th. That report is pending your committee and also to the Public Works and Gang Reduction Committee. That report also recognizes and identifies about $5.9 million that can be utilized to go back to public works infrastructure that will ultimately make it to your council districts. Again, I'm saying this because it's not temporary in nature. We don't believe that this is going to be more feasible to hire an outside consultant. We believe that having a staffer there dedicated 100% to actively manage the fund would be more important. In addition to that, we do believe that there is a high return on our investment. So for about $100,000 that we invest in this position, I believe that we would be able to bring back about $1.3 million per year back to this committee for your consideration to use in public works infrastructure investment. Just to give you a flavor of what that investment may look like in your districts, the Nexus study in Council District 3 identifies about $133,000 in Council District 11, about $700,000 in Council District.
Yeah, it's okay. We don't need all the examples. I just
Right.
need. How about
he was almost on Council District 12.
How about a cost comparison here and a comment
just want to
from the
emphasize
CAO
that this
as
money
to-
is there for you for your investment.
Thank you. So,
Councilmember, we think the money is there for you, but we thought this was a one-time working down the backlog as opposed to a permanent position ongoing forever.
it sounds like it's not. So,
It's not.
So it's simply the same amount of funding, but a position authority is what you're
Correct.
asking for. Fine, and it shall be so. Okay. That's it for the Board of Public Works. That brings us to Bureau of Engineering.
And sir, did you say A or B for the new funding on that, your first discussion?
Oh, on the funding that I had mentioned before, that would be a tier A. Okay, so the Bureau of Engineering.
Thank you.
Thank you. Items 11, 65, 66, 92, 97, 111, and 120. Mr. Moore, welcome.
Thank you.
On number 11, which is the Griffith Park and Hollywood Sign Mobility Study, I'd recommend providing $300,000 of funding in the UB contingent on the release of the report by Recreation and Parks under Council File 18-0057 as a B priority. On number, if there's no objection, number 65, Destination Crenshaw. There is funding set aside in the UB to support the Bureau of Engineering for various city projects, of which this could be one. And so I'd recommend no additional action at this time. Number 66, Crisis and Bridge Housing Fund. I'd recommend that we include resolution authorities for one civil engineer, one civil engineering associate 2, and one senior management analyst 1 without funding because we already funded the $10 million earlier that could be used in part to pay for this. But we do need the positions in the Bureau of Engineering, so I would recommend those positions be approved.
Question
Yes.
on this. On On these, it strikes me as, well, let me ask you, do we bill against those projects the engineering costs?
We, Gary Lee Moore, city engineer, we set up work orders for each project so that it can be tracked on each project, and then we'll work with the CAO, the mayor, and the city council on which projects that are approved, and then we'll charge against those. So the answer is yes.
There have been two issues, sir. One is the pre-development, the Bureau's analysis of sites that actually don't go anywhere. So they spend time and resources on a project that doesn't happen.
Right.
And obviously your council just talked about adding more funds, which will leave more funds for the actual. We will track and bid against projects that happen, but if it's $30 million instead of 20, you'll be able to build more projects.
Right. I guess just want to make sure, and I'm sure you're thinking about this, that ultimately the engineering costs get spread out equitably, as opposed to in some ways it argues for putting more money into the bridge housing fund and then billing against it, than putting a bunch into engineering and then sort of the first projects to eat that up, and then you end up trying to bill afterwards. So I'm just trying to make sure that we're doing it in a, I like spending the money on this. It's important, and just a question of where the money goes to make sure that it's spread out equally.
We're going to need to have some sort of understanding with General Services, BOE, the departments, that they are going to be very tight-fisted with these dollars, because this goes against actual provision of services. I know you guys need to do the work, you need to be paid for it, but sometimes the first estimate I get from a department for something tends to be higher than it needs to be, and you can work with the general manager, they bring it down. I think we need to start from the down cost on these.
That's true.
We will only be looking for reimbursements of what we actually spend, and I was trying to articulate and didn't do it very well. We'll be opening up work orders for each site that we analyze, so the cost will go to that. If we only spend $15,000 and the site is determined not to move forward, then that'll be the end of the charges on that. It'll only be associated on a project-by-project basis.
Council members, I believe BOE and our office, we've been running this strategic working group. We are very concerned about that. Our hope is that we will get templates down and each project will be cheaper, but there will be individual determinations, for example, of how does it hook up to the sewer or not, that are all going to be site-specific. We are looking to have as cookie-cutter approach and as affordable approach as possible.
We'll be watching.
Okay. So any objection on that one? We're good? Okay. So that brings us to number 92, electric vehicle charging stations. No action is necessary in this one in that it's informational, and the Bureau mentioned that it has sufficient resources for its current demand and its current metrics on EV projects. I don't know if anyone really has determined a vision for the future and what demands may be necessary, but it seems no action is necessary on the budget at this time, but we might want to consider some reports back on that. Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, I think we should ask for a report back sort of mid and long term on whether we're ready for all the automakers that are talking about introducing EV versions of their own, and some automakers that are talking about going 100% EV in the very near future. So if there's a way for us to do a report detailing our metrics and looking for what we expect in the near future, that would be helpful.
Okay. So we'll ask for that report to be prepared. All right, that brings us to 97.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I may, it's David Hirono from the CAO's office. There's a Memo 93 that was listed under Recreation and Parks that was submitted by the city engineer as well. So you may want to deal with that while you have Mr. Moore here.
Is that the Venice one?
It's the memo on Oceanfront Walk at Venice Beach.
Okay. So the indication on this was that draft concept report still needs to be reviewed in detail to determine how much of the work can be special funded. My thought was budgetary action is premature at this point, and I would recommend no action. But Mr. Bonin, is that consistent with your concerns? Okay. So if there's no objection on that, there will be no budgetary action on that item at this time.
Just one question.
Go ahead.
Is BOE going to need funding to determine what we're going to need for funding?
Yes.
Okay, then maybe we need some budgetary action.
Wait, say that again.
I asked Gary if he's going to need funding and able to be able to determine what we ultimately need for funding.
This is a specialty area. We would bring in consultants to help us scope this project out. I can, if you need a number today, $250,000 would be in the realm of what we would need to get together and scope this project out.
Knowing that this project needs to be done expeditiously.
Yes.
I'd recommend that then.
So recommend 250
to do a detailed concept, pre-design, and cost estimate associated with the scope of work that has been recommended.
The recommendation from staff for the cost was over $3 million, which I think is excessively high for what needs to be done.
Right.
I mean, if they can come back with a project that accomplishes the same goals for significantly less money, I'd like to see them do it.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, I wonder if you could give us a 1 minute off-the-cuff version of what exactly the issue is. I'm not that familiar with it. What needs to be done?
I can. You heard about it in a closed session, but effectively it deals with keeping pedestrians and tourists and residents of Venice Beach safe from cars driving onto Oceanfront Walk.
Oh, okay. Yes. Thank you.
Are there any special funds that could be used to do the study to see how much we have to spend? I mean, does it have to be general fund that
I defer to the CAO for that knowledge.
Council members, we're not aware of any, but we're happy to always look for them.
I guess I would add that instruction to first scour the special. I mean, I understand the need for this, but seems like there might be some special funds that could work for that.
Okay, so Mr. Bond,
I mean, we could do the special. We could have them look at the special funds before we do the rack up, just to see if there's
sure.
any way.
Yeah. So we'll ask for $250,000 to be appropriated to the Bureau for purposes of retaining the consultant, subject to review. Well, not subject
Should we
to.
put it in
with
the
the
UB
additional.
until we get the actual?
Sorry.
Should we put it in the UB until we actually see the?
We can put that in the UB. Okay.
Sure.
I mean, I'm okay with the spending it, but just to be consistent,
Yeah.
and then, but also to ask for the special fund scouring.
You good? Okay. All right. Number 97. This is the Bureau's position requests, and on these members, I would recommend approving all of the positions requested by the city engineer as reso authorities. I'd recommend adding the funding in the amount of $529,648 pursuant to the CAO's memo in support of the Civic Center Master Plan, and instruct BOE to submit position descriptions to the CAO for review in order to determine whether full or partial eligibility from MICLA might be appropriate. And then with regard to the landside access modernization program, I'd recommend 9 months funding of $462,901 to the Bureau of Engineering, for those positions.
Which will get reimbursed by LAWA, right?
Thank you. Yep. Which would be reimbursed by LAWA. Read my mind. Yeah, those would be my recommendations on those requests. Any other thoughts or objections? Yep. Okay, then that will be the action of the committee. Number 111 is relates to safety improvements along the Pacoima Wash. I'm going to recommend no action at this time on that one. On number 120, public right-of-way reservation system and traffic management overhaul. The recommendation here would be to add resolution authority for one civil engineer and $134,390 for 9 months funding to BOE's budget as a Tier A priority. Without objection, that will be the action of the committee.
Now, will this position be reimbursed from development fees?
Yes. The answer is yes.
My understanding would, yes.
It'd
Okay.
be fully fee supported.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moore. I think that's it for engineering. Next up is sanitation, which will be followed by street lighting and then street services. Okay, members, sanitation has memos numbers 8, 22, 115, 128, 129, 131, 137, 138, 150, 151, and 152. So, so number 8, the salary savings rate, I recommend no action on that one. Item number 22, liability claim support. Like to suggest or instruct sanitation to reassign one of its existing vacancies, management analyst vacancies, to coordinate liability investigations. And note that a position was approved for liability claim support back in fiscal year 15-16. Number 115, Hope Team information, was informational only. No action necessary. Go ahead, Mr. Englander.
115, just trying to reconcile a lot of the numbers. As an example, just pick one randomly. So under the GCP reimbursement for 3-month vehicle rental costs for year 1 on page 1, so it was $28,816. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then if you turn the page and go to page 2, this is a 6-month cost. So that was 1 year cost, and it says that was only 3 months. And then we go to a 1 year cost. Let's see here, 18-19. So we have the same amount in the same period of time on a 6 month. I'm just trying to figure out why we only have 3 months on each. We're only doing 3 months at a time per year, one during 6 months and one during a calendar year. I just can't figure out. And if I go through that, it sort of holds true on all of the different expenses. The 1 year costs are the same as the 6 month cost. Field the laptops, for example, are there just minimum costs no matter if we deploy our Hope teams for 1 month or 1 year? Those are the fixed costs. and even equipment rental for 3 months at a time. Just trying to reconcile all this, and it's hard to follow.
Sure. There's definitely a lot of numbers on here, and there's a lot of different charts. Definitely trying to present the information in the best way possible based on the questions that were asked. But the explanation for the 3 months vehicle rental costs, we basically, this is the 6 months funding in the UB, the $1.3 million. We assume that if we hire the positions by January 1st and we get our new vehicles by April 1st, you're only leasing special funded vehicles for 3 months. So that's the chart that you see on page 2 over here at the very top, the 28,816. If it's for a full year funding, it's a little bit different. It takes us about 1 year to procure the actual vehicles. So depending on, I think, when you hire the people, I think the first chart on the first page assumes a full year funding. So if if they start on like July 1st, then you'll need 9 months of funding of reimbursements if you get the vehicles on April 1st. I think for the equipment, those are all fixed, the laptops, the uniforms. I think the ones that are going to be prorated based on the amount of funding for salaries is going to be your contractual services, your hazardous waste disposal, also your tip fees. Like I said, the vehicle costs are all fixed. Like I said, one of these rear loaders is about $300,000. That's not going to change regardless.
Right. So a lot of these don't change, and a lot of these are just fixed costs. And I think the argument needs to be made that this is one of the biggest needs we've got next to housing and supportive services and wraparound services and deploying our full HOPE teams along with LASA and our HET teams. And with that, though, I think it's important to note that most of the costs in this, a lot of the costs, are, no matter how long we deploy them in the calendar year, it's the same cost. And I think you've sort of pointed that out repeatedly throughout the different charts. The only variable is the staffing. But there's a lot of overhead with equipment costs, supply costs, and those are all fixed. So we get much more efficiencies. We get a lot more services if we staff up a little more because we have all those fixed costs already. And I think you've pointed that out.
Yeah, and these
really
are all first
well.
year costs. So the second year, if you're not going to have to pay for them, it's definitely going to be a lot cheaper the second year.
Right. So the more we ramp up, and this isn't going away anytime soon, obviously. And this is takes a little less time and we're going to need these as we reach out with shelter programs, and particularly when we hit January 1, if we have more than what we anticipate with a lot of folks coming online to identify locations, there's going to be a lot more need than really what we have budgeted. So I know this is in a lot of different places in the budget. This is really the information of costs. But I think it's going to be an important memo to refer back to as we start deploying additional resources. And so what I want to do also is meet offline to go through some of the details in here. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Likewise, number 128 also is informational, dealing with deployment of the HOPE teams. No actions required at this time. Number 129 deals with the city's green efforts. Memo was provided for information on that. No immediate action is required. Mr. Kretz, any questions on that? Or okay. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Neuter. Yeah.
On 128, there was just one memo that says that you're dealing with and creating the efficiencies for deployment. But it does recognize the site time logistics in the third paragraph on the departmental memo, that it could take up to 2 to 3 hours daily with an additional 1 hour to complete and file paperwork. So that's 4 hours out of the out of the day and one deployment day. So I know it says that you were working on and trying to identify locations to deploy from. I brought this up directly well over 6 months ago. This, to me, is something that needs to be prioritized as quickly as possible. And I want something to come back and not just overlooked the fact that we're pouring so much money into one of the most important resources in sanitation and deploying our rapid response teams, but they're 4 hours of a deployment per day just to get out in the field is not something I can quickly glance over. I'd like to get a commitment on when this can be identified, solutions identified, and what that time frame will be to make sure that that's implemented. I think it's too important. Do we have any idea, and I know this has been talked about for months, and I understand the logistics. Mm-hmm. I understand this is much more complicated than telling somebody that they're going to start work at a specific location instead of a location B instead of location A. Mm-hmm. It's much more complicated than that. We have teams that are working together that have different work rules and different schedules and operationally and vehicles that are logistically, it's not just a matter of parking them in some city lot that may be available. I get it. But I also get this is our number one priority, is dealing with and working to eradicate homelessness and work on bringing our neighborhoods back and helping these folks at the same time. And this is one of those keys to that. And there's one of the biggest inefficiencies we have is this. What might be that timeline?
Lisa Mowry, Chief Financial Officer. You're absolutely right with the complications involved in this. One of the things that will make it easier moving forward is the addition of teams. When there are fewer teams, it actually becomes more difficult to spread them out, because if you've got them all together, that gives you some flexibility. If you have some people that call in sick or are out due to vacation, and you've got all of your teams co-located, you can move folks around and deploy the most effective team for whatever the work those teams are going to be doing that day. With a limited number of teams, it becomes much harder if we have them scattered around the city because you don't have that flexibility. With the additional teams that are in the budget for next year, that actually makes it a little bit easier. So rather than there being one team in, say, the West Valley that has no backup within 2 hours, if you've got a couple of teams out in the valley, that gives you some more flexibility. So I think that actually makes it easier.
And when do we start deploying those additional teams?
The additional teams in the budget are linked to the, well, first of all, we've got 6 months funding for them, and they're also linked to the siting of the shelter facilities in the council districts.
Okay, and those are to deploy 30 days after?
Correct.
A facility is open. So in most scenarios, what we might be looking at with a projected January open date is that 6 months plus the other 30 days is 7 months. It's 2 months from now is 9 months away from creating any efficiencies while we have people deploying out and spending 4 hours on the road every single day. I can't live with that.
Okay. And we don't necessarily have to wait for that. Just knowing we're going to have those additional teams would make it easier for us to move forward with the understanding that we're going to be gaining efficiencies most of the time by having them closer to the sites they're going to be deployed. Every once in a while, we may lose some efficiencies if we end up with a short team and we have to wait to bring people from downtown to back it up. But I think that would certainly be far overweighed by the daily efficiencies we would get by having teams located closer to the areas they're going to be serving. So we don't necessarily have to wait for the additional teams. Just knowing they're going to be there in the future, we can start moving in that direction.
Okay. So what I'm hoping to see back is something much quicker. that when we hit at a minimum, the longest, that should be acceptable is the new fiscal year, July 1st. These are permanent. These aren't going away anytime soon. Probably not in my political life, quite frankly. And in fact, they'll just be increased over time. We know that. And certainly creating work plans, particularly fixed post locations and facilities, and building the infrastructure out to support that is complicated, and it takes time. For 3 years now, we're going back and forth on just developing an Operations Valley Bureau for the fire department. I get it. It is complicated. But what doesn't make a lot of sense is that if we've got people deploying out, for example, to the Valley, and it's 4 hours out of their day, and each council office, for example, is getting 2 days a month, and those 2 days, half that time, 1 day is just travel time. Half the shift is just travel. And we're spending a lot of resources on it, and it's a critical service. And by the way, when they're traveling, it also grounds all the other team members from LASA, our HET teams, our HOPE team from LAPD that are stationed out there and or don't have to check in downtown, that can't deploy, and they're waiting for them to show up.
So we have this report back. I think at least three of us share this important concern as
just trying to figure out where we go with
members
it.
of the well. I think we need to have a deployment report, a deployment plan for fixing this problem, because it's Mr. Blumenfield and Mr. Englander and myself all experience this. I don't know if Mr. Kretz and Mr. Bonner do as well, but it's a challenge, and it is a complicated challenge, but it's not cost effective to have these very expensive teams only working about half of their day on the actual work that they were expending this for. So we can revisit this at some point in the future, Mr. Englander, with a report back and continue the discussion. But I think the seriousness of the issue is such that it does require a follow-up, just not follow-up that we can complete today. So
I agree. Just looking for direction on what that might mean. I don't want to lose it.
Set a time 60 days down the road that we'll have a further report back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Okay. So number 131 has to do.
Didn't do 129 yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we had done that. I guess I was reading ahead. So that was a memo requested by Mr. Kretz to provide information about LA's efforts compared to other cities. Did you have questions on that one, Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, I think we largely missed the purpose of my request. I know the report back basically says that 2 degrees Celsius and the Paris Accords are the gold standard, and I think that's mistaken by a long shot, given the climate impacts we're already seeing. But I don't think this is the venue to debate those targets. My goal for the question was really to compare the amount spent by other cities on climate change, the sizes of their staffs, and what they spend their money on. My staff was able to do a preliminary search, certainly on the budgetary elements of this, with New York City spending $20 billion, although not on an annual basis, on this problem, and San Francisco, which is a fraction of our size, spending $17 million in the past, and considering $21 million this year when they're a quarter of our size. So what I really want to see is a report, and it probably should be a special study at this point, on what we're actually doing in terms of staffing, in terms of funding, what our individual staff are doing compared to other major cities that are dealing with this same issue. I believe that we're doing a lot less, and once we compare that, we'll know for sure.
Do you want to say like the top 5 largest cities in the United States, or specify in some way, or it may not? They may not all have it available, so maybe you don't want to be that specific. But whatever. But I think that's an
certainly
important.
I know some of the cities that are addressing it actively are cities like Boston, Portland, San Francisco. So I'd look at those to start, and then look at them by size from there.
Yeah, I'd suggest that for cities, if we want to do a good comparison, and I support where Mr. Koretz is going on this, is that we look at the largest coastal cities, because that would be certainly more relevant than doing Chicago or Detroit or something like that.
And New York obviously has the most coast because they're largely a gigantic island, so I think they have over 500 miles of coast. But they also have made the most dramatic commitment in to the tune of $20 billion, which I'm not expecting that we'll ever get close to that, but hopefully closer.
Chicago is no less a coastal city, by the way. So,
but in a different way.
Your point taken, yeah. Okay, so we'll ask for that as a special study report back then. And so, number 131, Hope Team definition. That's informational only, no action is required. Number 137, homeless shelter cleanups is informational only, no action required. 138, livability services hiring, informational only, no action required. Unless you had a question, Mr. Englander, on that. Okay. Number 150, this deals with the biodiversity expert, and as there's no obvious funding source for it, I would recommend that we maintain the biodiversity expert as an A priority and instruct sanitation to continue the employment of the biodiversity expert using salary savings, unless there's a special fund source that could pay for that. Okay. Pay number 151. The Management Structure Bureau Sanitation, informational only, no action required. Number 152, the Cool Blocks program. This is a program that has $150,000 in private funding, and the proposed budget already matches that. There's a small shortfall of $54,000, and I think if the committee, I think my recommendation would be to have the committee instruct LA San to implement the Cool Blocks program, utilizing that private funding, and absorb that shortfall within its operating budget.
Back to 151 for one.
Yes.
On 151, actually, can you just report back, actually do a breakout of the positions per new or expanded program? They're lumped together.
Okay, so a supplemental report on number 151.
Correct.
State it again, Mr. Englander.
Break out the new and or expanded programs with authorized positions. Right now, they're simply lumped together by fiscal year. If you can break them out by fiscal year and by actual program.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Memo 163 was, so that was a late memo, and it includes a number of items that we've already dealt with, I think, in one way or the other. Let me flip to it. So on this one, my recommendations, to the extent that we haven't already dealt with these requests, would be to instruct the Bureau to consolidate oversight of the Clean Streets LA program under a single assistant director. and to add 9 months funding and resolution authority for 4 administrative clerks to be funded from the Solid Waste Resources Revenue Fund, with the further instruction that to the greatest extent possible, those positions be filled through the targeted local hire program. Anything else, members, on that one, or any objection? Mr. Kretz?
If I can clarify which positions you just included, because I know there's so much data from Clean Streets and Recycla and methane sewer construction and other things that I think we should move their GIS positions.
Yeah, that's a challenge, and some of them we've already dealt with previous reports. So let me see if I can sort through.
That was number 5, I think. Yeah, that was number 5. I'm sorry, number 4 on page 4 that you're suggesting.
And I'm not clear whether the positions you just added were those or were for some other category.
Could I ask that maybe we just look at them individually to make sure we nail them all? Because on number 1, I think we were good on that. On 1, on number 2 was the water recycling division, and it would be my suggestion they use existing vacancies. But I don't know if we covered that. We hadn't yet, right?
No.
Okay, so be
So
my
the only
suggestion.
the only one there's overlap is, I think, the last one, number 6, the liability claim support. That was in a separate budget memo earlier that we discussed.
Right.
I think everything else we haven't discussed.
We hadn't gone over, right. So my suggestion on number 2 would be that we use existing vacant positions. My suggestion on 3, that become a B. Actually, there's no funding with that. It just becomes a performance metric. Is that correct on B for risk reduction?
No, they're asking for positions here.
Oh, I see.
They're asking for 3.
Oh, quite a few.
Yeah, they're asking for, I think, 5 positions.
But they are all special funded.
Correct.
Well, special funded, that most of these are absorbed through costs passed on to their customers and the ratepayers. So where this is a little different than just, it's not grant funded. So may not be general funded, but it's something that we have to consider. Since there are multiple items on this, ask the chair, maybe we can table this and come back to it.
I think that's probably a good idea. Okay. Number 164, that was an informational report dealing with Recycla. No actions necessary on that. And then 165. I think was the last memo that came in, and I actually don't have a copy of it here. But my notes indicate that the recommendation would be to instruct Recreation and Parks and LA Sand report to council within 90 days on an analysis of addressing homeless encampments in city parks, including a review of existing protocols and recommendations on reconfiguring resources to maximize efficiency.
This one also had a funding request, and I would suggest we It was 329,000 for 6 months. I would suggest that would be an A.
You will be hearing that, I think, when Rec and Parks gets up. This was, should sanitation be doing that cleanup work? Rec and Parks has a request, which is Budget Memo 31, for additional groundskeeping resources.
I see. Okay.
So is it the same price for Rec and Parks as it is for sanitation to do that work?
I think our recommendation on that is actually to request the two departments to work together and report back and figure out where they are not exactly the same work. They do different kinds of work, whether it's actually a scheduled cleanup or day-to-day maintenance cleanup, and to have them report back on how to do sort of homeless cleanups in city parks.
Okay, so we're waiting. So then the recommendation is...
The recommendation was to have the Bureau and the department report back to council within 90 days after analyzing, with an analysis of addressing homeless encampments in city parks, including the review of existing protocols and recommendations on reconfiguring resources to maximize efficiencies. So the very issue that we're talking about who does it more effectively and more cost effectively.
So where does the money come in?
Council members, the money for this one, well, it's going to be discussed as part of the Rec and Parks budget. So Rec and Parks actually came forward and made a recommendation for some additional resources for bulky item cleanup. And then there was some discussion about possibly having LA Sanitation assist in that. This is the report that addresses the coordination between sanitation and Rec and Parks and possibly them coordinating on that project. What this basically says is that LA San and Rec and Parks need more time to determine whether it makes sense, because LA Sanitation is saying that their needs may be a little bit different than what their cleanup crews do. So what this report was recommending was a further discussion take place between the two offices to determine, what would actually be required, and to have that further report come back to Arts Committee for further discussion. So there isn't any funding attached to this one. If you were to provide Rec and Parks with the funding, that would be strictly for the or the bulky item pickup within the park. So you can have a further discussion in Rec and Parks. This one, there wasn't a determination made which one would be cheaper to do, but LA Sanitation did indicate that it would go beyond what they normally would do with their teams. So, and I apologize for the lateness. This was the last report that came out. So,
right. It seems like it's a priority to do this. Whether who does it and how it gets done is the question. And I just want to make sure that we have enough money somewhere, if it's not in the UB or in the Rec and Parks budget, because the Rec and Parks budget is for a narrow scope of work, which is the bulky items. Sanitation's is a little bit more broad. We're saying we'll get a report in 90 days, but then let's say that report says, okay, well, to do it, it's going to require another $200,000, $300,000. Well, now we have an unbudgeted project.
Then you would have to go into the reserve for mid-year adjustments, which is still in the UB.
Okay, or the other option is to put money aside for it now.
Sir, so just to point out, we've been going through a lot of additions at this point, and there are a lot of in your priority A's. Just thus far, that number, we've been trying to keep track, just so that you know, it's in the neighborhood of $55 million.
I'm sure we can find it. No.
Just a minor point. So I just...
but just to understand where but we want to prioritize this appropriately, so that's...
So if it's an A+, then say it's an A+.
Okay.
So when we do take up Rec and Parks, we are going to be considering, 7 regular position authorities for homeless mitigation and so forth. So I think that's probably the appropriate place to have that discussion. So this item is to have the leadership sit together, come up with a plan, report it back to us within 90 days. About the issues that I described. So, okay, without objection, that will be the action of the committee, and that will come back. We'll come back to 163. So, if you don't mind, just hanging on a bit while we work out some of the details on that one. All right. So that brings us then next to street lighting, and. On number 5, there's a technical correction to the fleet vehicles and equipment list. I'd like to instruct the CLA to include the list of vehicles for street lighting in the committee report that was mistakenly omitted in the proposed budget. And number 13, dealing with transportation grant work program. What did I say? Man, I'm getting dyslexic as we're going through. Thank you. Well, you're Johnny on the spot, Mr. Englander. I appreciate it. So, number 15, thank you. My recommendation would be to approve the 7 reso authorities. Those will be funded by transportation grant, and I would give those a Tier A recommendation. And that completes street lighting unless there's questions or concerns. Thank you. Brings us next to street services. Number 18, 37, 47, 48, 98, 99, 107, 110, 114, 121, 132, 144, 146, 147, 148, 149, and 155. So, number 18, developing a comprehensive street tree inventory. I'd recommend adding $400,000 to the UB for street tree research and policy development as a Tier B priority. If there's no objection.
No objection.
Number 18.
But I do have a
Yes,
point.
Mr. Kretz, go ahead.
My understanding is that something like this is already in the works, which makes it make more sense to put it in the UB. But I think there's a city plants CAL FIRE assessment, and that may duplicate what we're talking about here. I'm not clear on whether that's correct or not.
So currently, Keith Mosey, Assistant Director of Bureau of Street Service, we are working on that and identifying an asset management database to do that. And so you're right, we would want to duplicate the effort as far as in recreating a study like this.
And also, it just it also says that this is phase 1, but it doesn't indicate how many phases or total cost we're looking at. I always get concerned when I see phase 1 and I never see a phase 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10 following that. Like, doesn't tell us the full picture. So, how many phases and what's the total request?
Councilman, this is to initiate the funding so that we could go in and look at all the different types of interactive systems that we could utilize.
No, I understand that. So this is what I'm asking. These are buzzwords to me that trigger when people say initiate funding, start a phase 1 program. So usually, and then in year 2 and 3, they come back and say, well, you already funded phase 1. Now we need to implement phase 2, and then phase 3 is actually hiring the people, and then phase 4.
So the report will outline that, Commissioner, how many, Councilmember, how many phases it will take to do that once we finish the report is done.
Okay, so we don't know yet.
Correct.
Okay, so that's UB recommendation for the Tier B priority. So that brings us to number 37, the cost and funding for the Metro Crenshaw Line sidewalk. That was an informational memo. No action is required. Number 47, the street damage restoration fee. I think we've discussed that one to death. That was an informational report. No action required. Number 48, funding and staff necessary for implementation of the First Amendment. Oh, the First Amendment program along Hollywood Boulevard. Yes, So my recommendation there would be to add an additional $338,723 in funding to street services budget for 3 street services investigators as a Tier B priority. If there's no objection, item number 98, requests for funding tree watering, tree planting, and dead tree and stump removal. So this and 99, let's take up together. 99 deals with a plan to eliminate the dead tree backlog and the ongoing resources needed. So my recommendation would be to put $2 million in the UB for tree planting and watering crews and dead tree and stump removal crews, and instruct street services to report with a hiring plan emphasizing targeted local hire by mid-June of 2018.
Mr. Chair, I wonder
Yes.
if we could prioritize 98 over 99, because it's kind of crazy to launch a 30-year sidewalk program where we're actively going to be removing and replacing trees without funding the watering and maintenance for them in the early years before they take hold.
Yeah, so the $2 million that I said would include the tree watering and planting.
Right, but
and
you
dead tree and
combine the
stump
dead
removal.
trees. I think we should make it clear that the dead trees are not the first priority.
I actually think
I
would disagree with that,
We
because
have-
people die from dead trees.
Yeah, we have trees falling over in my district.
Yeah.
For example, it's probably one of the windiest because of the wind tunnels there that come through the pass, and we're constantly having trees.
They're both
falling
important.
over.
I
They're
mean,
both
we
important.
have to get rid of the dead ones and bring in live ones, and you can't do the one without the other, really. And it is a risk management, public safety issue as well. So that's why I kind of integrated these two together to create
Okay,
a more
fair
comprehensive tree plan run by street services. And again, let me restate, to come back to us with a hiring plan with a strong emphasis on targeted local hire, because these are the exact positions that all of us have in mind for targeted local hire. I mean, running not the specialized tree trimming and those more highly trained positions. I get it, but there's plenty of room here in this for entry level positions.
And
Yeah,
and this should be an A.
It is an A.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That brings us to 107, cost to fund urban forestry to no longer contract out. So, on this one, and this has a widely varying general fund impact in the reports, but I'd like to recommend this, that we place $4,736,933 of the contract tree trimming line item in the UB to support the restoration of an additional 3 city tree trimming crews, and instruct the Bureau of Street Services to report with a hiring plan, again emphasizing targeted local hire by mid-June. So the point here, I think we've learned over the last few years, is that contracted tree trimming services tend to not be as good as our tree trimmers are, and have become more expensive. So the cost savings argument isn't even there anymore either. So I think this is the time when we really move away from contracted tree trimming and move into full-time urban forestry.
And I'd make that an A as well.
Yes, it is an A. Thank you. And yeah. Okay. Any concerns about that? No? Okay. Number 110, potential use of 25 LAP. Oh, this is the BMWs. Okay, to transfer the BMWs to street services. I don't think there's any budgetary action that's required. Maybe this is in fact, I don't know if any action is required, but if it is, maybe it's pursuant to a motion by that would be heard in public safety.
Well, and it says that there would potentially be a $200,000 annual savings by doing this, not to mention the offset of having to buy additional vehicles. So what would you need in terms of an instruction to do this? Looking at the...
To transfer the vehicles from LAPD to street services,
25.
and changing their use.
Yeah.
I think we just need to work through the administrative logistics of that, and we can
Do you need
figure
it?
that out and either report back or just facilitate the transfer.
Just facilitate it. Do you need a budget instruction or a footnote just to facilitate it?
We're happy to do that. I just don't know if there are any, what legal things we have to do to make that happen, so we just need to figure that out.
Okay, so why don't we just leave it as a report back to let us know what you need from us to get it done, with the intent of wanting to do it.
Does it matter how the vehicles, with what funds they were purchased?
That's why they're going back to look at that. That was, I think, what they're referring to.
Yeah, and there may also be issues with regard to charging infrastructure and other things that
Correct.
just have to be looked at.
Yeah. So, okay. So the intent will be to do it, but to report back on how. Okay.
Very good. Thank you. Thanks for saving us another $200,000, Mr. Englander. All right, so 114, potential funding sources for the GPS GIS technology implementation support for street sweeping. Mr. Bonner, do you want to speak to that one? My recommendation at this point would be no action.
Yeah, we got the funding. Excuse me. We have the funding for the pilot as a result of a property sale in my district. I did want to note, though, I'm concerned about what looks to be the escalating costs of this pilot. I'm a little concerned that now that Street Services knows there's some money, the cost keeps going up a little bit. So I'd like to have a report back and a discussion about the costs of this pilot, because they seem to be cheaper when we originally discussed it.
Okay.
But otherwise, good.
So that will be a report back?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, 121. This is funding for the Complete Streets sidewalk crews. The proposed budget has has special funds budgeted for this purpose, but I would recommend that we add 58 unfunded resolution authorities, as indicated in the letter, and with a further instruction that to the greatest extent possible, and to the greatest extent that those classifications will afford it, that Street Services utilize the targeted local hiring program to fill those positions. There are people ready to go, so we don't need to go through a long process to hire. They're ready to go. So let's get those positions filled. If there's no other questions, that will be the action of the committee. Number 132, this is a memo on tree health improvement strategies. That's informational. Yeah, that's informational, so no action is required. Unless did you have questions, Mr. Kretz, about the report back?
Well, I agree with the CAO's recommendation that Bureau of Street Services should look into rec and parks and Beverly Hills pilots. I still think we need to be more proactively addressing the insect problem. So my preference would be to instruct the CLA to find the $250,000 we need to do a pilot program, and to instruct the Bureau of Street Services to apply for the grants necessary to fund the program.
Okay. So certainly the request to seek grant funding, I think, is very much in order, and if we have the funding for it, what was it, 250?
Yeah, 250,000.
I think in light of CLA's stern lecturing of us, maybe that needs to be a B priority, but I think that the grant funding options should be pursued by the Bureau, to be sure. So if you want to, we'll go ahead and include that funding as a B priority as well, that 250. Okay. Number 144.
Mr. President? Or
Yes.
Chair, before we go to
Yeah.
144, I found my notes from 114. I just want to ask one
Oh, yeah,
additional
go ahead.
question.
Go ahead. Uh-huh.
In addition to the info I wanted back because of the dramatically escalating costs, we had appropriated in this current fiscal year $177,000 that was supposed to be from the sale of the property in my district. The sale didn't close until very late, until I think just a few weeks ago, so we weren't able to spend that money. I want to make sure, ask CAO or CLA, what do I need to do to make sure that that money doesn't then get rolled over for some other purpose?
Can you explain that one more time? Was it from a real property sale?
Yes. Yes.
And this is going into your real property fund?
No, it was earmarked to fund this pilot program for the GPS and the street sweeping.
Was it the general fund portion that was earmarked for that purpose?
I believe so, yeah.
If it was the general fund portion that was earmarked for that purpose, it can be reappropriated. It would normally revert, but
Nicole Trujillo, Office of the CAO. It went into the UB, and it just needs to be reappropriated in 1819 through the amendment of Council File 15-1449 to reappropriate that to the Bureau of Street Services.
I couldn't actually hear what she said, but whatever she said is what I want to do.
So just the Council File 15-1449 would need to be amended to reappropriate the 177,758 from the UB to the Bureau of Street Services in 2018-19.
Councilman will work with the CAO to make sure that's incorporated.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. We have quite a few still left for street services, but in that the hour is now after 5 o'clock, and everybody has been working feverishly, and Mr. Englander has pointed out that I'm getting dyslexic already. I'd like to take just a 5 or 10 minute break just to give everybody a chance to stretch their legs a little bit. And then we'll reconvene. So we'll be in recess for about 10 minutes.
And this is Memo 115. Because
Okay.
going into different.
Thank you all very much. We're now back in session. And before we go back into street services, Mr. Englander had an amendment to a previous recommendation, and then I want to go back and finish up our memo number 163 on sanitation.
So on item 115, where we got into the discussion of hard costs that are annualized for our HOPE teams on sanitation and salaries, since the hard costs remain the same, then I'd like to propose that we come back with, instead of a 6-month funding plan for the expanded team, that it be 9 months of funding for the expanded team.
Which memo? Which memo?
And that would be memo 115, and that would be in the an A priority.
I have no objection to that. Any members? Any objection? Okay, that'll be the action of the committee. Okay, so going back to sanitation, memo 163, members, I don't think you'll need to come up, but I had thought that there was a little bit more overlap than there was, in fact, with some of the things that we've made. So took the time to go through it paragraph by paragraph, and let's do that now. On the Livability Services Division, this is the one that we tabled, 163. So if you'll look at sanitation's letter, we can kind of go through it in order. So on the Livability Services Division, sanitation would like an additional deputy director to oversee the Clean Streets program in an entirely new division of the Bureau, the Livability Services Division. This is not the place for us to figure out reorganization of the Bureau, but I would like to instruct the Bureau to consolidate CSLA under one existing division and report back here with a comprehensive reorganization plan that lays out the advantages of a new division within sanitation. For number 2, the water recycling program, sanitation is recommending additional vacancies be added to support the water recycling program, or additional positions, which would be special funded. So my recommendation would be to approve position authorities without funding for a senior environmental engineer, 1 environmental engineer, 2 environmental engineering associate 2s, and 2 environmental engineering associate 3s.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So, just to clarify, without funding means without general funding? Because if they'd be special funded, I assume we want to provide the funding.
Exactly right. So if they're special funded, once they're existing vacancies, so once those are filled, they would be filled with special funding. On risk reduction, number 3, sanitation is requesting to divide wastewater collection into 2 divisions. My recommendation would be to approve position authorities without funding for a sanitation wastewater manager 3, a sanitation wastewater manager 2, and 1 sanitation wastewater manager 1. On number 4, data intelligence.
On the third one, can we also ask for the cost-benefit analysis from them also on the reorganization?
Oh, yes. That's actually
on that one as well?
In the same way as we did
in the same way we
number
did,
1.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Number 4, data intelligence. The recommendation would be to approve position authorities for 1 GIS chief, 1 GIS supervisor, and 8 GIS specialists, with instructions to work with ITA's data science division for analysis and review of data collected by sanitation.
And just for clarification on the, I believe it's on the recycling division, the special funds, we should, your suggestion was that they use existing authorities, not new ones, is that correct? Since they have vacancies?
That's correct.
That was it?
Okay, and then finally on number 5, the section labeled targeted local hire. I'd recommend adding 9 months funding and resolution authority for 4 admin clerks to be funded from the Solid Waste Resources Revenue Fund to allow the Bureau to continue its emphasis on filling positions using targeted local hire. So with that, members, if there's no objection, that will be the collective action on number 163. Okay, so that brings us back to street services, and we left off, I think, on number 144, which was an informational report on return on investment and cost benefit regarding the asphalt plant. No action is necessary at this time. Number 146 deals with a report on Tree People and Community Forest Advisory Committee's recommendations. On this, members, my recommendation would be to add a resolution authority for 1 tree surgeon and 1 tree surgeon assistant, and an additional $195,830 to Street Services budget for a new root pruning and stump grinding crew as an A priority. If there's no objection, that will be the action of the committee. 147 is an informational report about time needed to complete the designed Vision Zero pedestrian refuge islands. No action is necessary on that. 148 is deals with the benefits of keeping Vision Zero concrete crew in BSS. That is informational only, and no action is required. deals with funding needed to enforce new policies on street vending. That's informational only, but the CLA is going to report to council regarding the recommended resources needed for this program as it continues to develop. No action is necessary at this time. Number 155, Urban Forestry Division funding. So that was mine, dealing with moving the entirety of urban forestry funding into the UB. I think with the steps that we're taking today and with street services conversations with my office about the delinquent reports that are going to be necessary to develop policy in this area, no action is necessary on number 155. And that's it for street services.
Just,
yeah, Mr. Bonner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a note on 147 and 148. I am going to be asking street services to give regular reports to Transportation Committee on the progress of the Vision Zero concrete work. I think that it's not wise for us to, frankly, to be having this concrete work done by street services. That's what the CEO is recommending. I suspect that's what the council will stick with. I think council offices are going to be calling constantly to try to get what is, for street services, nickel and dime stuff dealt with. I know you were doing it on OT before, but we were told last week you guys do this so much better. And out of 29 designs last year, only 7 or 8 of them got done. So that's not good enough for what are really important community projects. So I'm going to be paying really close attention to this in T Committee to really ride to make sure this happens. The one thing I want to know is, of this unit that's going to be done for the concrete, is this absolutely guaranteed this is just for the concrete stuff, or are you going to be pulling them off for bigger, sexier, pricier projects?
Thank you. I'm Fred Musabipur, Assistant Director. Yes, they're committed to these refuge islands. $1 million that would be allocated. We're committed to build 20 refuge islands next year.
Okay, thank you.
3 weeks every month. 3 weeks per refuge island.
Okay.
And I think it's important that the T Committee that you do follow up with regard to that. And I was going to recommend later when we got to transportation that it's really going to be important for DOT and BSS to get together on this and to report jointly on a proposal that will ensure the prompt completion.
Yeah. We should probably do some joint committee meetings.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, that's it for street services. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That brings us to Rec and Parks, which will be followed by sanitation. Oh.
No, already did it, sir.
No, we already completed those.
Mr. Chair, you might want to deal with the first memo, 31 and 85 together. They're both about include the issue of cleanups of parks and homeless residents.
Yes. Thank you for that. So number 31 deals with adding funding for cleanup crews for homeless mitigation. And here, my recommendation would be to approve 7 regular position authorities, 3 gardener caretakers, 1 equipment operator, 1 park ranger, 1 electrician, and 1 plumber for a dedicated bulky item illegal dumping crew, and 9-month funding in the amount of $493,765. I'd recommend we restore one-time salary reduction for gardener caretakers in the amount of $1,256,406, and with that, instruct the department to maximize its use of the targeted local hire program to fill all applicable vacancies. And that also deals with item number 85 as well.
I would suggest.
Sir, were they A's or B's?
That's what I was going to suggest as an A.
Oh, yes. No, I'm sorry. It was an A, a tier A recommendation.
The first and the second were both A's, sir? The first and the second were both A's?
Yes.
Okay.
And an A+ for the targeted local hire part of it.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is the area that's absolutely ripe for utilization of these folks, and they're ready to go, ready to work. All right, so number 58 deals with rodenticides. That's informational only, and no action is required. Mr. Kretz, any questions on that one? Okay. So that brings us to 59, deployment of park rangers. That is informational only. It's important and interesting information that I think some of us will be following up with later, but there's no action required at this time. Number 69 deals with resources necessary to keep pools open longer, in hours or in months, or even year-round, and what options are available to extend the period of services. And on that one, members, I'd like to recommend that we include $966,500 in funding in the UB to extend pool hours at 15 seasonal pool sites, subject to review of utilization rates at each site during the summer season. I'd like to list that as regrettably, as a B priority. It's more an A for me, but yeah. But I think given
I would move it as. I mean, we all end up spending that money anyway, and whenever every council office is spending discretionary money on something, that means it really should be a citywide priority. I mean, the summer months do not end. It's super hot in September,
I don't
October.
disagree with that. I will just caution that we're now probably around we're over 60 million, I think. So we can do that, but it will also mean that we're going to have to make more harder choices later in the week.
It also becomes, I think we need to report from the department on how to manage it too, because if it's a few parks that do it, it's one thing. We do it citywide. Many of them are part-time summer employees that come in, and it becomes a little more complicated from what they told me when I was trying to find an additional pool, and they're like, well, the money's great and fantastic, but we don't have necessarily bodies to staff them either, and a lot of these kids that manage it go back to school or go on to college, and so I think we need to look at it from a different lens from both fronts, because I think we all support it too, but that's why I think it makes sense as a B, but to come back with a plan to see if we could implement a plan.
Yeah, and you might have some pools in a region that are going to be 12-month-a-year pools that will be able to service a larger catchment area, and maybe not all the pools in that area will. Some will be seasonal only, some will be full-time, some will have extended hours, some may not need that. It's just that having an operational plan is kind of important to
every year since I've been a council member, I've put in money to keep the pools open, a couple of pools open in my district.
And every year I get buses to send them down to your pools.
Well,
I appreciate it.
But I'm just saying, it's going to be something that we're going to
find it a little cheaper to get the bus.
Which ones?
And bring them down to your pool. Can we go back for 1 second? I apologize to item 59. I just had a quick question. Are we done with?
Go ahead.
Okay. AP, if I could ask also on the deployment, we're looking at. If you heard some of the discussion on efficiencies and where we deploy out of park rangers, if we can look at other places to deploy out of as well, maybe we've got plenty of space, for example, at either Chatsworth Park North or South, where we can set up a temporary office or temporary trailers or something. But something, if we could start working on a plan Because even if they're coming just from, for example, from Hanson Dam, which is great that we'd have some in the valley, and we've got a station there, just to get from, an example, from there to the edge of the other end of the valley to either Mr. Koretz's, Mr. Kokorian's, Mr. Blumenfield's district, that could be an hour, right? So easily, it actually is an hour. So if we could talk about centralized deployment a little more, that would be great.
Centralized deployment in Chatsworth?
Well,
I was going to say that
I can see.
I was going to say that North Hollywood Park is, readily available as well.
I was hoping nobody would catch that. Well, so just so they're a little
Simi Valley,
closer,
Santa Susana.
so they're a little closer to the year-round pools.
In all seriousness, council members and Councilmember Englander, maybe one thing we could explore together with your leadership. I've often thought about, there's opportunity with our LAPD stations throughout the valley, and there's trailers that are there. I worked there as a neighborhood prosecutor before, and so I've often been thinking about how can we sort of assuage this problem in the interim before it takes us time to build ranger stations, which is just going to delay everyone's problem. But I'd really like to explore the possibility of working with LAPD. Let us use your space and let us deploy rangers out of there.
So I'll tell you what, you sold me, and I remember when you worked out at Devonshire, in fact. So
in a trailer.
In a trailer. You were in a trailer. So let's
a long way.
let's come up with a report back, a special study, in coordination with LAPD to report back with that special study to the Public Safety Committee. Great.
All right, thank you. To number 80, this is an informational report on funding needed for zero emissions park pilot and possible funding sources. No action is necessary at this time. Number 82 dealt with costs and benefits and potential funding sources for staffing to develop potential partnerships with donors. On this one, I'd like to request or recommend as a Tier B priority, adding resolution authority for 2 positions and $169,701 to Recreation and Parks budget for that purpose. That would be for 6 months funding for the Chief Management Analyst and Senior Management Analyst. If there's no objection, that will be the action of the committee. 83 was an informational report on securing parking lots and identifying parking lots for safe parking. That was informational and no action is required. Yes.
Say on that, I don't know how we can have no issue with temporarily using a recreation center for an emergency shelter in the case of a fire, but not be allowed to use some parking spaces for 10 or 12 hours a day for people in an RV. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, and let me just add to that.
Comment or question?
That notion doesn't make sense, particularly since, at least in my district, and I'm sure in all of yours too, the parking lots are currently being used by homeless folks who are parking there in their RVs. So the combination of lack of securitization that is misuse. No, that is misuse. The lack of providing security for those parking lots results in an unsafe situation, which we could instead supplant with appropriate security and utilizing the lots at night for safe parking. So, seems to me. But,
Council members, we have been, as part of our meetings with each of your districts, one of our questions is always your parking lots. Do you have them? Are they used? Are they used 24/7? Can they be used a different way? We can use dedicated parkland for temporary facilities up to 3 years. And many of them, as you say, many DWP, many other facilities are de facto homeless sites currently. So we think that's a real opportunity. So we encourage all of you to look at any parking lot that is underutilized for all day, for sure, if you have overparked, or even for part of the day, and we'll try to figure out how to use that.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so no action required on that one. Number 85 is a report on the possibility of having sanitation help with funding and cleanup of homeless encampments. We already dealt with that with Memo 31. Right? We did
Yep.
finish that discussion. So okay. That brings us then. We did 93. That brings us to 109, which is dealing with costs, benefits, and source of funds for Park Ranger substation in the San Fernando Valley. We've already had some discussion about that, but this is a little bit more action-oriented, and I would like to recommend that we include funding in the amount of $624,000 in the UB to establish a new Valley Park Ranger substation and instruct Recreation and Parks to report on necessary steps and capital costs to establish the location. I would recommend that as a B priority, but I would like to get to work on that.
But yeah, I go back to on the last discussion, the idea of the police stations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
makes a lot of sense.
And we may even be able to save money off of this by doing something like that, co-locating the rangers. Yeah, but that's a B priority, and I think the reports back that you've asked for, Mr. Englander, will be helpful in implementing that. Okay, so no objection to that. That will be the action of the committee, and I believe that completes recreational parks. Thank you. And we've completed sanitation, so that brings us next to transportation. And members, keeping an eye on the clock, transportation is our last department, and then we have one report on the UB. So as they're coming up, transportation is reports number 28, 68, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 84, 91, 112, 141, and 142.
As an update also, while they're taking their seats, I have an update that I no longer have the most dangerous intersection in the state of California. In fact, it's been made into one of the safest just since the last discussions with new signalization, and I really appreciate the department stepping on that. The live update photos as the crews were working weren't necessary over the weekend, but directly from the general manager, but I appreciate that attention as well. Thank you.
I just wanted to repay you.
Yes, thank you.
That's great to hear, although it's logically inconsistent to say just because that intersection is fixed that you still don't have the most dangerous intersection in California. You still may. It might just be a different intersection.
Oh, no, we know them all.
I've seen the way people drive in your district.
We actually know them all, and I'm delighted to report now that that intersection has been moved to CD2.
All right.
So the credit goes to the crews. They really did remarkable work on a hot weekend. But thank you.
Okay. Report number 28 deals with Community Assistance Parking Program position. On that, members, I would recommend that we add 9 months funding of $82,826 and a resolution authority for one management assistant to support the Community Assistance Parking Program as a B priority. On item number 68, this is an informational report regarding transportation technology funding. No action is required. On 70, this deals with Council District 8 parking enforcement resources. And that's certainly a worthwhile investment, but in that it's quite limited in its geographical basis, I think we have to have a further look at the deployment there, and I would recommend no action on that one. Number 71 deals with the cost comparison between concrete and plastic barriers. That's informational only, no action required. Number 72.
Well, that is true and not true.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Chris.
Well, the point is, I assume that some of the budget for Vision Zero is for concrete barriers. So the purpose of taking a look at this is whether or not it makes sense to do concrete and buy changes that will last 20 or 25 years, or whether it makes sense to do the more inexpensive plastic and then evaluate it after a 1 year or even better a 3-year period to determine whether the changes actually made a difference in terms of safety. There's no question that it needs more maintenance if we do it for 3 years in plastic, but there's also no question that if it turns out we've picked a location where it didn't really make much of a difference, that it's a lot easier to just take them out rather than to try to remove something you've done in concrete.
Councilmember, I believe most of their intersection work that requires reconfiguration they do as a trial period before they decide to rebuild it permanently.
Correct.
So what's the detail behind that? How long a trial period?
Usually we learn immediately within 6 months whether or not we've put it in a place where it's going to be damaged repeatedly. And then by a year, we use that to sort of finalize the design.
And if it is getting damaged repeatedly, what does that mean?
That means that we need to adjust the sort of the curb radii, or we need to pull back the extent of that particular curb extension, for example. So we use those kinds of things to adjust the actual permanent design of the final treatment.
So you'll do it in plastic. You'll find some like, I guess, the intersection right nearby at First Street in Maine on the southwest corner. It looks like it was just put in, and it's been there now for probably a couple of months. So presumably that would be one that works. One that doesn't, you would move it and still do it again in plastic and test that new location,
correct,
presumably. And once you find that you've gotten it right, then you would do it in concrete anyway.
And that's actually the way that the funding works in the budget. We call those Phase 1 improvements. So we've had Phase 1 improvements in, Phase 2 is signals, and Phase 3 is concrete. So we leave those Phase 1 improvements in for a period of time until we have the funding for the concrete components. And some of them we may decide that we don't need them at a particular corner. Maybe there's, we do observations, we get a lot of data, we go out and we do evaluations, and some of them we decide not to put in. So the way that you're describing the arc of the program is one we completely agree with. We don't want to invest a lot of time and energy and dollars into something until we know that it's going to be effective and we know that we have the design the way that we would like to see it.
So you try it a couple rounds and it turns out the numbers are exactly the same, it doesn't improve safety, then you presumably you take them out.
We may decide that there are other reasons to have those kinds of improvements, walkability or streetscape. Maybe they offer improvement to do, green street or stormwater treatment or do plantings. There may be some other community sort of return on investment that's not a pure safety return, and that it allows us to have that conversation with the community as well. But absolutely, curb extensions are among the most expensive things, sidewalk widenings right up there. And we don't want to invest those dollars unless we know we're going to get a really good return on that investment and we know that the design is really good. What we're trying to avoid is putting something in plastic and never having a plan to come back and put it in concrete, because that ends up being very expensive and it actually can erode or diminish the beauty or the value of those treatments, and a community may feel as though they're not getting sort of the treatments that one community may feel like they're not getting as good a treatment as others. So we try and avoid those because we don't want to put in something that looks blighted over time or that we have to come back repeatedly and replace. At a certain point, we have to make a decision. Are we going to make it a permanent part of the landscape or aren't we?
Yeah, and I've seen those too where they keep getting hit and just for aesthetic reasons alone, you eventually want to remove them. Well, I'm glad to hear that we have that process because I wouldn't want to jump into concrete too quickly. So I'm glad to hear that we test it and evaluate it first.
Thank you. We agree.
If I could, just on this, and I appreciate the report back on this. It really spells out significant problems with the temporary installations, not just on the wear and tear, but the collection of additional debris and trash, the street sweepers going over them, displacing the color. I mean, all kinds of issues. So I wanted to ask if, because of the report, when we make these installations, do we ensure that we're going to have the funding in place to make them permanent if we're going to keep them, period? So we won't install unless we have, for each project, funding in place for the permanent concrete installation?
That is absolutely my approach to the policy. And
So we don't have a set policy?
No, we don't.
We should.
We should.
Because you're spot on. If we wake up one day with these knee-jerk reaction, quick fix, Band-Aid solutions to just try them out, or we have a good intention of trying them everywhere and we turn around 2, 3, 4 years from now, as we do often, or even longer, and they look awful everywhere and they all have to be replaced and we don't have any money to do it, that runs into a significant problem. And so what would be the next step in setting a policy or a budget instruction that we shouldn't install one of the plastic temporary structures unless we have full funding to then replace it with the concrete, should we decide to keep it at that location? Can we do that as a budget instruction? Ask the CLA. Because I think you're spot on, and we don't want to wake up one day and say, what did we create all over the city? And I love the idea of the temporary because it really gives you the opportunity to find out if it worked.
Could you rephrase your
So
instruction?
if we can have a budget instruction that so long as we're going to install the temporary structures at any location, there has to be full funding at that location, so project specific, to replace it with a permanent concrete installation, or the permanent, I'll just say, because they could come out with different materials, a permanent installation.
I'd suggest the policy should go to T committee and to Public Works probably. I mean, there are times when an emergency installation may be necessary. I think we need to, just as we've discussed any other policy going to the relevant policy committee, I think it's worth doing here as well.
Okay.
I'm happy to do that.
Definitely.
And just to add to that,
I think one committee is fine. T committee? Would you say?
I mean, if
or we could do something joint. I mean,
yeah.
I also agree that there are times when you want to go after a grant or something to that effect, and you put up the temporary things with intentionality. But as a priority, as a concept, policy-wise, I think it makes sense. But I also see a number of times when it's appropriate to do temporary types of installations.
I'm open as long as we have a policy that addresses and has an opportunity for those, or what I'd call infrequent, right?
Yeah.
Installations, the exception to the rule. Sure. Okay. So then it'll be an instruction for report back to the policy committee or committees for them to create a policy. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So item number 72 deals with the Autonomous Vehicles Program funding. That was an informational report. No further action is required. Number 73 deals with...
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chris.
On number 72, I asked for that report to have the option to move that item to the UB. I think it has a certain number of weaknesses, and if you look at the report, it doesn't explain what their contract service providers will achieve. It doesn't explain what incentives companies that make this technology have to co-create technology with LA. And the three tasks laid out in the second paragraph in the report, implementing a strategy, researching the opportunities to build a fleet, and assigning staff to focus on technology, are not the types of work that either prepare the city for an autonomous future or do these tasks set forth safety as a priority. So to me, it appears the best approach is to make a case that the money won't be used to to accomplish anything other than hiring contractors with undefined goals. So I fear we will just spend this money and won't really have accomplished much. So I'd like to have us consider moving the funding for this item into the UB until we can answer those questions.
I'd argue that, and I'll certainly like to hear what Ms. Reynolds has to say, but I'd argue that we could have autonomous vehicles on the streets of Los Angeles tomorrow with no ability to say no, and to not have the ability for our department to be able to proactively think through that and figure out how to deal with it and enhance safety, I think is a missed opportunity. I mean, this is the resource we're giving them to think through this and help us think through it. Otherwise, we're waiting for it to happen to us. Is there anything you'd like to add?
Well, I think that we presented at Transportation Committee on the departments. We took about a year and thought through a very detailed strategy for how we think the department ought to prepare the city for the arrival of autonomous vehicles, not to set new policy, but to achieve the policies that this council has already laid out, including safety, mobility, easing congestion, and we worked very hard to pull together a very specific plan of action. As a follow-on, there are 4 different pieces of work that have happened to carry forward the ideas in that strategy. One of which was to bring forward a list of about 20 specific scopes of work that we want to put out to our bench of consultants, which are listed, and not consultants, but actual manufacturing and vehicle companies. The incentive for them to work with Los Angeles, I think, is also a settled question, because they decided to go through our procurement process to be available to us, to work with us through some of these challenges. So we have done quite a bit of thinking on it and have a high level of specificity and have the right set of contractors that can work with us right now. So that was the sort of the intent behind the request, was to continue carrying out that very detailed strategy that we worked on and brought to the Transportation Committee. Again, the question of what the goals are, the city's goals don't change just because the technology does. And so we remain very committed to making sure everything we do advances those particular goals that are set forward by the council.
All right, I'll withdraw my objection. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So no action necessary at this point on that one. Number 73 deals with the 3% Metro contribution. That was informational and no action is required. Do you have any questions on that one, Mr. Bonin?
No.
Okay. Number 74 deals with Vision Zero projects. That also is informational only. No action required. 84, dealing with transit service analysis, also informational, no action required. 91, Safe Routes for Seniors programs, also was informational, no action required.
Well,
go ahead, Mr.
There
Bonner.
was a funding request there, or there had been, I believe. Let me find the right page here. Thank you, Tricia. It was for Transportation Planning Associate 2 and for $96,000 and $100,000 in expenses. I'm wondering if we could make that a priority B.
I was having a little trouble hearing you. Could you repeat that?
I'm sorry. Yeah, there was a funding analysis for establishing a Safe Routes for Seniors program for Training Planning Associate 2 for $96,000 and $100,000 in expenses to support the creation of a Safe Routes for Seniors program and to oversee a Safe Routes for Seniors project. Given that the Safe Routes for Schools has actually helped us generate grant money for projects that have helped make the route to school safer for school kids. This would be looking for the same kind of opportunities to make things safer for our seniors, one of our other extremely vulnerable populations. So I'd ask that we make this at least a priority B request.
That seems reasonable to me. Members, any objection to that? Okay, very good. Okay, number 112 was an informational report about reducing Vision Zero funding in order to fund sidewalk improvements. That was informational only, no action required. Number 141 deals with an assistant general manager for external affairs. I recommend no action on that one at this time.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes.
I understand that the department was potentially able to finance this itself, so it would be revenue neutral?
That's correct. We had identified 2 positions that we would, the memo identifies a chief management analyst, but we had also identified an auditor position that we no longer need.
In as much as the department can cover the costs, having seen through my lived experience over the past year the need for the department to have more resources for community-facing projects and education, I'd recommend authorizing it.
So tell me, no doubt, and I think we've all identified areas where transportation could do more external communication and relations. But what would the positions be that would fund this? The deleted positions that would fund this? Because what I don't want to see happen is I don't want to see people positions taken away from doing traffic planning and life-saving work to do external affairs. And we don't have enough engineers as it is. So tell me what the positions are that would fund this.
The 2 positions are a chief management analyst and an auditor 1, and both of those are administrative in nature. What we've done is repurposed our auditor positions so that they are now working on our contracting and more on in regard to external contracts that we execute, and we needed more hands on deck in that area. So we repurposed that position, and also our chief management analyst position, which I do believe was also under our budgeting. Under our parking section. I'm sorry.
What's that?
Under our parking section.
Okay.
Yeah,
go ahead,
and I'm of the same thought at this point. I hadn't given it a lot of thought other than I know we have a tremendous backlog in a lot of the projects and funding we need to do. More management is always a good thing. But those are our 2 positions I'd have to know more about. I'm not at a point of saying, no, let's not do it, though. So maybe it's moving forward as instead of losing it and saying no, as a B, but let's come back in the rack up and see where we're at.
Well, it's not a funding.
But it will be next year. It's only partial year funding.
No, they're deleting 2 existing positions and replacing it with the AGM.
That have been vacant for a long period of time.
They're taking 2 existing, and we're going to eliminate those positions in order to free up the funding availability.
Maybe it's getting back what those 2 positions, descriptions of what those were, would be helpful.
Sure.
Okay, well, if we can get those back with the rack up, but I'd be supportive of, with that understanding, I'd be supportive of this. What my concern was, we can't get our engineers out there quick enough as it is, and if it were coming from there, I wouldn't be supportive of this. But
understood.
This sounds like a shift that makes more sense, especially given there is a great need for external affairs support, to be sure. So we'll get that as part of the rack up. We'll come back with additional information about the positions to be deleted as well. Okay. Is that good, everybody? All right. And then 142, that deals with the Vision Zero concrete crews, and I guess we've already really dealt with that with our previous discussion. Mr. Bonin, is that So we had a discussion about having the T committee oversee street services and ensure that Vision Zero is prioritized, and we'll try that and see if that works. And if that doesn't work, then we might have to make some other decisions.
Reports from BOSS every 48 hours.
All right, that's it for transportation. Thank you very much. And that brings us to our final item of the day, members, the UB. And this is a report on Climate Change Emergency Mobilization Program and Environmental Affairs Department. Initially, my thought on this is that this is a massively large undertaking to do through the budget without having done it already through the policy committees. But I also understand the sense of urgency that Mr. Kretz has expressed, and that I think most of us at least share in achieving these goals. So I'm trying to think, Mr. Kretz, if
Mr. Chair,
yeah,
I
go
would
ahead.
encourage this to be a special study, because part of the request that we will be looking at is, are there existing positions that would be moved in that might make the 2.5 the wrong number as well?
Yeah, and that was part of
Even if
where I
you're
was
gonna
going
create
with
it.
this, because I don't have any idea whether that number is way too high or way too low. I was thinking we need further study of it, whether or not that requires an outside consultant study or can be done at least initially internally to determine a scope of work. I'm open-minded about that, but I do think that analysis of existing positions and possible cost savings by moving those positions around, or cost offsets at least, and moving those positions into this department is an essential foundation to it. But tell me your thoughts, Mr. Bates.
Well, I think clearly there needs to be some amount of funding. I don't think we can do this just by moving positions from other departments. The 2.5 million lines up with the general fund spending of some of the smaller cities that do this. Boston, for instance, spends 11 million, but right around 3 million of that is general funded. I'm not wedded to the 2.5 million amount, but I think something really should be set aside in the UB that seems like a minimal amount that we would find it highly unlikely not to spend if we created such a department.
But I guess it's that if that's the key thing, because so much policy and analytical work needs to be done before we're ready to do that, which this committee is not the right place to do it. That's my concern, is that we haven't, the policy committees and the council haven't really given us direction on where we're going on this. So
Policy committee would this be energy?
I assume it would be energy.
If it's energy, and well, what if I'm not familiar with what the work that the committee's actually done on this so far.
I'd like to see some study and analysis of it. I think there is the comparison with what other cities have done. We need to look at.
We're getting that report back already.
Yeah, we need to know, why EAD didn't work and how this would be superior to it. The Department of Environmental Affairs, which was dissolved a few years ago, this has a different mission. There would be some resources that would be brought in from other departments. There would be others that would be new. In a year when I think we're probably up to 70 million or so. I'd hate to park a bunch of money in the UB for a department that logistically isn't going to get created in this fiscal year. I'd be fine putting aside some money to do whatever we need to do to analyze the idea, whether it's something the CAO does, or you hire McKinsey or somebody like that to do it, so we know what the next steps are. I think that would be the sort of right step to take. I don't know what the cost would be for that kind of study.
Councilmember, on
I
that
don't
point, the CLA is actually leading the study, and maybe they could think about if there's a consulting budget or something we need before they report back to you.
Yeah, I would point out the environmental department that was eviscerated was purely for financial reasons, and I was distressed when that happened. I don't think anyone talked about eliminating it because it was a great idea to disperse all the activities to different departments. There's no coincidence that this happened at the height of the recession. So I think some funding needs to be in it. I don't think there's any reason why this wouldn't be created sometime in this fiscal year, except for lack of political will and interest, which I don't really sense is the case. So I'm not sure if the CLA has a suggestion for where we go from here.
Well, Councilman, there's always the possibility of setting aside some money in the unappropriated balance for this purpose. I mean, if there's a will to do a study to at least begin looking to see how we can set up that department, maybe some seed money for that purpose would be the right approach. I do point out that this motion was just adopted by council maybe a week ago, and so we haven't even begun our analysis on it, so we just got the direction to look into this feasibility of how to approach this. So if there is a desire to have a consultant look into it, we can certainly do that on our part, but some funding would need to be set aside to hire that consultant. Environmental Affairs Department, as Councilman Koretz pointed out, it was eliminated a few years back simply because of budgetary decisions. There was an effort at that time to eliminate some of the smaller departments and consolidate those functions. EAD at that time, part of the reason why it didn't work really well was because it was difficult for a department actually to guide all of these policy changes and impose those policy changes on other departments. And so that was part of the problem. It was a very small department. It was funded to the tune of maybe about $2.5 million. Some of it was grant funded at that time. So to have something restructured, to have more impact on departments, I think that may require a little bit more effort. Obviously, you want this department to have some authority over how we approach climate change, and so we don't want a department that's just going to be advising. You want to give them some authority over departments to actually implement and affect policy. So that needs to all be worked out, and so if there is some funding set aside, perhaps some seed money in the unappropriated balance to conduct that study, and we'd be happy to take that on as part of your direction in that council file.
So perhaps I might suggest that we set aside $500,000 in seed money to analyze and start up the department in this coming year, and to put that in the UB.
Sorry, I didn't catch how much you said.
I suggested that perhaps we look at setting aside $500,000 to do the initial work and the initial seed money, and put that money in the UB.
So, go ahead.
It's in the UB. Well, being in the UB, obviously, having any price tag to it at this point, it might as well be $500,000. It could be the $2.5 million. It's the same difference in the UB. I think it's at this point what we really need to do is figure out the parameters of what a study would be, and it's not up to us here now to do that, obviously. Maybe the suggestion would be to have the policy committee work on what that scope would be and bring it back to the budget committee so we can look at a cost.
I don't think we need the council instructed the CLA to report back on feasibility and some other aspects. I'm happy with having the CLA go and do that and report back to the environmental committee. I don't know that it needs, but I do think having some financial flexibility for the CLA, if needed, to go out to an outside consultant and do some of that work is an important step to help you complete that work. So I'd recommend that.
So would we not need to put some funding in the UB for that.
Yeah, so I think your suggestion of a $500,000 in the UB is appropriate. That may turn out not to be the right amount either. That might be too much, it might be too little, and we might have to revisit it. But having it in the UB will at least give the CLA the ability to determine what they need and to have something there in case they do need to go out for outside advice. Make sense, members?
Sure.
Okay. All right. That will be the action of the committee. And that concludes our final report, members. And I got to tell you, I am, well, I've got a few add-ons here. Of course, there would have to be. So there were a few things that we kind of missed in going through the memos, members. So I want to run through a few more things, and then we'll be able to conclude. So the clerk had requested $520,000 for the reconfiguration of storage at Piper Tech. For some reason, none of us asked for a memo on that, but that I think is something I would very much recommend because it reduces costs every year thereafter that they're paying now for outside storage.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
if you recall, that's actually being dealt with in the Municipal Facilities Committee. We're looking at their space. We're working with them, and we'll be reporting back through that committee. They need some space work. We're also looking at leaving Piper Tech altogether. That's
Okay.
why. I don't recommend. We'll be recommending whether to fix up Piper Tech or move them.
Okay. They don't need funding in order to do that reconfiguration?
We'll have to do it as part of the quarterly CPRs.
Okay.
We'll have to find the money for that.
All right.
And the CIEP.
Okay. Now, there were a number of items referenced in the letter from the mayor. Have these been distributed? Is that letter from the mayor been distributed?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Who's speaking? Sorry.
That letter was distributed. We have it on file, and we've already included, even though you haven't mentioned it, we recognize that those were inadvertent omissions.
Oh, okay,
and so
very
we'll be
good.
taking care of it.
Very good. Okay, so we don't need to go through those. You've already got it. Okay, very good.
Pardon?
Is that like a week ago?
Yeah.
Yes. There's only been one left. There's only one. There's only one.
It was one.
Oh, right. Okay.
So just for reference, members, it deals with Rita Walters Learning Complex, Project SAVE, African American Leadership Organization, Our Cycle LA, Reach for the Top, Topanga Pals, West Valley Pals, and Casa Libre Freedom House. And then there's a couple of other things. I'd like to include an additional $500,000 in the contractual services account for the Cannabis Regulation Department as a Tier A request. I'd like to ask that we include an additional, that we explore adding an additional $10 million in the UB for cannabis-related programs and enforcement as a Tier B request. That's at the request of the council president.
Are these coming from special funds or general fund? We don't know yet.
Don't know. That's why it's a Tier B and that's why it's UB.
I meant the first one.
Yeah, that would be
Either one, I get that.
that's a Tier A request, but let's keep it in the UB for now.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Any chance of adding $1 million of the marijuana money that was requested as a Tier A UB request? Because I think some of that will be needed. I don't know whether $10 million is out of line, but
Yeah, I'm not ready to do that one on the fly yet, given all that we've done with cannabis regulation already and the very difficult the difficulty that we're having in determining revenues from cannabis and everything else. I think. And all of it, I think, should be subject to further consideration by the council as we go forward. That's why the UB is probably the appropriate place for it. I'd like to ask that we include $20,000 in the GCP for an allocation of special event funding for the Our Pride event. That's a small Tier A request. And that we increase the funding provided for the Embrace LA line item in the GCP by $500,000. That's a Tier A request of CD10 and CD8. And add an additional $200,000 to the UB for a human resources initiative at the LAFD. And that's a Tier B request. Also, a technical correction on something previously requested. At the request of the council president, there's funding in the GCP already that's allocated to the Black Public Relations Society. Technical amendment that should be reassigned to 100 black women. That's the name of the order, quote, 100 black women. Yeah, so. All right. And I think that covers everything. Mr. Hale, anything else on your end? So that concludes our work. Yeah, Mr. Kretz.
Can we get not really a report back on report backs, a list of all the A priorities that we voted?
So pending, the rack up. So
yeah, just a write-up of everything.
That would actually be helpful if the CLA could route to all members a list of the A priority requests, just so we can begin thinking about it before we have the rack up back. Is that possible to do?
Yes, we'll try and do that. We were trying to keep track of the dollar amount. Most of the things that were discussed as ads were primarily a priority. It may be somewhere in the neighborhood of $70 to $80 million at this point.
No, but Mr. Kretz's point is,
yes,
if we have the list,
yes,
we can start thinking internally for ourselves of which of those should be A1 and which should be A2 and which should be A3.
So we will endeavor to have that list available to you. It may not be until closer as we get to the rack up, but we'll have maybe the list of things that may not have made it to the rack up, and so maybe that would be an easier way of reviewing it. So that way,
we'd like to have it in advance.
We will try.
So we can start thinking.
Okay.
It doesn't need to be with any precision or analysis. Okay. Just the list. Just a list of the A reports, right? That's what you're looking at. Just, basically the list you've been taking down as we've been going. Okay. Okay. If there's nothing else, members, anything else for the good of the order? If not, we will be in recess until Tuesday at 1 p.m.
Mr. Chair, would you like to elaborate on the date?
Excuse me, Mr. Williams?
The date. That would be May 15th.
Yes,
Tuesday.
not tomorrow.
Yes.
Not tomorrow. We are in recess until a week from tomorrow at 1 p.m. Yes. All right. Thank you all very much. Great work, everyone, and especially to our staff and the Memo team again. Thank you very, very much.
Oh, you did?